Hello, my lovelies. How are you? Are we ready for the marathon live? So it seems like my first guest is going to be, she's having some issues with StreamYard. It's stating that Chrome won't let her access StreamYard. So I have no idea what is going on. However, happy Mandy Monday, Manic Monday. And here we are. So, Dave, hello, Dave, and hello, Terry Lynn. And hi, Chrissy Boo. So, here we are. Okay. All right. Tell her to use Safari or Firefox. Okay. Could try that. You think my hoodie is Wu-Tang? It's a kitty cat. So, anywho, yes, here we are. Hang on just 1 minute. I'm going to send her a message. Can you use Firefox? Oh, wait. Device is not connected. Wicked Chicken's Homestead is trying. Okay, so Missy, it says you need to connect your mic and cam before you can add them, before I can add you to the stream. So somehow you're going to have to figure that out. You could probably use Firefox or Safari, Dave says, as your browser. So, hello, Michelle, the Heathstead. How are you? Oh my goodness, how is my beautiful Gracie girl? She is so stinking cute. So, here we are. I will kind of get things rolling and see how we move along. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for telling me I look fantastic. Okay, Dave, that is actually good to know. I did not realize that you had to use Safari on your iPhone or it doesn't work. Yeah, some things don't. Some devices really don't like Chrome. I use Chrome, but I have a Microsoft product, so, you know, anywho. Okay, so today is Monday, December 28th, and of course, as you know, it's just after noon, my time, and it is currently about 23 degrees, and it feels like 14 here. We do have snow on the ground, but we do have sunshine. I have my drapes closed. I'm in my living room because the sun will just glare everything out. So, anywho, we do have a high of 27 today. However, we are bracing for a nasty winter storm tomorrow. Yay. All right. So if Missy can get her stuff worked out, that would be fabulous. Otherwise, Missy is my first guest. Okay, it's just weird, Missy. Okay. So you have a cushion under your that booty so it don't hurt after 12 hours. Yes, I'm sitting on the couch. I have my couch pillows. I even have my blankie, my favorite pink blankie. It's so soft. It's minky. Yeah. And yeah, you just noticed Queen Mandy. I do have coffee with pumpkin spice creamer. So I'll have a Coke for a little later. And then tonight I'll probably get into the libations, you know. And I have a basket of snack goodies. So Kleenex, pardon me, Kleenex and the whole 9 yards. So, all right. So Missy says Chrome blocks pop-ups and StreamYard now, I guess. Grr, what is going on? I don't know why it would block StreamYard. That doesn't make any sense. And see, now I have the opposite problem. So if I go into YouTube Studio to try to do my live, now it won't show video. It won't use my mic or my camera. I don't know. So I'm actually kind of forced to use StreamYard now. I don't know what the deal is. So I'm going to put up. So my first guest was supposed to be Missy from Wiccan Chicken's Homestead. And so I will put her banner down here. If you don't know Missy, please make sure you go check her out. I do know she's also on Facebook and whatnot. She was actually going to talk about some of the stuff that she's had going on this year. She's had a really rough start to 2020. And it seems like she is, oh, here comes a cat. Tyrion, no. I'm sorry, guys. So all of my cats decided they wanted to be in the house at once. The dogs decided they had to be in the house. So yeah, I have a house full of animals. Sorry. No kitty. All right. So anyway, Missy has had a really rough start to 2020. However, she is now into her own home, and seems like things are starting to turn around, and she's engaged. I mean, come on, things are really turning around. So that is just amazing to feel and to be a part of. So anyway, so congratulations to you, Missy. I do know that she at one time did have a smaller homestead and was raising chickens. And so that's one of her favorite things to do. So she's pretty well versed in chickens, I think. So Dave, I'm with you. I'm not tech savvy. I don't have any clue whatsoever why like YouTube Studio won't work for me to do a live on anymore, and I have to use StreamYard. Like I don't understand it. So it's crazy. Thank you for sharing her link, Chrissy Boo. There we go. Let's see if I can't get into the chat here. There we go. Okay. Hello, Evan. How are you? Evan says he's a chicken wing, Section 8 outdoors. Thank you for joining me. And so I guess we can go ahead and talk about some of the setbacks that we've had this year. I mean, 2020, I was telling people that, you know, I think that 2020 is a flaming dumpster fire of poo. It has been for most people, for a lot of people. There has been a lot of there's been a lot of loss. There's been on many levels, and for some people, it seems to have turned around, and so it's just been a very odd year. And I really wanted to do this whole, yay 2020, the roaring 20s, blah blah blah. Ugh, if this year is any indication of the way that the roaring 20s, the next roaring 20s are going to go, we are in trouble, I think. So we just need to look at our history. So hello, Britt. How are you? And how are you feeling? Britt just had some surgery done, so I want to make sure she's feeling okay. and healing well. So I actually have a friend that this year has been especially hard. But she has a granddaughter who is basically fighting for her life. She is just about a year and a half old, maybe. She's really not that old. She's at all. And she was born with some complications and stuff anyway. And so she's very susceptible to pick things up and to be sick and whatnot. So, I believe it was on I believe it was on Christmas Eve. It might have been the 22nd. I don't remember exactly. So anyway, her granddaughter had some sort of a seizure or something of that nature. She ended up going into cardiac arrest, and they had to fight and fight and fight and fight for 2 days. It was super, super touch and go. And this morning I saw a picture on Facebook that she had shared that Babe has her eyes open and she's responding. And so that was a Christmas miracle, let me just say. Oh, no surgery. Okay, not yet. That's right. It was the consultation. I'm sorry, honey. Well, hopefully that your body will do what it needs to do. But yes. All right, Terry Lynn's back home, so she can listen again, watch again. So anyway, it's just been it really was awesome to see that picture of her with her eyes open today, and she was responding, and like that just, I don't know, that kind of restored my faith in miracles happening, and how much the human body is, or how amazing the human body is, and resilient, and especially kids. It's insane. So thank you, Boo. Hello, Lady B. How are you, darling? So yes, I think that this. Why does your chat say slow mode is on? Did YouTube figure out that I'm slow? No, actually, when I went in to my settings in YouTube Studio, I put chat delay on for, I think, 30 seconds or something like that, or 20 seconds. That way it's not flying by so fast for people. Sometimes it's really too fast, and then other times it's, super slow. So yeah, Britt, you are amongst mostly people who are they're okay. Like, nothing's really going to gross any of us out. You should see the way we are on Marco, most of us together. So yes, you should keep a diary. That would be kind of funny, actually. So Evan, you're too funny. So here is my rundown. Dave Hot Wings will be on here in about 3 hours-ish to talk about his stuff. And he's going to be talking about his box fan conversion. And I'm super excited for that, because I don't think a lot of people understand how much work goes into that. And I don't think that I think it's interesting for people because they don't know. So, and then I will have Rachel and Rusty on from Robertson's Belly Acres. They'll be coming on at 5 my time. So in about 5 hours. And so I'll be asking them basically general homesteading questions, that kind of stuff. And then at 7, I'll have Scotty from Broke Urban Farmer, and he's going to talk about urban foraging and, you know, other things. So, all right, I am going to just do this and see if that, I'm not real sure why we can't get people in here. Hi, Kathleen. How are you, honey? Oh, and I received your card, Kathleen, and thank you so much. Okay, and then my boo is going to be on at 8 o'clock along the River Homestead. And then at 9 o'clock, I will have Emery. See, I've got everything written down. Aren't you so proud of me? It's like I don't know, I organized this or something. And it's not a fly by the seat of my pants kind of thing. So Anne-Marie from Big Dreams Homestead will be on at 9 o'clock and talking about her tiny home build. And then at 10 o'clock, Tony's going to sit here with me, and he's going to talk about his airbrushing stuff and how this is going to help supplement, you know, how it helps to supplement our homestead, what we want to do on our homestead. So, anywho, tell my internet that it cannot cut out again. No. Boo, you tell him I said no. No cutting out. So, I'm super excited, and I am also waiting for, I'm waiting on a couple of answers. I was going to have Terry Lynn on Organic Raw Roots, but she is not feeling well, and honestly, she sent me some voice messages in Instagram, in DM, and she sounds like crap, so she needs to get better. And I'm waiting to hear from a couple of other people. So hopefully we'll have people popping in and out, which would be nice. I know, right? I'm so organized today. I've been working on this for about 2 weeks, and I really buckled down last night because it seemed like it's really hard to get people committed to a specific time, date and time. And so I really had to sit down and like hammer stuff out yesterday and last night. And so it was a long night. I was up until about 1 o'clock doing all of this. So, anywho, panel streams are great, right, Britt? They are. Terry says her speaker just went out. What? So Kathleen actually, she is actually my mom's neighbor. Isn't that so funny? She lives just down the street, about a block from my mom. That is just the funniest thing. So let's see here. What else was I going to talk about? Let me put up. Just going to put up a different banner here. So here's mine. Follow me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and my blog. I have all the links down in my description for all of my stuff. I also have merchandise I have on Teespring. Now, I just saw something about Teespring. Actually, somebody had posted that they were not happy with the quality. Did you go over the panel guests? I did. So, and so Boo at 9 o'clock, or 9 o'clock your time. See, there's Missy. I'm going to add you to the stream. Hello, darling.
Hello.
Yay, you're here.
No video, but I'm here.
Okay. That is okay. So I will let you introduce your homestead and let you kind of take over and talk about what you want to talk about.
Well, a year ago, I became homeless because the man I was buying my farm off of passed away, and his family. Um, I didn't have all the proper paperwork because I trusted him, and then when he passed away, his family decided that they were going to evict me under any lies that they could tell. So I ended up moving from Michigan to Ohio after I had to give away all my animals other than my dogs, and been trying to make it ever since. But I have a good job here, and now I'm engaged and getting married in 3 weeks.
Yay! That's so exciting. That is so exciting. So then when you ended up leaving Michigan, where did you go and how, you know, I guess tell everybody how you were, where you were living, what you were doing, that kind of stuff.
Well, after I lost my farm, I was living in a 10-foot long camper trailer with my 5 dogs. And when my sister from another mister found out, she came up from Ohio to get me. And within 2 weeks of me being down here, I had a job and a house that I was renting.
That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. So then when you had your farm, what all were you raising?
Well, at one point I had horses, donkeys, I had a goat, and I had chickens and ducks.
Oh, cool. Fun.
And I had researched so much on how to take care of the poultry because we didn't have a vet within 100 miles that would see birds. So all my friends that ended up getting chickens, my chicken's sick. Can I bring it to you? So I ended up being the amateur vet in the area.
So it's funny because we have to, a lot of the time we learn on the fly. We really do. And we learn by doing, we learn by, necessity is the mother of invention, right? So
Yep.
that is really cool. And so Dave says, Missy, you're a survivor girl. Don't ever give up. I agree with that. And Christy says, how's your dad doing? Oh, no, she must be talking to Kat. Hi, Kat. And Donnell. Okay, so then where are you at now?
I'm in Toledo, Ohio, living in the city.
Mm-hmm.
I'm living in a trailer park, but so that's the only reason I can't have chickens here is because the management won't allow it. If I had a house of my own, I could have chickens because they allow chickens in the city here.
That is awesome. I actually changed our city codes a couple years back when we redid our codes. I actually changed them so we could have chickens and bees because people, a couple of other people were wanting chickens and they had them against city codes. And I'm like, I want chickens, so we're changing the code, and we did.
Yeah, the house I'm in now is my daughter's house because my fiance and I are going to be living together after the wedding, and we will be looking for we'll be looking for another house. As soon as we can pool our money together.
Yeah. And so right now you have your daughter and son-in-law and 2 grandkids living with you?
Yes.
Yes. And they are adorable, you guys. They really are. They're so sweet. Okay, so I guess where do you see yourself then in 5 years as far as homesteading goes?
I'm not sure because I may end up in Mexico. We
That
don't
would
know
be
yet. We're
exciting.
discussing it.
That would be super exciting. Mexico has some beautiful places. So
My fiance is from Oaxaca.
Oaxaca,
Yes.
cool, cool, cool. Um, so then, if you do move to Mexico, how is homesteading going to be different for you there? Are there stricter laws, less laws? I guess as far as homesteading, having livestock and that kind of stuff.
I haven't really researched that really, but he's building a house. He's having a house built down there already. He was having that done before we even met. He's been sending money down there for his family to build his house.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a Pueblo style house, and it's pretty cool.
Awesome, awesome. So, is that going to be in the city then, or is it out on the land in
Out
the
on the
country
land.
somewhere? It's out on the land. Cool. Um, so then, I guess when you got into homesteading in general, what actually what pushed you to that?
Well, I grew up having to survive, so I knew how to live on almost nothing, and I want to be able to be self sustaining. I've always wanted chickens, and now that I am not able to eat store bought eggs, I kind
Mhm.
of have to have chickens. I can't find farm fresh eggs here where I am. No one's selling them.
Really?
So I I did have found some store bought eggs that I can eat, but they're the organic ones in the store.
Yeah, and they're expensive. They are
Very
expensive.
expensive.
Yeah. So Britt says they're expecting a big house boom come spring. I'm hoping that's when I get my forever home. I hope so too, Britt. That is awesome. So then I guess asking you what your biggest hurdles have been is kind of pointless because you've had so many big hurdles this year over the last year and a half or so. But so then do you have like a specific I guess what reference materials do you use to learn from? Is there a specific book that you like or series of books or stuff like that? Articles, somebody that you follow that maybe would mentor you or that kind of stuff.
Well, I mostly use YouTube and the internet for most things.
Mm-hmm.
I like to there's some chicken magazines that they sell at TSC and stuff like that I get once in a while, and I bought a book a couple years ago about all the heritage breeds,
Oh yeah,
and
cool.
I really liked that. I wanted to get into it. The book shows what breeds are endangered and what level they're at and everything, so that you can figure out how to preserve those heritage breeds.
Do you happen to know the title of the book or the author even?
Not at the moment, and it's packed somewhere.
I kind of figured you did just move into your current spot, so And I can hear the
Yeah.
kiddos in the background, so tell them hi from Aunt Nani.
And that was another thing that my viewers don't know about the trailer I was in that was in my last video.
Hmm.
I got screwed over on that. The manager was embezzling money from the park and he was selling condemned trailers. And I didn't know that it was condemned.
Right,
So when I went to try to get the electric turned on, I couldn't do it. And I had already put a whole bunch of money into that trailer fixing it up. And we ended up having to buy another trailer from a private owner that was moving out of their trailer
right.
because there was nothing else available. So that was crappy.
Yeah, that's just another testament to the fact that you've had a setback and you've overcome it again. Like that's awesome. You've had a huge year. You really have. So I want to say hello to Pet Sodics, multiple aquariums that came in, and also to Victoria May. How are you, darling?
We don't
Um,
give this out, guys.
and Christy said that she'll be back in about 30 minutes. She has a customer waiting for an inspection. And she says to tell you bye if you're gone before she gets back. I do
Okay.
know that you do have to work this afternoon. And
Yeah.
so do you mind sharing where you're working and what you're doing?
I'll just say that I work for a major hardware retailer in a distribution center that we distribute products from New York all the way to or all the way across the Midwest,
That is
Wisconsin and everything.
that is
So
awesome. Yeah, and that's fine. You don't have to disclose that information. I just wondered if you wanted to share, you could. If you didn't want to, you didn't have to. So when you do get your homestead set back up, are you going to, like, a lot of people want to go and visit other people's homesteads. So will you be allowing people to come and visit your homestead and work on your homestead with you?
that will probably depend on where we end up
Right, right.
because
Okay,
Benito wants to go back to Mexico at some point.
sure. And I can understand why that's home for him, obviously. So if you do, are your kids and grandkids, are they gonna possibly follow?
No, they
No.
don't. My son-in-law doesn't want to go down there.
Mm, I understand. So then, obviously, this is kind of a silly, well, not really a silly question, but so I'm assuming that Benito is on board with homesteading. I know that a lot of couples, that's a big hurdle for them. So, I mean, I guess how on board with homesteading is he?
His family raises cattle down in Mexico.
So, yeah, this is second nature to him then, I suppose.
Yes,
Will you be living if you move to Mexico and set up your homestead? Will you be living on the grid, off the grid, partially, that kind of stuff, or how
it's
how
off
does
the
it
grid.
work? It's off the grid. So
Yeah.
will it be like solar? We have like solar access, solar energy, that kind of stuff.
I would probably have to set that up because it's right now it's burn wood for everything and cook with and everything. So
Right. Victoria, no, Benito's last name is not Venagas. Oh, that's too funny. All right, so what do you do in your spare time then?
I don't have a lot of spare time because I work 10-hour shifts and I sleep and go to work the 4 days that I work, but the rest
Right.
of the time I've been spending as much time with Benito as I can.
Sure. Do you have any like do you have like any skills like do you crochet, do you knit, do you embroider, cross stitch, that kind of stuff, sew, craft, whatever?
I'm an amateur crocheter. I've been crocheting for 20 years, but I haven't really mastered it. I'm working on a graph gan right now with my YouTube logo on it.
Way cool. Way cool. That is one thing that I would love to do. Like I want to learn how to crochet and be very proficient at it, but for whatever reason I can't get the hang of it. I don't know. My fingers maybe are not I don't have enough dexterity in them. I don't really know. But I mean, my grandmother in vain tried so hard to teach me how to crochet and knit when I was a kid. So, yeah. But I do embroider, so that's,
I also do woodworking. I cut
oh,
out things with a scroll saw, and um, I haven't done it in a while because everything's been packed away. I left all my equipment that I had before down in Michigan when I left, but I
right.
have a new scroll saw, and
That's a great skill.
I need to get that going again.
So then do you do any drawing or anything of that nature?
I'm not very good at drawing. I trace what I want to make.
Yeah. I'm that way too, or I have my husband draw it because he's the artist and I'm not. um, all right. So, what does your dream homestead look like?
I just want a few acres where I can have a garden, and chickens, and be able to can and be self-sustaining. I don't want to have to buy everything from the grocery store.
So,
Food allergies, it's really hard to find food that I can eat.
yeah, yeah. It is becoming increasingly harder to find commercially grown or commercially produced foods that people are not allergic to or have at least have some sort of sensitivity to or what have you. It is so hard to find that anymore, and organic is so much more expensive. And while I understand that it is probably more expensive to raise, well, in fact, I know it's more expensive to raise animals, organically. It's still the cost just doesn't seem to justify. Um, but I guess it's where you lay your priorities. I guess I don't really know. No.
I mean, I'm allergic to yellow 5 food color. And they put yellow
Mhm.
5 food color in pickles and
Everything.
chocolate pudding. I
Yep.
mean, why? Why do you put yellow food color in chocolate pudding?
I I don't know. I don't have any clue because red food dye, red, I think it's red number 5 maybe, is also it's a very large culprit of people's food allergies. So yep, I totally understand. I totally understand. So are you homeschooling the kids? Are they in public school and then you just do like remote learning right now, or how is that working out for you guys?
We put my granddaughter in K through 12 because my daughter didn't want to use the Toledo school district.
Mm,
And when we were in that other trailer, we didn't have proof of residency either.
mm,
We didn't because we couldn't show a utility bill.
right, right. Homesteading in Idaho says my youngest is also allergic to most food dyes. We've gone to producing almost all of our own food on 1.5 acres. That is amazing. So then my next question is, do you think that it is absolutely 100% unequivocally possible to be completely self-sufficient, self-reliant for everything? Or do you think that it should or has to be a combination of, you know, homesteading and growing your own food and buying things?
I would say it would have to be at least a little bit of a combination because we can't produce our own salt
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. Um, I would probably still buy my own flour and sugar and salt and spices, but
Right.
for everything else, if I could, I would raise my own meat and eggs and everything.
Right. Right. Um, Homesteading in Idaho said no, they don't think so either. That they still purchase things like salt. They prefer the pink Himalayan and Redmond's real salt, and I agree with that. So there are a lot of. See, I don't think that anybody can be completely um, self-reliant. I don't think that anybody can be completely you know, out of the grid of um, food production. Obviously, you would have to. I mean, unless you're going to grow cotton, weave it yourself, or wool, or what have you. You know, whatever. If you, I mean, you're going to have to grow your own fiber. You're going to have to grow your own grains, just even to produce clothing. So, I mean, I don't see how anybody can say that you can be 100% self-sufficient and self-reliant because you have to. I mean, you have to rely on society and such for things like, I mean, you can substitute toilet paper with like lamb's ear or that kind of stuff, but you can't produce toilet paper on your own. You're not going to be able to produce most of your clothing on your own. So I mean, there are things that you can do, and obviously if you have the skill set. So what skills do you think are like 100, if you were to go start your homestead all over today, what skills do you think are the absolute most important skills to have?
You need to be able to butcher all kinds of animals if you eat meat,
Mm-hmm.
and you need to be able to diagnose and treat any illnesses because you're not going to be able to take your animals to the vet. Not all the time. Even if there are vets that will see them, it's going
Mm-hmm.
to be really expensive. So you need to be able to do all that. And that's another reason I will never move back to Michigan, because they made it a law that that you have to go to the vet for any antibiotics. So if you need antibiotics for your animal, you still have to go to the vet. And that's you.
Really?
Yeah, you can't buy antibiotics over the counter anymore for your animals in Michigan.
So, I mean, I know that you can you buy like fish amoxicillin for your fish, because that is actually versatile across the board.
No, you can't.
Really?
There are no antibiotics on the shelf at all anymore in Michigan.
Wow. Boy, that governor has done a fantastic job up there.
That was they made that law under the Snyder when Snyder was governor.
Okay. All right. So, how important is it for you to be completely debt free? And do you think that you should be or need to be completely debt free before trying to start your homestead? Or is that something that um, you could work toward, and how would you manage that?
Well, it helps to have good credit at least. Turn that TV off, Elijah. you have to try to have good, at least a decent credit, because anything could happen.
Right.
With me, I that's the reason I don't have my own house right now, is because my credit is bad.
Hmm.
But I'm going to work on that.
Yes.
Mm.
See, and I agree. I think that I think having good credit and as little debt as possible is probably your best thing. But I don't know that we can even. I don't know that you can run a household, a homestead. I mean, anything without having some sort of debt. You are always going to have some sort of debt, I would think. So,
So you can work towards getting having your property paid off and everything,
sure.
and that would help. And not having to go get a car loan would be
Hmm.
good too, if you save up enough money to buy a decent car.
Right.
So that's what I would like to do. I
So,
don't want to have a car loan or anything.
yeah, we're in the same boat. We don't have we don't take out car loans at all. All of our vehicles that we have, we own outright. They may not be glamorous, but we own them outright. We don't. I mean, we don't. We try really hard not to even attempt to use our credit. We don't really have, and we don't have good credit, which is it's so odd. Even though we don't have, a ton of like credit card debt or anything like that, we still don't have good credit scores. It's just kind of weird. Like our house is free and clear. We own our house, but you will have, you have to work somehow. You have to make some money somehow because you have property taxes to pay every year. You really should have insurance on your property, that kind of stuff. And so, do you think that it is necessary then for at least one of um, either you or your significant other has a job off of the homestead in order to bring in that income, or how would you supplement that income in order to pay those things like property tax and insurances and that kind of stuff?
Well, when I was at my other farm in Michigan, when I didn't have an outside job, I was running scrap.
Okay.
I was picking up scrap metal. So I was basically working off the homestead anyway. I was
Uh-huh.
going picking up scrap metal when the scrap metal prices were really high.
Right.
I was bringing home $500 a week when I at the height of
Wow.
that. But I had a stockpile because I was stockpiling everything until the prices went up.
Right. Yeah, I used to do that kind of stuff with my grandfather. He was very frugal, very frugal, and so we did a
Right.
lot of scrapping and a lot of just, in general, we would do a lot of junking in general.
Get
So
to the kitchen table, please.
I think it can be a
Go
good
to the
source
dining
of
table.
income. So
Sorry, the
no,
dogs are
you're
trying to get my grandson's food.
no, that is fine. Um, so Pet Sodic says that they are a fish keeper. Obviously, if you have multiple aquariums, and they are quite happy they don't live in Michigan because they have fish, and if they couldn't get antibiotics for their fish. Um, and Victoria May, have a wonderful day. Hope you stop back in. I'm going to be on for another, 11 and a half, a little over 11 hours. It's the marathon.
And
Uh,
I'm gonna have to go too because I haven't eaten yet, and I have to get ready for work.
That is absolutely fine. So, okay, so I'll just ask you one last question. So, what is your biggest goal for 2021?
Um, just saving up money to get another place to live, because Benito has a roommate in a 2-bedroom apartment, and although I like his roommate, I just don't. Living with 2 men is going to be a big change
Yeah.
from
Yes,
where I've been.
I understand. Yeah, it's and it's hard. I know that in some cultures it is it's almost a requirement. You have multiple generations of families living in the same household, but I think for most Americans, I think we're kind of like there is no household big enough for 2 families. There's just not. So, all right. Well, I will let you go, and I will let you get some lunch and head off to work. Do you have any other social media that you um, would like to share other than I know you have YouTube, obviously, and the mods have shared your link out a couple of times. And so, what other social media do you have?
I'm on Facebook and Instagram, but I haven't been too focused on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
But so I share some things on Facebook once in a while.
Yeah. Have you noticed a lot of I've noticed on social media in general, but mostly on Facebook, I've noticed a ton of drama, and so I've had to kind of pull back from a lot of my social media because otherwise it's just too much drama. Have you found that too?
Well, my family is all drama, so I ignore most things anyway.
Okay.
And um Facebook has been censoring my YouTube channel page because they want money to boost posts.
Right.
So not many people see my posts.
Well, I don't doubt that. I'm getting a lot of stuff censored too. That's why I don't really post on Facebook anymore, and I've concentrated more on Instagram, and I'm sure that's going to end up going that way before too terribly long.
Yeah,
Um,
Instagram's owned by Facebook too, so
yeah. Yep. So yeah, I'm on a ton of different social media because of that reason. So I totally get it. So, all right. Well, I will let you go. You have an absolutely wonderful day at work. And I will actually be able to talk to you when we go later, I'm sure.
and as long as it's before 5 o'clock, because that's where I have to be at work.
Right. All right. Well, take care. And thank you for coming on and being my first guest. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. Bye, hon.
Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that was Missy from Wicked Chickens Homestead. And make sure that you go check her out. Go check her channel out. Go check her Facebook page out. All that fun stuff. She's really had a very hard year. So I'm going to try and get caught back up into the throughout the chat here. I would say, yeah, no, but okay. So going back up to, I had said something about, are you able to, do you think that that you're able to be 100% self-sustainable? And I think the general consensus is that no, most people can't be. I think it would require way too many skills and skill sets. And while you can learn a lot of skills and do a lot of things, and you can do many, 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 many things, what do you do well? That's the thing. You have to be able to do it very well in order to make it work, I think. So, let's see here. And then I absolutely agree with I don't think that you can have any kind of credit without debt. And so I think that, which I find really silly, like if you have no debt, why should you not have very good credit? I don't quite understand that. Let's see here. Oh, I could have asked this too. So do you guys think that we're going to end up going back to a trade and barter system before too terribly long? Because I kind of feel like we might actually. I put herbs in mine. It gives more flavor and makes the salt last a little bit longer. Yes, yes. Okay. David, that is true. Cotton is not very cost productive. You really truly do need several thousands of acres in order to produce enough cotton to produce your clothing. Yeah, a lot of clothing. So hemp is on the rise for in Iowa. I actually looked into it this year. I was actually looking into becoming a hemp farmer, and even on just a half an acre. It was going to require way too many permits, way too much government oversight. And I thought, it was going to cost me a lot of money just to get in on it. So, but hemp is a fantastic fiber to use for all kinds of different products, building, clothing. I mean, just, it's crazy. So hemp is very versatile. I've also noticed that a lot of people don't do a lot of, they don't do a lot of hunting anymore. At least now, at least here in Iowa, they're just really, the deer population seems like it's kind of out of control. I don't really know what the deal is. If maybe people this was the year that people decided that, they really couldn't or didn't want to go hunting anymore. So using their skins and, their hides and things like that really is not a thing anymore either. I don't think that a lot of people use the hides of what they hunt. Let's see. Homesteading in Idaho says seed starting, gardening, canning, dehydrating, animal husbandry, butchering, foraging, herbs, and medicinal herbs. Agreed. Absolutely all of those things. I think those are very necessary skills to have. Britt, yes, I'm still learning medicinal herbs as well. And I plant tons and tons of herbs. I love herbs though, and flowers and things like that. Anything that I can use as for cooking or medicinal use, I'm all over that. Okay. Evan says you have to owe money to borrow money. This is true, and it sucks. Hello, Gardening in the North. Sorry that I didn't catch you before now. Oh, thank you, David. I appreciate for sharing this out. We have a lot of time left to go. So please, everybody, come on in. But be nice, behave. Britt, when you have little to no credit, it is almost worse than having bad credit anywhere. And I don't know why. So, Evan, also you said don't have good credit because you have to show a good payment history. That is true. I think that the credit game is really it's ridiculous. This is how I do have a loan, and actually I have 2 payments left. I have January and February left, and then it'll be paid off. And then I'm going to go get it. I'm going to try and do another loan, but I had to use something as collateral because my credit score is not very great. So yes, Britt, dang, it is the marathon day. It's the 12-hour live day. So you guys are gonna have to keep coming back and keep me moving. So, okay. I only got the loan for a now thing. Yes. Wild lettuce is a great painkiller. Yes, it is. Got tags for California. Like every year, we only got a bear. Poachers here are out of control, so we spent the money to hunt in Colorado. That is crazy. Hello, Ashley's allotment. How are you, darling? How are things going over in the UK? All right. You can help with credit building. That would be fantastic. Okay, so I think I'm kind of caught up for the most part. So this year we haven't had a lot of hunting, like I was saying. It doesn't seem, and it seems like it's been kind of going that way for the last several years. So yeah, I don't know. Kat, you want to jump in? Absolutely. You certainly can. I would love to have you on. So there is the link. You can jump in anytime. Also, Evan, if you'd like to jump on and talk about credit stuff here in a little bit, that would be awesome. Like, because I think it's super important for people to know this stuff and to learn about it and be, be very diligent with their credit and their money. So if you have some strategies and would like to get on here and share, I would love to have you up here. I think it's a matter of time. It will be like the Civil War when they burn money, it's worthless. I kind of have that feeling as well. Like I'm a little bit leery of all of this. There seems to be a whole lot of unrest right now, and people think I'm kind of crazy, but I do predict some really bad times ahead of us. Worked for a cotton warehouse in 2019 and then had a breakdown, can't work. That happens to the best of us. It does. I think also that's another thing. Mental health is a big, big issue. And I think a lot of people that homestead, if they try, some of them, homesteading is an escape for them. And that's how they're able to reconnect with themselves and with the land, and just even with society to some degree. And for other people, they don't really have those issues, and then they get into homesteading and all these new issues pop up meant for, with their mental health. And I think it's really just it's tough to deal with, I think, no matter what direction you're coming in from. So, and I think even whether you're just, even if you're just living where you're not really doing any kind of prepping, or you're not really doing, the big, or homesteading on a huge scale or any of that stuff, I think that life in general has been so crazy lately that I think everybody's mental health has been I think we've all suffered. Honestly, I think we have suffered dearly this year with our mental and emotional health. I really do. Okay, Kat, that's fine if you aren't able to do that. My homestead journey took off after I had a major mental break in 2015, could barely leave the house. So it was time to put everything I learned growing up into practice. Best thing to ever happen. That is inspiring to hear. And that is what we can hope for, I think, for a lot of people. I do really think that there are many reasons why people homestead. And I think a lot of it does come down to what your mental health is to begin with. It really just kind of sucks sometimes. So anyway, yes, Dave, I'm the same way. I think that having credit is not a bad thing, but I would rather just, I don't like owing anything to anyone. I hate that. I absolutely despise that fact. And so I'd rather just know that, okay, I give you the cash, I have the product, I don't need to deal with you ever again. Like, that's, yeah. I'm totally on the same page with you there, dude. So, all right. Mental health has been bad this year. I'm hoping next year will be a year of blessings and healing. I am also hoping for that. I wish that for everyone. I really do. So for us this year, for me personally this year, my mental health has suffered. I've had a lot of setbacks this year, and I have had some really bad breakdowns. I'm not even going to lie, I'm not even going to kid you there. I am a human being, just like you, just like, the next person. But, and so we all have issues, we do. And how we deal with them can and will and do vary in degrees on how we handle them, what those symptoms and those signs are, and and our actions. So yes, Evan, if you would like to jump on, I can absolutely. Here is the link again. If you are able to, Evan. I know Evan, I had talked to him on I had talked to him a little bit on Instagram, and he said that he was going to have me playing throughout the day, but he's got things he's got to try and get done too. So yes, Evan does a ton of stuff. So you didn't do your hair? I don't care, dude. It is, yeah. My dad is bald as a cue ball, so there you go. All right, so let's see here. Homesteading in Idaho. I was doing good until around June, where it felt like I was carrying around a load of bricks. I learned a lot about myself this year, plenty of adjusting. Yes, and I'm glad you did. This has been a year of breakdown and regrowth, I think. I really do. So you're supposed to be drywalling a bedroom. All right. Ashley's allotment. Not good in the UK. Restrictions have gone higher. Truck drivers stuck at ports. Yeah, Ashley, you have got a heck of a mess over there, from what I'm reading. I also try to stay away from the lamestream media because everything has a spin on it and it has to fit a social agenda. And I just, yeah. So I try really hard to get through many sources when it comes to news. In fact, I rarely even turn the TV on to watch news. Like, I watch it for the weather, and that's not even accurate most of the time. So there you go. So Ashley, let's see, you're what, 8 hours ahead of us? So you are, or you're 7 or 8 hours. So what time is it over there? You should be like, is it 8 or 9 o'clock over there? It's hanging in the bathroom drying. That is absolutely hilarious, Ashley. Hello, Adrian. How are you? Yes, it is afternoon for me. We just got through the first hour of the 12-hour marathon live chat. So, okay, there's Kat. All right. Hello, darling. How are you?
Trying to get this to work.
That's okay. That is okay. So, if y'all don't know,
Frozen on one end. There we go. What? Okay. Let me close out YouTube. There we go. Let's see if we can get it to work.
If you close out YouTube, or at least you need to mute it, I guess, because you should be able to hear. through or through the StreamYard app. So
Yeah, I hear it, but I can hear you fine. It's just you're frozen.
oh no!
And I can't see the chat.
So if
Oh, there we go.
all of you
Okay.
don't know who this is Kat from Homestead Foraging Farm. And she and Denny live in Kentucky.
Yeah.
So can you kind of explain what your journey is right now?
The very, very long journey.
It has been, for you guys.
So,
we lost her. All right. Hopefully. So they got some land from family that I do know that they bought from family. And they're trying to set up a new homestead out there. And in the meantime, they just sold the house that they lived in town. And that has been a total nightmare of a mess. But so where she's at now, she's in the new rental house in town, and she doesn't have very good signal off and on. So, boo. Her signal is just not very good. Okay, let's see here. So Ashley says, Polish Army are here testing truck drivers for COVID at 7 p.m. Really? Ugh. Britt, the way I see the 2020 year is to find yourself and see who is really in your corner for you. I agree with you. There she is again. Hi, honey.
I don't know how horrible this is going to get. Literally, I'm using this little like Verizon broadcaster for Wi-Fi, and yeah.
Yes. Yep. I remember those days.
I'm only 3 minutes from the old house, so you would think we would have some kind of connection, but we don't.
Yeah. That's weird.
Yeah.
That is so weird.
But so let me make this just quick because it's probably going to end up kicking me again because you're freezing. I'm not freezing, but you're freezing on my end. So what's nice is I get to actually share this with you and everybody is finally the news came in. We close tomorrow for sure.
That is awesome. Yay! Oh my gosh, Kat, that is amazing news. Oh, yay! I'm so excited for you.
I know. It's like I'm still in shock.
I know. So then, how soon will you be able to get moved out to the farm then?
Well, so we got the gravel for the driveway. So that's there. And then we went to go feed the animals today because we go twice a day to take care of everybody. And they were dumping another full load of wood chips. So, so that tree service has been amazing. I mean, they're just like free everything, just bring you just loads of friggin' wood chips. But so we have to get a bobcat in there. And then he's got to level out the gravel and then level out a spot for an actual camper. And then I'm thinking what he's going to do is end up taking the wood chips now and then putting it down first and then going to put the gravel on top of the wood chips. So
it's probably a good idea.
So it's all going to come down to just timing. Like he has, like 1 to 2 days off a week. They still got him at like 50 hours a week, even with it slowing down. So I don't know. I mean, hopefully within the month would be awesome. But his main concern, though, is finding a camper that is all seasoned. And then getting it, getting it seasoned or ready for, the cold weather that's been going on.
Yeah.
So, but, so yeah.
I'm just super excited for you.
This has been going on. People that don't know, they don't know. We put the house up for sale June 1st.
Yes.
And this is our fourth buyer. and it has been hell. We were supposed to close on the 21st, and it was delayed too because it was the buyer's USDA loan. So USD loans have been horrible with anything. So we're just getting approved or.
Yeah, well, yeah, government anything is a pain. So, and USDA loans are, they're hard to get too, but they're good when you get them. At least from what I've heard. I've never used a USDA loan. I actually got a paper from the USDA. Actually, is talking about. So I wanted to get into the. It's a program to help buy a high tunnel, and it's for farmers. I actually went my homestead, even though I'm in town, I actually have a farm number. I am a registered farm.
Yeah, we got insurance for that for the farm.
Yeah.
What is it technically? How do you get like being registered?
So I had to go in and fill out paperwork, and basically what it was taking my land, which actually was originally farmland anyway. But I had to go in and put in an application to see if I can turn my homestead into farm ground again, so that I can do things like farm to market and that kind of stuff, and then also be able to qualify for things like getting assistance with purchasing a high tunnel or purchasing a greenhouse setup or that kind of stuff. So yeah, I went ahead and did that, and now I got this thing that my application from 2018 is currently on hold and going to have to be reconsidered again because I did not meet the criteria for the whatever the assistance program was to get the high tunnel. And I'm like, really?
That's crazy.
So, like, whatever. So
I was laughing at Chrissy.
Yeah.
That I'm actually wearing makeup. Yeah, it is rare, isn't it?
It is super rare that you wear makeup.
And then my head disappeared in the mug. I wonder if it would do that again.
It's too funny, girly. Okay, so all right, so now you guys are going to be able to hopefully move out to the farm. You're already kind of out there anyway, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, all the animals, and I mean, this has been, I guess it's kind of like been a practice run with just the slow mix of moving everybody out there and trying to get everybody, just all the animals settled. We have the 2 Nigerian dwarf goats, 30 chickens, 1 goose. Oh, speaking of Sally yes. Attacking me now.
What?
I don't know what's going on. You know how sweet she was when you were here.
I know.
Now she's kicking my ass.
I love Sally. Oh my God, she's so cute.
I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's because she's older now and now she's become maybe a little bit more dominant over her chickens.
Oh, maybe.
Because yesterday I was just giving water and I was patting her off and on and stuff, but once the whole little flock of chickens came around me to get water, she just started biting my gloves, and I was like, oh, she's just being goofy,
Right.
And then she started tearing at me, and then she came all at me with her wings. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you?
She's hurting you. Mom, go away. I got things
like doing the whole chest bump into me and the wings at me and biting the shit out of me. I'm like, all right, you're going in your house. So I picked her up by the neck and around her wings, and she was pissed. And she's never like that. So I don't know what's going on. She's becoming a dominant goose now. So anyway, so the 1 goose with the 30 chickens, and then we got the 2 dogs out there in a kennel too. So we go out twice a day. We go out in the morning, feed, water everybody. I mean, it's been an experience. I mean, especially with, it's kind of the same thing that most people deal with. You know, everything's freezing water and mud and, you know, mess and, you know, carrying, because but what sucks is we've been having to park at the road. So you're looking at maybe about 100 and 50, maybe up to 200 feet. You know, you're walking back into the woods. And, I mean, the water is about 50 feet away, you know, filling up buckets and stuff like that. But, you know, we're hauling. It's been so ridiculous. I feel so bad. I haven't even been like recording some of this stuff. That's so stupid. I've been using one of those old wagons, one of those little kitty wagons, the radio flyer wagons.
Yeah.
And pulling it, putting a 50-pound bag on it, and it's just sinking into the mud. I'm just pulling it and it's sinking into the mud. Now it weighs 200 pounds because I'm trying to pull it, and it's so stupid. And then finally it just keeps falling over. And because I'm like, if I drag it, it's just going to get so wet and nasty. But so it's been pretty funny, but it's been a huge experience with this, like a learning experience.
Oh my gosh, you like froze and now you're like, I don't know what the heck is going on. But you're here. I can see you now.
It's like I said, this thing is horrible. It's horrible connection. I see you off and on, like it's freezing when you're smiling or you're taking a drink and it's freezing on my end, and I just keep talking to myself.
Nope, that's okay. We can hear you just fine. Like I can hear you fine.
Okay.
I don't have any delays in that, but I have delay in the video. So here and there. So
I see.
Dave says he just followed you on Instagram.
Thank you. Yeah, my Instagram does horrible. like I have really been trying for I don't know how long. Yeah, thanks, Christy. I don't look like powder today. Yeah.
Hello, Tara's Path. How are you?
I do. I need an oxen team. Or
I do.
I want some donkeys. I actually want some mini donkeys. If my goats weren't too like sporadic, I could actually get them to probably pull a 50-pound bag of feed, but that's not going to happen.
No, I've met those two goats. They aren't doing nothing.
They're eating and they're laying down. That's Anna and Billie Jean's attitude. Feed me, leave me alone. Let me sleep.
Yep. Well, hi, Jan. How are you and Susan? They're waiting for their order at Sonic.
Oh, nice. Hey, get me a shake while you're at it. Or have a shake without me.
I'll do a limeade. I love those things.
Oh, yeah, those are good. So what else? I'm going off course here. I know you have your plan of the day.
You're fine. Okay, so out on the farm then, I know that I kind of know what's going on, but are you going to stay off grid? Are you building? Are you going to go on the grid? How are you going to provide, your utilities, things like that?
Well, we have the water there. So the water's connected to the public water. The electric has been a friggin' headache. That has been a headache actually since May.
Yep.
So we have had to continuously change what the electric company wants. The panels, the conduits, the everything has just, every time they're out there or we get a permit or an inspector or something, it's always changing. So that has one thing left done. It needs a conduit that bends or goes straight down into the ground and then bends. Has to be dug 2 feet into the ground, and you have to have a pulley string put through the conduit 2 feet into the ground out the other side so that they can pull their wires through.
Yep.
And I'm like, what kind of string are we talking about here? Like, what do we need exactly? Because this is stupid and ridiculous, and every time you come out, it's something new.
Yep.
Like, you could just even use a hay bale string or something. I'm like, Jesus. Okay. You should have told me that. 6 months ago.
Yeah, right.
So, regardless, we're going to go with the standard electric, but it technically is looked at as, what do you call it? Like an construction site base hookup for your electric. It's going to work for the camper.
Okay.
And so we are still on a hunt for a camper because we didn't know how long that this was going to go with the closing, because we've been through this so many times. The last closing we went through with the third buyer, it took 2 months to find out that they were denied a loan. So this one, we got told even yesterday that they wanted to go look at the house. They wanted to go through it. And I said, okay, they're backing out. They're backing out. You know, I'm like, why are they doing this right before, you know, they're saying hopefully by Tuesday, you know? So I'm like, well, we're just waiting for it. And so Denny looks at me and goes, so what's plan B?
Yeah.
You know, what's plan B? You know, what is our backup plan? Are we going to go and try to make payments again on the house? Are we going to try to sell it again? Like, what are we doing? Because it was literally coming down to, it was either we had to hurry up and sell it or it was foreclosure. I mean, that's what it was coming down to.
Right.
Because we don't have the money for a nicer camper. You know, we don't, it's just not stuff sitting around. We're the types that we've never been able to save a dime, living, you know, paycheck to paycheck. And then he was doing really well with the knives. And then the unnamed virus comes around and, you know, then everybody was trying to, you know, make a living or trying to pay their bills. And nobody was wanting to buy collective knives or Viking knives or whatever. So he made the decision to go ahead and start driving for Amazon, the big, what they call it, the XL. So it's like 26 foot. It's like right below a semi CDL.
Right.
Huge, gigantic Amazon trucks where they are delivering. It's so funny because every time he comes home, I get to hear about the stuff that he hated trying to deliver to these like $350,000 houses.
Yeah.
So like he hates ping pong tables. He never wants a ping pong table.
No, I'm gonna get him
the ping pong table again. So he started working and unfortunately disappointed a lot of people with, you know, not, you know, with the knives and things like that. And you know, he had a lot of people that were, you know, especially on the YouTube channel, you know, there's a lot of followers that we got even more because of him and showing that. But it is what it is. It's all about survival. I mean, especially this year.
Yeah.
You know, it's been majorly about survival. So as of right now, we are renting a house 3 minutes from the old house and 3-minute drive. And we luckily, it was a friend of mine that was trying to sell it. She was in between closing, and she said, you know, if your property isn't ready, why don't you just go ahead and stay there until the closing of that house? You know, keep a roof over your head.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, it makes sense. The gravel, we couldn't even get anybody to deliver gravel because there was so much mud. I mean, 20 times worse than when you came to visit. Literally, like, it's just sinking into the friggin' clud. The clay.
Yep, I took home some Kentucky clud.
It's called fish tape, made specifically to pull wire. I do not know this.
So there you go. Yeah. So Jan is the woman. Let me tell you what, that woman can do anything.
Yeah.
She really can.
So anyway, so we're staying here, and then we even got we were going to only stay till the end of January, but then stuff had happened where their buyer backed out here too. So we're actually going to stay till like February 15th if we need to, because it's going to be a hunt in the winter to try to find a camper that we need.
Yep.
And then he's really worried about staying warm.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, literally, that's his biggest worry now. We already have the gravel, and he knows he can get the bobcat in and all of that. So he's almost gonna be 40 in January, and he's like, I'm done with being cold.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what cold is. Jeez.
I know, but he's like, now the best thing that I've ever bought him, I guess, was kind of like a Christmas gift, even though he was there with me, was what do you call it? Long underwear.
Thermals. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was literally been wearing the past 2 days, and he was off work. I'm like, you're wearing him with your jeans in the house? I'm like, aren't you sweating? And he's like, no. He's like, that's the great part of it, is I'm not cold and I'm not hot.
That is too funny.
I just want to be comfortable.
He needs to have go have his blood pressure and stuff checked.
He already had that.
I know, but I think he might need to go do it again. Circulation issues are a big thing.
Well, yes, Dave lost a bunch of weight. I mean, literally, you can see how much weight that he's already dropped, and it's mainly, I mean, even in his legs. I mean, you can see it from where he's using his legs more, and he's using all this. I mean, he's getting all these like crazy friggin' shoulders and stuff and ripped up here. But then his legs, I'm like, Jesus Christ, his legs are like friggin' skinny as hell now. And then I was teasing him, and he would kill me for saying this, but he's got buns of steel now too. Oh my God. Yes, I'm in Kentucky. We're in northern Kentucky, about 20 minutes from Cincinnati.
Hello,
Sorry, I'm just kind of everything is slow for me, guys, so I can't read everything that's going on in the chat.
No, everything is slow for me too, because I deliberately did that on my channel. I went into YouTube Studio and I delayed the chat by like 20 seconds. That way we could stay caught up.
Okay.
So yeah, I did that on purpose. That was all.
All right, sorry. I ramble, so I don't know what's next.
No, you're not rambling. You're fine. You are absolutely fine. So you've actually answered a lot of the questions. So obviously you allow visitors to your homestead, because I've been there.
Yep. There's not much to see. I mean, there's not much. Like I said, it's not like we can. I mean, yeah, the goats are entertaining, and Jack Sparrow's entertaining and makes you laugh. But
oh my God, that damn rooster makes me giggle so hard.
He's crow is like this big. He's this big, and he just tries so hard to belt out those crows.
He does. He is so stinking funny. I love him. Oh my God. I don't know how you don't like have abs of steel from laughing at him. Seriously. Like,
it's because I guess we just gotten to the point where we just like shake our head at him, like you're just trying so hard. I mean, he was sick for a long time too, and luckily that we were so happy when he just got to feeling better, because we also call him the old man, because I don't know if it's an actual serama type of disease, or he's just old. He's got the crazy feet, and then he's got like some kind of like, it's almost like scales things on his feet. But well, we think it also had to do with him staying in a cage too long. He was in a cage like all of his life, and so that can happen with their feet. So we don't know. But yeah, so all the chickens are named. They're all my son's chickens. Everybody has a purpose. We've kind of separated everybody too, so that we can actually start getting eggs. Oh yeah, and the Americanas started finally after 7 months started laying.
Yeah, they usually. I noticed that depending on the breed, but I noticed that some breeds they'll start laying right at about 6 months, and then like my chickens, none of mine started laying until they were like 10 months old.
Yeah. I was like, they're not freeloading anymore. They need to make up for all the feed. Because I did a little short video that I tried to post, and I've been trying to post since yesterday afternoon, and it's only at 50% from my phone. Yeah. So in there, Denny was like, 300 pounds of grain later, they are finally laying eggs.
Chrissy, no, I can't unless I go into YouTube Studio. That is when I can turn off the slow mode for chat. But I didn't know how many people I was going to have in and out of here, so that's part of the reason why. And because I'm trying to do kind of an interviewing thing, I wanted to make sure that I could get back to the comments if necessary. So that's why I did it that way, Chrissy. Otherwise, I don't usually have slow mode on the chat. So, okay. So how are you making money then for the homestead other than obviously, so Denny's working outside the home. He's working for Amazon driving. So what do you do, and what are there other like streams of income?
Well, I'm still a photographer. I still have my own business, Cat Hall Photography. I didn't change it or anything with finally get married. But so it's slow. I mean, it's really slow right now. It always is in the wintertime for me. Yeah. But I've done a couple newborn shoots, and my first wedding is Saturday. So, and then they're all I had a lot of rescheduling. I had 10 rescheduling this year into next because of the unnamed. And so it is going to be everything's going to be actually kind of nice, a lot more nice. It's not going to be combined. It's going to go from like January to March. And then I think like April, and everything's going to be like just spanned out until October, which I like a lot. Just because you hate like worrying, like, okay, what's happening next? And usually I have my other photographers. I have other photographers that work for me. And then they just go and shoot, and I do all the editing and stuff like that.
Right.
But this year is going to be a lot tighter financially. Now for the homestead wise, when we were even just living at the old house, during the summertime, I was incubating quail, and I was selling eggs too. So I was doing pretty good with that. But then Facebook shut down the advertising of eggs, any kind of eggs.
Yeah,
which really, really hurt me big time. I tried to keep an actual log of who I was selling to. But then I've been trying to join a lot more.
What is going on here? Wow. That was weird.
Yeah.
Dave, you can, when it comes to your time to come on, you do whatever you want. You can walk out to the van before you can, I don't really care what you do. However you want to make your entrance, man.
Yeah, I can jump off here whenever.
Well, I have him scheduled in like an hour and 20 minutes. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to fill time, and I'm trying to give everybody a chance. I just want to make sure everybody gets a chance to kind of showcase their homestead or whatever it is that they're doing and that kind of stuff. Right. So yeah, so you're fine. I mean, you're fine. I got to find my list of questions because I actually did make questions. So
I thought you were already checkmarking stuff.
I have been, but okay. So this is how organized I got myself last night. Like I hammered this shit down.
I believe it.
I did general Q&A. Then I have homesteading Q&A. And then I have a specific Q&A for Scotty when he comes on about urban foraging. I have one about I have one for Dave for his box van conversion into a
cool.
tiny house. And then I have a specific set of questions for Anne Marie when she comes on about her tiny house build. So yeah,
Cool.
I'm hammering this down.
That's awesome.
So I know Denny does he does the foraging and whatnot. So I'm assuming that's kind of obviously because of the unnamed virus. So that's kind of slowed down. But is that usually a pretty good source of income? He's extremely talented with it.
Yeah, and he's self-taught when it comes to everything too, which is still amazes me. So yeah, I mean, he has a really big following on his Facebook page. And then he was, it was doing really, really well too with getting the views were insane. Over 1,000 to 2,000 views every YouTube video that he would do on the blacksmithing. So yeah, I mean, it just kind of it went up and down. It was anything kind of sales, when things weren't too chaotic for the world. But yeah, he was able to. I've done it full time for a year. I mean, we were able to support ourselves with that and my photography. And then, like I said, with the quail and the quail eggs and all that, that was helping just, pay for feed. So it's kind of the same thing we're going to do. I'm hoping to get the incubators back and going before March, and then even incubating all kinds of, chick eggs, and people will go crazy in March and April for what do you call it? For baby chicks. So yeah. I want to do that again to just help for feed, because now that all of these chickens are becoming adults, I'm noticing especially during the winter time, we are going through in maybe a week to a week and a half, 50 pounds of feed.
Yeah, they'll eat a lot more in the winter. That's how they create their own body heat.
Right.
So you have pretty diverse flock.
Yeah.
For breeds. So what all breeds do you have?
Oh Lord. Well, because they're Bubba's chickens, so we always started with just random ones. It wasn't a purpose. It was mainly because he loves them. I mean, we've had them we started with chickens. It's been almost 4 years, I think. Something like that. 3 or 4 years. So what we have now, everybody's kind of broken up into their own little area. There's some that were the babies that just kind of went with the Cochins because they were small, and the Cochins are really better at accepting other types of chickens, or
so those are the bantams, right?
Yeah, the bantams. So so the one we have, I don't really need to say their names, I guess, because everybody is named, but we have a mix of Sarama, which is the smallest bantam chicken that they can have. And then we have her with Jack Sparrow that we've talked about, but he's an actually Chinese Sarama. So the thing of it is that bantam pretty much just means little or small in the whole poultry scheme of things. And then we have Orpingtons. So we have a gold Orpington. We have a lavender splash Orpington, and they're a really bigger size chicken. I mean, they get huge.
They do get big.
And then we have one barred rock. We have the Cochins, different color of the Cochins. We have the Saramis, the black ones?
The I am Samanis.
Samanis.
Yes.
Yeah, I won't say it wrong. So,
I want to seriously come out to the farm. I want you to hatch a bunch of them for me.
I do.
I seriously want to come out.
Drive 10 hours for
I will drive 10 hours to get those damn chickens. I'm not even kidding you.
Oh, well, Linda, she's the one hen, right? And Negan is the rooster. So Linda decided that she wanted to be taken by a friggin' hawk yesterday. She decided to climb on top of the house and sit there. And we're literally like, are you friggin' stupid?
Oh my God.
Like, get your ass down.
No kidding.
So everybody needs a feather trim again because they are just being like fearless. But yes, I want to go crazy, and they're sweet. They're not, I don't know why, but I would think that for some reason, I would think that there's a certain type, with them being like an all certain one color, made me think that they might be aggressive. And they're not. Because the other chickens don't notice the difference between color or anything like that either. But I just thought that they would be more of a, what do you call it? Like, I would think that they would kind of scare the other chickens. I just thought that they would be that type where they might end up being more aggressive because they know that they can be more dominant.
Yeah.
But they're not. So, yeah, they're sweethearts. And then we have all the Americanas. I was hoping to get some, because I always call them Easter eggers too. Mm-hmm. But all I'm getting is a tan egg right now. They're finally laying, but I'm only gotten like 4 eggs so far, and they're all tan. So we have 2 roosters and 8 hens that we ended up getting from the hatchery, and they are just dominating. I mean, they're sweethearts. Even the roosters, and they're huge. Mm-hmm. They've gotten gigantic. Yeah. And then with let's see, we called them the Golden Girls because they're the oldest part of the flock that are in with Sally. And that's, let's see, we got 2 sexlings left. We have 2 older Americanas, a golden Orpington, and I think that's everybody. Yeah, I mean, and with having it smaller, you actually can memorize, because I can't even fathom once we like hit 60 or 100.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of damn birds, lady.
Well, Bubba's goal was 60, and now since we were out there on the farm, he's like, "Oh, I want 100," and I'm like, "Jesus Christ!" Like, you better start working because we need to feed these things.
Exactly. Get a job, kids. You got to feed these chickens.
Oh, and then I was reading. Let's see, Ashley.
Yes.
Ashley, she was saying about pigs. I hate to say it, but I really want some coonies.
Yes, they are so cute.
They're cute, and then the problem though is that our whole thing is to eventually, like, we want to start having our own, growing our own meat. So there's going to be Bubba's chickens, and there's going to be not Bubba's chickens, so that we can actually harvest, some meat birds. And then I was wanting to do that with pigs too, but the cooney are so cute. I don't know how I could send them off to the butcher. Would be rough. And I heard that they take longer to grow.
Yeah, as far as I know, they do. They take several more months to grow out to the right to a large enough weight. But they are really good. I guess they have their fat content is perfect. If you're wanting to do lard and that kind of stuff, like they really are almost a perfect breed. From my understanding, obviously I don't raise hogs. I can't really speak to that, and I'm not an expert, so but they've been, from what I know, they are just absolutely wonderful, and they are super docile. And so that's kind of been my problem with Lou. Like, he really needs to meet the hatchet, but I'm attached to that jerk.
I'm laughing because we've been talking about this for so long.
I am telling you, I went out and specifically bought a damn hatchet for this stupid rooster because he's such a jerk. The hatchet has never been used on this rooster.
You just need a cone and put him upside down in the cone.
I don't know, but I
don't like that thought either, is the whole bleeding out thing, but
well, and I don't know, like, he really does a great job with the girls, except that he's I don't know, he's kind of rough with them, and I really kind of want to keep him for breeding. I know that seems really like stupid, but I really want to I want to be able to separate him and Ethel, and because originally Lou was actually Lucy.
Oh, okay.
Lucy and Ethel, and then all of a sudden Lucy started to crow, and I'm like, what? What in the hell is going on?
We've been through that before. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Names get changed really quick.
Oh my God. So Tony's on here. It's the family's favorite story, Mandy. Lou and the Hatchet. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know. They make so much fun of me because I just haven't, like, I seriously, even though he's such a jerk, I really am kind of attached to him.
So say you need to do more like friggin' TikTok or something with him. I mean, that dude went crazy famous with yelling at that friggin' rooster. Like, you could do the same thing with Lou. Like,
I do
Lou, F you.
Yes. I mean, I yell at him and call him names, and yeah, I'm dropping the F-bomb about every other word with him. Yeah, he's such an asshole. But
it's entertaining. Chickens are really entertaining.
They are.
I can just find myself just standing there and just like literally you're just like watching them and how they get along with each other and how they work with each other and stuff like that. And it's entertaining.
And he and Ethel are they're both sapphire gem.
Yeah.
And that's I'm like, ooh, I'd like to breed them.
Yeah.
I don't know if I mean, I need to get them quarantined off somewhere else, by themselves. And
right.
I'd like to start a whole flock of just sapphire gem olive eggers. And then I'd like to start a whole flock of nothing but prairie bluebell eggers, which is what Molly is. And then I've got a Midnight Majesty Moran, and that is Luna, or Lunette, actually. And then, so all of my chickens are named. So it was Ethel and Lucy, but now it's Ethel and Lucifer. And then I have Lunette and Molly, a clown and her dolly on the big comfy couch. That's where that came from. And then I have let's see, those four were in a batch together. And then I have the other three girls are all Beatles songs. So I have Abby.
Nice.
Abbey Road. And I have Pepper, Sergeant Pepper.
Yeah.
And then let's see, Abby, Pepper, and oh my God, I can't even think of it. I'm such a bad chicken mom. I can't remember my chicken's names. That's terrible. Anyhow, no.
I'd have to sit here with pen and paper with
names. You have 30 chickens to try to keep track of.
Well, it's easy to remember the ones that my son named normal names. Not the ones that are called name, or the ones that are called cotton or water bottle.
She was originally a water bottle, now she is named.
Well, she was originally water bottle. He's informing me right now. She was originally water bottle, and now her name is Name.
Oh, what? Oh, Bubba, please.
Oh, God. So, yeah. It's easy to remember the other ones, with normal names.
Oh, my Rhode Island Red. It just thought of me. My Rhode Island Red. Her name is Penny. Penny Lane.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, and Tony just posted it.
Oh, yeah. Tony remembered.
Oh, I tell you, I would be some days. This may be like an uber long live for people. y'all are gonna have to like send me to the nut house when it's done.
Yeah, you're gonna need caffeine by like 6 o'clock.
No, I'm still drinking coffee.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, and then I drink highly caffeinated stuff. You know, I don't drink that wimpy stuff. So
No, I have to drink mild everything.
I have my Coca-Cola and
extra caffeine just.
yeah, and then probably by this evening I'm gonna end up with Captain and Coke
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
and a bottle of wine.
Jesus.
I know.
Tony's gonna be holding you up.
Oh, he'll be going, come on, honey, it's time to go to bed.
It's time to turn off the live.
I probably won't be drinking all of that, but I'm just saying those
I
are
hope the hell not.
you'd be surprised though. You would be surprised.
Ashley, I forget my own name. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, Ashley.
I do that with my last name. With maiden name and the married name.
Yeah.
I'm like, who am I today? What like which name am I using today? But that has to do with the whole photography thing because people get confused.
I'm sure. So, okay, so if you had the chance to just start your homestead all over again, start the farm all over again, what would you do differently?
Oh God. That's even frightening to think about. So this process started on my birthday in April. Of getting a bulldozer and actually like flattening, breaking land, I guess you would say. So what would we do different? Problem is I don't have patience. So, and even my father, God love him, he's still sick in the hospital. He says we're hasty. He's like, just saying.
Yeah.
And I guess that is honestly true. But it's the whole excitement of wanting to make it happen right now. And I'm always that type of person is I'm really rushing to make my dreams happen. I want it right this second. But if I had a bone in my body that had patience, I would probably wait to have the money in hand, which is really hard for anybody to do, is any kind of savings of anything.
Yep.
But I would definitely map it out. I would write it out. I would write out some kind of plan. And if you can only afford to do something once a month, and I'm talking about gravel, bulldozer, or bulldozer, gravel, and then trying to get that all done in like even the same weekend. So what you're looking at is somewhere, because you have to put down a down payment for your bulldozer, like a deposit, which is like an insurance deposit thing, and then the daily fee, and then also having your gravel brought in. So you're looking at, if it's an actual bulldozer, big sucker, that you're looking at with gravel about two grand. You're looking at $2,000 for maybe a weekend. So I would just start out with getting your land ready. Really do that. Now, what I should be saying is check with your zoning first. That's what they've even told us. Even if you're living in the county, it doesn't matter. Even if you're out in the sticks, it doesn't matter. You need to call your zoning and your building department first for that area. That's the first thing that you need to do if you're wanting to start with new, fresh land.
Right.
Even though if you've had family that lived there 40 years ago, even if there is water at the street or electric at the pole, it doesn't matter, because that water department, that company has no record of you.
Right.
No record of any family that lived there 40 years ago. because that's the situation we've been in. They have no proof of where that water is. You can't find the lid, you're screwed. You can't find the lid is covered with dirt somewhere. We can't find it. We've been out there with the trying to, what is the thing called? The
locator?
Huh?
The locator?
The locator? Yeah. I mean, everything that you can think of, they tried to find it and then they couldn't find it. It all came down to the memory of my father-in-law and him having the bulldozer and literally going right to the spot and finding it. It was the lid, the metal top of that lid was sideways.
Oh my.
Was sideways and covered with at least 6 to 8 inches of dirt. So yeah, you need to make sure that you have, say if you just start out with building and zoning first, asking you have to ask them permission for what you can do. Because we started with a cabin and we thought being in the country, it's a cabin to house. It's technically a shed, but it looks like a cabin. So the shed to house conversion, what we wanted to do. And we had it sitting on cinder blocks. We thought that was enough until we could do what we needed to it.
Right.
But unfortunately, with building and zoning, they stop your whole project. They stop everything until it's up to code. You're not allowed to live in it. You're not allowed to get electricity to it. You're not allowed to put water to it. You can't get sewage. You can't do anything until the foundation is right. Until the foundation is up to their code. They treat these shed houses as like a single line. You have to get cement footers ahead of time. You got to get the cement footers. They went on with a whole list of things that you have to do. You got to get the insulation underneath of it. You have to have 3 foot of space, a crawl space underneath of it. All of these details that you have to do and you have to follow. And to me, they felt like jerks saying to us, you needed to call us first. But honestly, now that I look at it, I didn't think we needed to call them, but I didn't think we had to. I thought we could do everything that we wanted to without their permission.
Right, because it was your land.
Right, it's your land. But still, every single place has different rules. Now, one place I've heard of that doesn't have certain rules is Tennessee. A friend of mine is doing doing the shed to house conversion there, and he doesn't have to worry about any of it at all. But really? I'm sure that's not all of Tennessee. So starting with your building and zoning, and then next going to at least have $2,000 to spend on a weekend with a bulldozer in the beginning of 22 tons of what do you call it? Gravel. And then going from there, knowing where your water and your electric and everything is from. In the long run, it was exciting, the starting of it and making stuff happen and the progression of it and just, like it's happening. But what was the big punch in the gut was the day when I get off the phone and them telling me that they might make the cabin inhabitable. And then having your heart almost break.
Yeah.
Because your dream is this close. You're building walls, you're putting up insulation. You're getting everything rolling to actually live, out on the farm, and then being told, no, this is against code. We won't let you live in it. So then literally sitting there in 90 degrees, like, what do we do?
Right.
What do we do next? What's the plan next? And then rushing into getting a camper. Oh, well, if we get a camper, then they come out here and they do this inspection, then they won't make it inhabitable. Then we could have it where we can kind of live in live in the cabin and then live in the camper and kind of go back and forth. Right. And then you rush into it overnight, spend $800 on a camper, get the camper down to the land, and then it gets stuck for 4 days in the mud.
Yeah. You poor thing.
In a ditch. Finally, your father-in-law pulls it out with a Hummer. And then you go to clean it out. You bug bomb it, everything. You go to open up the slides, and then the slides decide to stick.
Yep.
They decide to stick. And then one goes in and one comes out, and then you can't get it to switch back. The hydraulics breaks. And then the side decides to stick, and then it starts to crack, and then the whole slide becomes a hole. I have to laugh at it now because literally at that moment, we walk around, me and Denny, face to face, look at each other, and we just go sit down. Just
What else are
literally
you gonna
went and sat down.
Yeah. I mean, what else are you gonna do? Seriously, you're just like, what else can you do?
Right. Yeah.
You can't change it. You can't, it's just, yeah. You either cry or you laugh.
Yeah. So we've had a lot of that this year, but it just comes down to where we wanted to make things happen quickly. We just wanted the dream to happen quickly. And unfortunately, it all has to do with you either start with a lot of money or you do a project every month. Literally, start with a bunch of money or you start with this project every month. Do a little bit of something every single month to make it happen, And so that's my long bit of advice starting out on the land.
So then if you what equipment do you think is an absolute must have when you're trying to do all this from scratch?
Depends on if you have trees or if you have like an open field. I mean, you can go to a local, we have a local, what do you call it? Just a little hardware store that rents out bobcats and little diggers,
Yeah.
So, and it's a lot more reasonable than say a bigger established equipment company. We have one here. It's called Arts Rental, and you can rent any kind of construction site thing with them.
Mm-hmm.
And now with a little hardware store, it's a little bit more reasonable. Well, I would say a lot more reasonable. They it's like a $500 deposit, and then like $250, $260 or whatever a day. And those are the things that you mainly want to start with, depending on how much land you have and if you have trees and all that. Now, if you got some big ass trees, you want a bulldozer. You want a track bulldozer for sure. And then anything that if you have a mud issue, good Lord, we're in a hill.
Yeah.
Like, the property is inside of a hill.
Yeah.
So it is just, what's crazy too is how it changes. The front, I would say, how many acres is that? Probably the first 3 acres walking back is clay. And then it changes because the trees change. Mm-hmm. So it changes from cedars and it goes into oaks, and some other mix of trees or whatnot. But so it also depends on what, I guess the terrain you're dealing with. But definitely call ahead of time and get your prices. Now, if you're planning a year ahead, it's going to change year to year. It's going to go up every year, regardless. But you can start off with just a small little, with the bobcat or, even with just a small little digger and just get the spot out that you want to sit things at. And just kind of prepare things as you go. But you have to, luckily you get that $500 deposit back too. I mean, you get it back when the machine comes back. So you're really only out about $300, depending on how long you're using it. But
right.
Kind of when you want to start there.
All right. So then, what other hobbies do you have? For like the boredom busters. I know you probably don't have a lot of them right now just because you are so busy with building your homestead, but when you have downtime, do you have hobbies?
There's a lot of things that I used to like to do. I literally have to, the old hobbies I used to have, I literally have to force myself to even do them anymore because there's always something else that needs to be done. Since we're not living down there, I think I mentioned already, we're down there twice a day. So literally it's about 10 to 15 minute drive. And we're down there, especially in the morning for, depending on what's going on, an hour to 2 hours. And then in the evening, the chickens put themselves to bed. So then we just shut everybody in or whatnot. So my hobbies mainly over the past couple of years have turned into learning more about animals. Certain books, but mainly YouTube has been my main go-to for anything. And then a lot of Facebook groups, for sure. Mainly it's about the care, the care of them and certain things like that. And then, with my goats, I'm always freaked out. I only have 2 of them. I've had them for 2 years, and they're just like, they've always been, since I've had them, are my therapy animals. So I freak out if I notice, if their eyelids look too pale or somebody's got some lice. I literally give me my kit, I need this, call somebody right now.
Yeah.
Freak out with my goats. I mean, they are my everything. But yeah, I used to love to sit and crochet. I used to write poetry. I used to do photography for fun, but then it became a job. But mainly now it's just about raising animals. And then eventually even getting into gardening and things like that. It's like my mind is just set on plans, for breeding the goats, incubating some chickens, more quail. Like that's just kind of what I've been stuck in, that whole mind state of wanting to just grow the herd, grow the flock.
Yeah.
I want to actually grow my own damn spinach and kale instead of buying it and then getting it and then it's all rotted.
So then do you okay, I sit and I make out plans and lists. Like I am the list maker. So have you started to do that where you sit down and you're like, I want this. Okay, well, how do I need to go about doing that? That kind of stuff to plan out.
I have multiple notebooks, but they might only have a page written on them because I'll think okay, I need to write this down so I remember it, kind of thing. And then it's like, where'd that notebook go?
Yep.
And then it's like, here's a new notebook. So I'm really bad about completing anything. If I want to be honest, following through is definitely the hard part for me. Is following through. If I follow through, I'm literally patting myself on the back because that's huge.
I'm the same way.
I really in a way, I don't like disappointment. So I really won't write it down. Even though you're supposed to write it down, put it into the universe, and then, put it on the fridge and just tell yourself like you're really good at it, Mandy, and making it happen. My brain just can't work that way. Because I always feel like I have too many things getting in my way. And it's, and if I constantly see it, if I'm constantly looking at it and I know that it can't happen, then I just feel like I'm going to get disappointed. And I've had enough of that this year. So yeah. In my mind, I have my goals of what I want to happen. But if it can't happen, then I have to be okay with it and I have to accept it. That's, as I've gotten older, that has been the main thing I've had to do, is be an accepting person, accept things as they come. Because literally with all of those things that just keep on pushing us in 10 different directions, I have to keep myself from feeling disappointment. I just have to accept it as it's just one more thing I have to walk around.
Yep. I've had a ton of disappointment this year, and I'm really good at making lists. I'm really good at making lists and plans. I too have that problem with follow through and actually making something happen. So, and it usually comes down to the fact that I don't have the money to make it happen, or I don't have the physical ability to make it happen because I'm not as strong as I used to be, or, because I have physical limitations due to the brain injury and that kind of stuff,
Right.
Yeah. Like this year, I had this humongous garden planned out. I had all these seed starts. I get them into the ground on planting day. We're supposed to plant Mother's Day weekend.
Yeah.
3 days later, after I have all of this glorious seed in the ground, or these glorious seedlings in the ground, we get a hard freeze and everything died.
Yep.
I don't have control over that. And I am one of those people. I am a control freak. I want everything in my life to be controlled. Like I want to have control of it.
Yeah.
And so that has been a really, really hard thing to deal with too, is I've had other setbacks, health problems, and had to have the hysterectomy, and
Yeah.
I've just had one thing after another. So I totally get that.
Yeah,
And
you
so,
get that. Unfortunately, me and you've been through the ringer.
we have, but we have to figure out how we're going to make 2021 better, and make it.
I think we all tried to do that.
Yeah.
We all tried to do that last year, and that's why I'm just throwing up my hands, and I'm like, whatever comes, and just have to deal with it. Because I keep hearing it, and I keep trying to tell myself I need to be like positive. 2021 is gonna be better. 2021 is gonna be better. But I'm like, I'm not setting myself up again.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not setting myself up again. It's like I'm gonna take it as it comes, and then I have to remind myself too, like this is, and then Denny tries to bring it up sometimes too, is like I always refer back to my childhood. And I was like, this is technically what I've been through. I've seen this before in different ways. I guess I wasn't the one really going through it. It was my grandmother and my mother that went through it. But I'm like, this stuff is familiar. You know what I mean? Like, these struggles are familiar to me. And I'm like, so I think that's actually in a way, even though it's disappointing, I think it definitely like suits you up and, for battle against what's coming.
So what has been your worst, biggest disappointment, and your biggest, achievement for this year then?
What has been the biggest disappointment and
the biggest achievement for the
achievement? I don't know.
I've had to count my blessings. I seriously have to sit and say, okay, this is disappointing. This is really sucked. And then I have to sit there, and Tony constantly has to remind me, okay, but wait a minute, this has happened. This has happened. This has happened. This has happened. Because I have a very pessimistic view on outlook on life right now. And I have for years. So,
well, let me start with what was the biggest, like the good thing. Start with the good thing.
Okay.
I think the good thing was actually getting the animals to the farm. I think that was where it's like, okay, this can happen.
Right.
Making it the dream, like, come to life, biggest disappointment, I think feeling wise was the cabin, where that was, that punch in the gut where it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
And then also my dad's cancer.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest biggest thing.
So, how is your dad? Is he able to resume chemo or?
No, he's still fighting COVID.
Yeah.
And he then he's already on his way home. That's shocking.
Oh God, the entertainment is on his way.
Stop everything.
The clown
No,
is coming.
he'll be too tired to be entertained. But so let's see. So he still has the pneumonia, so he can't start the second round of chemo yet, and with the COVID.
Right.
He just, from what he's saying, and then his wife, my stepmom, can't come because she's got it too.
Right.
So he's not acting like it's bothering him any different. I guess because he already has the pneumonia. And then with my stepmom, she has lupus and she's not having any real symptoms either, other than maybe like a cold. Right. So, I mean, knock on wood, they're not really having that many symptoms.
Right.
So I'm thinking they're keeping him mainly because his pneumonia is not gone and they can't do, I know I've told you this, but I haven't told everybody in the chat. So he has stage 4 cancer. He has a staph infection, pneumonia, and COVID all right now. He literally just sends me messages through chat. He doesn't talk to people on the phone. So I don't know how bad he sounds. I don't know if he's giving me a line of shit. Which he probably is.
He could very well be. He could very well be because he doesn't want you to worry or,
Right. So he says, he feels okay. Today he actually talked a little bit on chat and said, the food is so. He's been able to get some food down, but he's taking naps constantly and, stuff like that. So I think it's just a day-to-day thing. I know that he's just waiting to go get I guess another thing of chemo. I don't know. The other thing too, the problem is with my dad is that he doesn't ask more questions. He kind of just lets them tell him what's next. So
I think he's part of that generation though.
Yeah, he's 67, so
yeah, he's definitely part of that generation where he was just like, whatever, I have to trust the medical professionals and blah, blah, blah. I totally get that. And whereas you and I we're Gen Xers and we question everything.
Mm-hmm.
So
they tried to change that. They tried to change it where we're supposed to be, it's supposed to actually from 80, starting at in 81 on is supposed to be millennials. And I'm like, that's a bunch of crap. That Generation X is before 81, and now they're trying to change it. I'm like, no, I think that's the millennials that are trying to change it because they don't want to be guilty for everything.
Well, they are. And then you've got, so my sister was born in 81.
Oh, he is already home.
He's Generation Y.
I know. I didn't know how long ago he sent it. Mandy's waiting for you to come on her 12-hour live. Oh, God, here he comes. She's like, the entertainment is on its way.
The clown. Hi, Denny.
Hello, Mandy. Hello, viewers.
How are you?
I want to talk to everybody about their Amazon shit that they like to buy.
Okay.
I am formally protesting exercise machines. You're not going to use it. Don't buy it.
It's freezing on her end. You can keep talking.
You're gonna use the exercise bike for maybe a couple weeks, and then you're gonna start hanging shit on it. Don't tell me you're not gonna. You're gonna. All right, number 2, ping pong tables.
We were about this earlier.
Ping pong tables. You're not gonna be a pro ping ponger. I'm sorry.
We're gonna turn it into a beer pong table.
You could do that.
How many were today?
I don't know. What else we got here? I can't really say anything about furniture. I mean, everybody has to have a place to plant their ass. Bed frames, again, I'll let that one slide. I get it. You need a place to put your bed. That's fine.
Well, yeah.
Somebody ordered like a 50 stack of foldable chairs.
There's limitations on gatherings. Why in the hell would you order 50 chairs?
Yeah. Don't you folks know there's a pandemic going on.
You don't need 50 chairs.
You don't need 50 chairs, okay?
No.
You get like 10. And I won't even say anything.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some of the other things that you buy here. Let's say Junior's little car bed. Junior has a car bed. You know,
Yeah.
he's gonna outgrow that in like a month.
Yeah, probably.
He can't drive it.
No.
You're encouraging underage driving.
Okay.
You're making people laugh.
I'm just saying, you know, I'm not angry with you guys. That's not me. You deserve better. You deserve better. But I'm just saying, like, the next time you get on Amazon and you're like, I really need that. Just remember, there's a poor bastard out there like me who has to carry this goddamn thing, and I want you to feel sorry for him. I want you to feel his pain a little bit. So how's everybody doing?
You're out of your coat now.
Doing good? That's good. Everybody, did I just ruin this whole thing?
No, you didn't. You're fine. No, you did it all.
Okay, I'm
No,
sorry.
we have a horrible connection, so we can't see Mandy losing her mind.
Mandy looks like she's shocked.
That's because it's frozen.
No,
I'm not shocked at all. Because
you're literally like this.
I'm not shocked because it's Denny.
Like, oh God, get him out of here before he says something. Oh, there he is with the words.
Tony says hello to you. He's going to go pick up our son. So I think you guys know, but most of the viewers don't. Okay, so Tony was on Christmas Eve, was in a really bad accident, and it totaled Connor's car, our son. And thankfully, everybody walked away from it.
That's good, yeah.
You know, that was the most important thing. So, but now Tony is we're having to run Connor all over creation, and our other daughter, Kennedy, all over creation because no cars. So now Tony is actually leaving to go pick Connor up from work to take him up to Enterprise Rent-A-Car because Progressive, who has been fantastic through this whole thing, even though this wasn't Tony's doing, Connor had the forethought to make sure that when he did his insurance policy that he had rental car and he had roadside assistance and all this other stuff on his policy. And so Progressive is fronting all of the bills right now, and they'll take the other insurance company, you know, basically to town on it. So even though Connor is only 21, just turned 21, you know, you can't rent a car at the age of 21 without a cosigner. But Progressive's like, no.
Oh,
you're getting a car. You're getting a rental car. So Tony's taking him up to pick up the rental car, and then yay. So
Yay, rental car.
yes.
Yeah,
And
this is
then
my husband.
oh yeah.
Any other men you saw on here were definitely not me. I ran those guys out. I was like, you guys get out of here. They're okay, guys.
Who is that guy?
What?
Stop it.
What's this phrase here? Amazon driver, I'm waiting on my ping pong table. You don't need it. You don't need it.
Agreed. Agreed. That is too funny.
What is this? I'm laughing like crazy. I deliver for Amazon 2, Amazon Flex in my own car. Yep.
Reach.
Yep. When we pull up in the big, whenever we pull up in the big Amazon truck, it's a big 26-footer, and we see somebody delivering Flex with us. We always do the same thing. We're like, "What's up, Prime?" Like, We are all blue with little smileys,
With little smileys.
little smiley guys.
Who's going?
Who was
No.
the guy on earlier with Kat? I don't know.
Chrissy,
Some dude. Some
When
dude,
we ordered our pool,
probably a FedEx guy.
oh, I don't need to lean this.
no, it came on a big ass semi. Not even kidding you. When we ordered our pool, it came on a big semi. He had to back that thing down our road.
Oh yeah,
He was hating life.
yeah. It sucks.
Hi, Sherry. Sherry's here. She says, "Hey there, kidlet."
Wow, that was. How did you do that?
What?
It was like high pitched all of a sudden.
Oh, that's just me. I don't know.
Get your truck to UK delivery.
Uh-oh, lost Kat and Denny. All right. So, anywho, all right. Well, that was Kat and Denny from Wolf's Head Forge and Farm. Denny does amazing work with, he has his own forge, blacksmithing, and he does a fabulous job on, and makes some beautiful, beautiful knives. So, make sure you guys are checking them out too, on all their social media. And if you want to order a custom, beautiful piece of forgery, I guess you could call it, get in touch with Denny, because he's amazing at it. He does fantastic work. So, all right. All right, so about a half an hour, and David will be coming on to talk about his box fan conversion. You guys, can you believe it? We made it through 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours of the 12. Oh my gosh. So, if somebody, I will put on here the link. If one of you wants to come on and chat for about half an hour before Dave comes on and talks about his box fan stuff, his conversion, you can certainly do that. I know Ashley is over in the UK, and I don't know, like, what is it, 10 o'clock over there right now, Ashley? So, anywho, Dave, I did not do that on purpose, if you mean. So yeah, I left. I just was trying to fill in time, and Kat was one that I wasn't sure. She wanted to come on and talk, but she wasn't sure if she could because of her signal. So apparently she lost her signal again. So oh, it's 8:30 there, so you're only 6 hours ahead of us. So all right. Yes, I know, Christy, you need to not be at work, girlie. So I can, I guess, talk a little bit about this year. Has been particularly rough for me. I know it has been for a lot of people, but so if you want to jump on now, Dave, you can. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Whenever you want to jump on. Ashley, if you want to jump on and talk from the UK, that's cool too, whatever. So this year I've actually had a lot of setbacks, and I know that most everyone has had. This has been a dumpster fire of a year. It really has. Like, this is just a flaming dumpster fire of poo of a year for most people. It's been crazy. And like I was saying earlier, Tony has to constantly tell me, you need to just chill out, because you need to think of what has happened that's been really great, So we've got it seems like there's been something, something pretty big happen every at least few months. So, I mean, in February we got to go down to Arizona, and we showcased a costume build that we did, and it was photographed, and it's going to be featured in, a big photography magazine. So, I mean, that's been amazing. So, and I got to do that over my birthday even. So that was a great birthday present, and speaking of my birthday, I had two great friends who were like determined I was not going to have a craptastic birthday like I do every year. And Chrissy and Deanna both sent me gifts, just out of the blue, just because they didn't want me to have a bad birthday again. So, February was a great month. I also got to, we've traveled so many states this year, even. Like, granted, we've traveled through them, but, and haven't really been able to stop and see a whole lot. But, I got to go see the Petrified National Forest in Arizona. That was amazing. Like, that was life-changing for me. So I'm trying, and I have to keep remembering this stuff. And I know, Chrissy, that you guys love me. I know you do. And I love you. I love you more than you'll ever know. I really do. The people that are here and are in my life and would just, it's important. I'm important to you. And that makes me feel extremely loved and extremely good about everything. So then, let's see. Now I get to see a national forest, Petrified National Forest, one of the most beautiful and life-changing things I've ever seen in my life. And I got to see states in the South that I've never seen before. I got to travel. Granted, it was quickly, but New Mexico, beautiful. Went through Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska. No, I don't recommend Nebraska to anybody, or Kansas for that matter. I will go there to visit people, but that's it. So yeah, Terry Lynn, you go lay down and you take care of yourself, girly, because I don't want you being sick anymore. And then I got to go see my dad in Texas on his birthday. I only got to, be with him for a few hours, but I got to see my dad and surprise him on his birthday. That was pretty damn amazing. We ended up traveling through Missouri. Let's see, we've taken business trips to go pick up 2 different vehicles, and along the way, I got to go out and finally meet Kat and Denny and the family, and that was amazing. So, here comes Ashley. Okay, hello. How are you, darling?
Hello.
Cheers to you.
I'm not staying on this long. This is my first live stream.
Well, welcome. Yay! That is quite all right. So, how are things different in the UK than they are here, as far as like homesteading laws even?
Homesteading isn't really popular over here. It's more small farms, dairy farming, arable farming, as we call it, like wheat, corn. Other than that, it's not really a big thing. more like something you might do if Daddy's got a few pounds in his pocket and
Yeah.
no.
So then what do you do as far as, like, I know you do gardening, and so you have an actual like allotment that, now do you pay for this every year to like rent it, or is it land that you own that you are able to put your garden in?
No, I rent it on a yearly basis. It's £50 a year. I don't know what that equates to into dollars, but it's
I
not
can't
a
remember
lot.
what the exchange rate is. It's like, I think it's $1.22 per pound for the exchange rate. So $1.22 here in the United States per pound. So I think,
Yeah, so for
or
that,
maybe $1.11. I don't remember. It's been a while since I looked.
the area I've got is just over 100 feet long by about 15 feet wide, water supplied, and that's about it. But that suits me because I can do what I want.
Well, that is still actually quite an area to try to take care of and grow in. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a struggle at times, but you get used to it after a while.
So then how much did you get this year with your with all of your harvest? And what were you able to put up, I guess?
Well, yeah, I had a good lot of potatoes. Leeks done well. Onions done all right. But over here in the summer, we had such a variation in the weather. It was extremely hot for a week and then went quite cold. So lost quite a bit of my brassicas, which is, Brussels sprouts,
Yep.
cabbages. Corn did well. I don't eat it, but
Well, why don't you
Yeah.
eat corn?
Well, humans can't digest it, so I don't really see the point in eating it.
Oh, okay. That is true. That is true. That's just kind of funny that, yeah, I mean, to be quite vulgar, we just poop it right back out.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so funny,
Yeah,
even though
so
we chewed it up. Isn't that crazy?
I don't see the point in eating it. I figure, well, miss out the middleman and just not eat it.
I love corn, though. I absolutely love sweet corn. And I don't know what it is about Iowa's soil. We have like the best soil, and we grow the best sweet corn and the best tomatoes. It is insane.
Yeah, I lost my tomatoes this year due to tomato blight.
Yeah. I had some of that too in blossom end rot.
Yeah, blossom end rot. Yeah, that could be it can be. You can lose a lot, but you can also do something about it. But once blight gets a hold, then it's gone. I mean, in the space of 2 days, I lost 32 plants due to blight.
Oh my gosh. That's a lot.
Yeah, which was disappointing because I was going to make my own tomato sauces, chili sauces, and
Right.
so I had to hack 32 plants.
So Terry Lynn had posted, she says, Google says 50 pounds sterling equals $67.20 in United States dollars.
So would you call that expensive?
Yeah.
In your end of the world, is that expensive or is it?
I personally think it is, but I guess I don't really know. And I've never traveled overseas, and I do know that the exchange rate doesn't really seem all that great. So that tells me that somebody's economy is not doing well.
Well, I suppose £50 over here, just to give you an example, would probably pay for a week's shopping for 2 people.
Really?
Or pay your internet bill for 1 month.
Wow.
Yeah, so £50 over here isn't really a lot, not for a year.
Yeah.
In places
mean-
closer to like London, you can pay near enough £300 a year for the same size of land that I've got.
Well, my internet bill alone would be double that. So it would be £100. I mean, seriously, it would be £100. I mean, I think my internet bill alone I think it's like $116 a month after all the excise taxes and all that other stuff that they put on it. So it's insanely expensive, I think, but
Yeah.
I guess somebody's got to make money, right?
I mean, another way of looking at it is, a cup of coffee here, if you go out for a coffee, can be £3, £3.50. A packet of cigarettes can be £10. So me being a smoker, if I smoke 5 packets of cigarettes a week, that's the same as the price of an allotment for a year.
Right.
So that's how I look at things. A bit, it's mainly a hobby for me, but I get benefits from it, both
Well,
from
sure.
what I eat and the exercise and
And just being in nature. That's
well,
honestly.
yeah, I've got my fox to look after.
Yes, I know. I love that little fox. Oh my gosh. So do you know what is wrong with his paw or her paw, I guess?
No, not really, because I can only get so close to her, but I can't. I can't see any actual injury, so I think maybe she could have just twisted it or stood on something. It is getting better, so
Well,
that's the
good.
main thing.
It is. I love watching that fox. Like I just thought it was so stinking cute. But I'm an animal lover, so and I just think foxes are adorable. So
Yeah, but then she does take the Mickey sometimes.
she takes the Mickey. What do you mean? I don't know what that means.
Last year I had I had about 30, I think you call them beets, as in
Oh, okay.
beetroot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they were growing really well, nice and bushy, and she decided they would make a nice bed for me to sleep on. So and that's what she did.
That's too funny. Does she
But
eat any of them?
no.
No.
But I couldn't just, shove her off or anything like that. I just left her to it. The beetroot's under the ground, so it doesn't really matter if she squashes the foliage. So
Right. Well, she's adorable. I just think I'm like, oh, you need to make her your pet.
I was tempted to make her a little hide up there for her to sleep in, but the regulations up there state otherwise. So,
Yeah. They're like that here too. We're not supposed to domesticate a wild animal, but We had this raccoon that my son actually ended up almost domesticating over this last year, because I started feeding my cats outside, and so it was coming up and eating the cat food. It loves the cat food, and my son he got it to a point where it was eating out of his hand. And I'm like, you can't do that. That's actually against the law. So, like, don't let the DNR catch us. So,
did you see the one where she took the sandwich out of my hand?
I don't remember that one. Maybe I didn't see that one.
Yeah,
I'll have to go back and look at it.
Yeah, that did make my day actually. So, but it's the only time I've done it. I don't want her to get too familiar, so
Yeah.
she wouldn't rely on me for food, because that would just be wrong as well. So,
well, yeah, it would be hard on her too, because then she's going to trust the wrong person.
yeah.
And we all know that some people are not as nice and forthright. So.
Yeah, but I do occasionally like leave the netting up on something just so she can get under there and just nobody can see her.
Not a softie at all, are you?
No,
She truly is adorable, though. So, then, I was going to ask you about, because you were talking about like building stuff. So, are the building laws, like to actually put up a building or what have you, are they much more relaxed than they are here?
well, they do seem to be, yeah, because I mean, basically to do something similar, like if I was to buy a piece of land and I wanted to put a house on it, or then I would have to apply for planning permission, as they call it, which would then most of that would be presenting them with the plans of what I want to build, how tall, how wide, and window aspects, and if that's approved, then you just go ahead, and you have probably 2 inspections to make sure that you're doing it right.
Mm-hmm.
One would be the foundation, and the other one would be on completion. Once they tick the boxes, that's it.
See, we have, for whatever reason, it seems like it depends on the state you live in here. Some laws are super lax about what you build and how you build it. And some states are, really lax with that. And other states are just, you have to have a permit to even breathe on that land. Sometimes it seems like, it's crazy how much variance there is from state to state, or county to county, even in a state. So, yeah, I know
there are variations of it. Like if you buy a listed building, which listed building means it has some historical importance,
right?
Then you're very restricted on what you can do with that, even on the interior. If you buy a grade 2 listed building, and you thought to yourself, well, I'm going to rip out that fireplace, I don't like it, you're not allowed to. Like, if the Queen wanted a new front door, she couldn't have one because she lives in a listed building.
But I think that honestly, that seems to be a lot better, because you guys Europeans in general seem to be able to acknowledge the importance of their history and the importance of all their like historical buildings. Whereas here, it seems like it doesn't matter. Knock it down. We'll just build new. You know, if something is wrong, if one brick is, you know, a little bit askew, we're just going to knock the whole thing down and start over. And we don't preserve history over here like Europe does.
No, we've I can't remember the name of the but it's somewhere on the south coast of Britain where it's an entire town that was built in the 1800s, and everything is completely preserved to how it was then, but people are still living there. Everybody still lives there, and they go to work, but you can't even get a car from one end of the town to the other.
The streets are too narrow.
Yeah, but they pull their shopping along on sleds.
Yep. Surprisingly enough, we actually did that one year in the snow. We lived in a city, and the streets were way too bad to be driving on, and we needed to go to the store, and we just had a Walmart about, I don't know, just over the hill, and we walked over the hill, went to Walmart, did our shopping, but we bought 2 sleds, and we just pulled our stuff home up the hill of snow and ice. So yeah, I mean, it honestly, it's a great way to transport things, but yeah, it seems that a lot of the streets and stuff they're very narrow there. They just, because they didn't have vehicles back then when they were built. So there's also a community in, I believe it's Italy, that this guy has been working on for years, and he pretty much bought the whole village, and he is restoring it and making it livable, and is starting to rent places out or what have you. So you don't find that here. You really don't. We just don't really preserve our history like Europe does.
There's a similar thing to that here in the UK, and it's a town called Bourneville, which you might know of the chocolate called Bourneville chocolate. I don't know if you have.
Yes. I know of it, but I've never had it. My husband's actually from Germany, so.
So this town, it was built by the employer way back 1900s, I think, but the laws that he put in still stand today. So there's no pub, there's no off licenses, no alcohol at all, other than in your own house.
Really?
Preserve the whole thing. He built the town for his employees to live in.
That's cool, though.
Yeah.
Then they'll always be there to be able to go to work, so he's not going to lose out on any money.
No. And there was only one church. He was of a particular faith, so that was the church that was built. So.
Oh. Yeah. You'll have that. Religion seems to be it is one of the many ways to control the masses. So, yeah.
I don't know. I have no feelings of religion one way or the other.
Right.
I respect the individual's religion.
Yes.
So long as nobody tries to push their religion onto me, then
exactly.
I'm fine.
Yep. I'm exactly the same way. So, well, I've got David popping up here. He is ready to come on and talk about his box fan conversion.
I'll back on out, and I will speak to you soon.
Awesome. Well, thank you. it kind of cleared up some things over in the UK for us. So stay safe and healthy. Okay. Hi, David.
Hey, can everyone see me?
You have a very clear picture, so.
All right, I just want to make sure so I can see the comments. I have to make it so I can't see anything.
Oh.
So, anyway, I'm outside the van right now. This is how ghetto I am because the clamp broke on the jaws broke on my tripod. I'm using a clamp to basically be a selfie stick right now.
That's okay.
So,
Whatever works.
you see, it's older. I don't even think they make these anymore, but it's a 3500 Vandura. Basically, it's a dually pickup van, whatever you want to call it, that they threw a box on. This used to be a Penske truck. You can kind of see yellow in spots. If you open the door, it's all yellow interior and black.
Cheery.
Oh, I was nervous as hell. That happens, Ashley.
Yeah.
I was just messing, but it's not very big. You see the front end. I mean, there's my arm in relation. That's how big the hood is. I mean, and if you actually pace it, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So right here to the front of the box is 6 feet plus 14. For the box itself, that's 20 feet long the way it is right now. And as you can see, it's an older vehicle, so you have a lot more room. Right now I have an extension cord running to the room that I'm renting at the house just because it's easier to keep power out here right now. So anyone got any questions so far?
Well, I actually
see how quick that was to get in. I mean, this is the lever that I did the short on. All this is a clip. You pull that out and put it back on. That's how quick it is to work on. One thing I love, because I'm taller in the torso than a lot of people, usually if I have a hat on, I can't sit in a seat and have clearance. But if I put the hat that I normally wear on like this, I'm not sure if y'all can see it, I still have clearance over my head.
So you're just in hog heaven then, aren't you?
Yeah, like it's, I don't know, it's not the prettiest, newest thing by any means, but I also wanted a vehicle that was made prior to 1996. The reason why is in 1996, there's a thing underneath the steering column that you plug in a scanner. It's basically a $5,000 tool, and it tells you all these different codes.
Right.
Having a vehicle this old, it requires 2 keys for getting one to run the truck and one to, you call it. Now, you see there's actually a good amount of room in the cab itself. There's no seat here. Plus, because this is what they call a cutaway model, it was for delivery. So you could actually just open this door and get the stuff you needed instead of having to go all the way to the roll-up door. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's actually a really good feature.
So I love this. Part of it is, at first I didn't really like the idea, but I do like it now. And I'll get into that. But there's a hasp on it, but this is just a simple mechanical latch. I want to change that and put an actual padlock hasp type on it, because this is going to be my house. If I bring it in for maintenance or something, I want to be able to keep people out of my house. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, okay, so can you, I guess, what prompted you to do a moving, like a box van conversion into a tiny home?
A couple things. People were like, well, why don't you just buy an RV? Okay, I live in the snowbird capital of the world other than Florida. Trying to find an RV out here that runs that doesn't cost $30,000.
Right.
I probably have a better chance of resurrecting the World Trade Centers.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. Now, I'm not sure if you can see these beams here in the center.
Yes.
Are actually, it's kind of a, what's the term, concave a little bit. It's higher in the center than it is on the side. So that was real fun when I framed that in. You can kind of see the curvature a little bit. And that's probably why the door is extra tight when you try to open it.
So then, so just due to the sheer cost is why you went with the box van instead?
I went with the box van because I needed something kind of now. And I was looking for something that's wrong. And it has something that I wasn't really big on one motor company or another. Okay. Like I'm not brand loyal, but I will say,
well, unlike me,
probably, I will say straight up, probably 90% of the vehicles I've owned that I've had no, or pretty much no problems with are GM. They've either, and every one that I've had has been a GMC. It's either been a GMC Astro, it's been a GMC truck, or is this case a GMC dually with a box on it. They call it the Vandura. It's basically just a dually pickup with a box on it instead of a pickup truck bed. But
sure. So then, do you have to have a? You don't have to have a CDL or anything like that. Any special sort of licensure?
That actually, on a federal level, here in the United States, if it's under 26,000 gross vehicle combined weight rating, you don't need a commercial driver's license. Anyway,
okay.
That's on the federal level. Now, certain states are going to stipulate different things.
Sure.
Say if I was to take this up to New York, anything over, I think, like 5,000 pounds in New York requires a commercial license plate. Does that mean you need a commercial driver's license? No. It just means you need to have insurance on a commercial vehicle. Now, that's another pain in the ass thing. I'm not going to lie. I was trying to find insurance on this before I even went to go look at it. I wanted to know if I could get coverage. I spent 3 days on the phone talking to different insurance agents almost around the clock. First person I talked to at State Farm actually told me no. The reason why it's not a local agent. It was just one of those, what do you call it? Like general things that you call about. And they said, we won't insure a personal, or we won't insure that for personal use because it's a box commercial vehicle. So I needed to find an insurance that would insure it because I'm not running a commercial business out of this.
No.
So I'm trying to read the comments too. Hearing my own voice. Yeah, you did wonderful, actually. And it's just the more you interact with people, the more confident you're going to be on the live stream anyway. I've been a guest on several live streams. I'm starting to try to do a Sunday featuring a guest. Yesterday was Eagle Ridge Homestead. So Chris Eagle.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed it because I was trying to get this ready. So
Mandy, you've had a ton of shit going on. Not gonna lie. Like plus in Connor's car getting totaled and everything. That's just,
Yeah.
I'm just glad Tony's okay.
Me too. That was the best Christmas gift ever. Not gonna lie.
So, but yeah, like there's a lot of things I wanted to do in here. It's a money thing right now, and a lot of it to me is just trying to get by. So tomorrow I'm actually going to get pretty much all my stuff from my grandpa's. Anyone else having buffering, it's not major but frequent for me. I don't know. I can't see any buffering right now, Jess. So.
Oh, Ashley, make me a cup of tea and send it to me, will ya? And yes, Chrissy, I agree. They will all run if you take care of them. Everything will run if you maintain. But there are some things that will take a lot more maintenance,
right,
and money, and whatnot.
That's kind of the thing. Back to the reason why I went with this. My requirements for getting a box fan were I had to spend less than my personal loan, and I also wanted to be able to afford to get tools and some building materials.
Right.
So I took out a personal loan. The only reason why I took out a personal loan is I needed a place to stay long term. Reason being is rent for me has gone up insane. I had a really rough year.
You had a really rough year.
In August, I actually paid my rent, but because I had issues with management and them not taking care of maintenance issues, they did what they call an immediate eviction. All they got to do in Arizona, a landlord only has to call the cops, serve you a piece of paper, and you have 24 hours to leave the property. And
yeah,
that's what happened to me. I just paid rent, and all of a sudden, bam, I'm homeless because they didn't want to take care of some maintenance issues. So I was out not only my deposit, I was out a whole month rent. So I lost almost $2,000 right off the top.
So,
and
okay, in comparison,
I'm kind of sick of having a landlord.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. So in comparison to like renting a place, how much more inexpensive is this going to be?
Even figuring in gas, the loan cost, which my loan, it's not great. I pulled out a 2-year loan for $5,000. So that allowed me to get the materials for that back door, the plywood. It's actually just one sheet of plywood. The window, the door, the tools. I spent right about $850. So that's not terrible. Bad. But that's what fixed the rear end of it. That's including some of the tools and stuff that I've already sold and got rid of because I no longer need it, like my angle grinder. Is there a few things I can cut with it? Yes, I could cut these out with it. But to be honest, for right now, I kind of like them. They're like horizontal studs in a way, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can see they got holes drilled in them. I mean, it's just because of these fittings or screws, whatever they put it on there with. They're really hard to get out unless you have that type of tool. So, kind of leaving them there. And they have is anyone, I'm not sure. I only see Jess is anyone else having buffering, but
yeah, that's less. Yeah. Ashley says there's no buffering for him, and I agree with you, Jess. Most of us have had a rough year. A flaming dumpster.
Yes. Okay, now I'm seeing comments come up. It's just delayed. Okay. So yeah, it's not terrible in here. You can see. I mean, there's this little shelf right here. It's about a foot. That's what they call the cutaway, where the box actually starts. But because of the door, I lost kind of a foot out of the box because of how they did that. Does that make sense?
Yes, but that'll be good shelving.
Yeah, I mean, you can see I got all kinds of junk up here right now.
Yeah.
So this was one of my biggest concerns. Talk to Mandy about this.
Mm-hmm.
The Flex Seal, I siliconed it, painted over it with Flex Seal a little bit more. It seems to be solid. I don't know. It never rains, so I mean, I live in Phoenix and we're in a drought. We've had like 15 days of rain all of 2020. So
That's crazy.
like normally we get 9.5 inches a year, and I think we had 4.5 inches ending April, and haven't had more than one storm since. So
That's crazy. So, then what amenities are you going to put in it? So, like, are you putting a kitchen in it, a bathroom, or what is your going to be your design, your layout?
my immediate concerns is pretty much right here, right up against this door, because this door slides. It doesn't slide as well as I'd like it to. I've tried putting soap on it. It just, I don't know. It's old.
I was like, it's old, but I mean, does it need maybe some WD-40 in it or something of that nature? Like, I don't really know because I can't see it.
To see if that would help. WD-40 might work. I don't know. I don't. It's just plastic for the most part. If you see this track, though, I mean, this is plastic. Up here is plastic. So I don't think WD-40 would actually work because it's nothing really mechanical. It's just plastic binding on plastic.
Right.
So, you see my foam, my great foam mess.
That can be thought
off. I don't really care great stuff too much, but it does seal these cracks. Like I had a big gap in here. That's what I was mainly trying to do is you can't buy anything straight at Home Depot anymore. So
yeah,
it's just try to get the best that you can. And that was expensive. I'm not going to lie.
it is kind of expensive.
Each one of these damn 2x4s was $5 a piece.
The price of lumber has gone up, I think 30%, something like that.
It's crazy. I mean,
just this year.
I remember buying 2x4s at Home Depot for less than $10. I mean, like, not $10. It used to be less than $2.
Yep.
Yeah,
you used to be able. I used to be able to get 2x4s for like 99 cents a piece. Right. Nope, not anymore. It's almost $4 for a size B.
This foam isn't completely cured, so like it's not 100% perfect. But they say use a serrated knife, and you see how easy just using my fingers it's breaking, right?
Yeah.
So I don't understand why they like use a serrated knife. Why?
Yeah, I don't know why you would have to.
This bigger, thicker stuff, obviously you can see that filled in really well with the foam, and it says up to 1 inch gap. Tell you right now, that's the width of a 2x4. That filled in just fine. So.
Jess says you're welcome to have our snow up here.
What's that?
Jess says you're welcome to have the snow up
our snow. No, you can have that white shit. There's a reason why I'm in Arizona, okay?
And then Ashley says spray furniture polish works well on plastic as it contains silicone, which is a lubricant. Okay. So maybe try.
This is just a regular house window. It doesn't fit as tight as I'd like, to be honest. But it is a double pane window. If you can see that, there's a pane there, double pane there.
That'll be good for insulation.
And the reason why I wanted this type of window is because this has a screen on it. And this is all aluminum around the edges instead of fiberglass or plastic or whatever.
Yeah.
So what I did is framed it, of course, and then just ran the same D25 deck screws in. You see that? I don't know.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much how I got it together. This was a mess back here because the rails, not sure if you can see it through the window right there. I could not drill out that rail, so I had to cut it. And if I could have drilled it out, I could have moved this whole wall back the width of that track. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But
I mean, that would have been nice.
Huh?
That would have been nice. A little extra space.
I'm sorry. You know, well, I'm not too worried about 3 inches or whatever. I mean, it is what it is. So,
yeah.
But, so another thing you can kind of see right here where the old door came down. Really, I only lost about the thickness of the door if you look at it. So.
Yeah, that's not that bad. So, now, are you just gonna? How are you putting a kitchen in it? What all are you gonna put in this?
As of tomorrow, I'll have my bed in here. It's a full-size bed, and that's going to go right up against here on the bottom. I'm going to keep the box spring on it for now. Get rid of the bed frame, and some other stuff. But that's basically where the bed's going to go. In the future, this is kind of going to be probably where a shower is going to go.
Okay.
And the only reason why I want this side is right here is the gas tank.
Okay.
And I want to put the second gas tank in because this is a gas vehicle with a 350 diesel or 350 small block. It gets like 8 miles to a gallon.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I got up to 9. I was really excited. I think I even called.
I know. Yeah, he sends me a message on Instagram. He's like, "We got 9.1 miles to the gallon today." I'm like, "Oh, that's awesome, dude."
Yeah, I'm going to have to get some furniture polished in, Ashley. That's for sure. I posted this on Instagram, but here is my fishing stuff. Basically, the only reason why I took the poles down is just kind of have space. I noticed real quickly, space is a premium in here.
Oh yeah.
It might not look like it right now, but as of tomorrow, I'm going to have a third of my grandpa's garage in this truck until I get rid of some of this stuff. So, things I'll have to be selling is like my computer desk. I'm probably going to have to go to Best Buy and just see if I can have the hard drive wipe clean on my Windows 7 computer. So that way no one can get to my pictures and files and things like that. I don't know. I don't know how to do that without having the ability to really plug it in and boot it up and all that stuff. So,
right. So speaking of which, are you going to be running like a generator or anything? And like, how are you going to cook and eat and all that stuff?
For cooking in the meantime, this is what I came up with. Butane, powered portable gas stove.
That'll be awesome.
All right, so going outside the truck. I haven't put another door or a handle over here yet, but I definitely want to put a handle somewhere on this side. Don't want to do this frame right here because this has no strength whatsoever. If you ever use this free frame door crap, it's basically like press board on steroids. So,
hello, Rustic Traditions. I sent you a message. You need to get with me on Marco, Missy.
So This is another thing I thought was pretty awesome because it's. See if I can put you down for a minute.
No, you're fine. Oh yeah, he's pretty proud of this.
Can you see that?
Yes.
So, I'm not sure exactly how far it comes out. I've only got it all the way out one time. But when it's like that, this is almost a 6-foot table.
That'll be nice.
Yeah. So I'm planning on using this for because it gets it outside the truck, so that way it doesn't smell up. So when I'm filleting fish or cooking or whatever, I can do all that out here in the meantime.
I would suggest though with the ramp, maybe having some sort of a post or rod or something to put underneath on the end of it, just to
This is pretty sturdy right now. I can lean on it all 250 pounds.
Chrissy says, "Hell yeah, 6-foot table. That's bigger than you, Mandy." I know. Everything's bigger than me. But just remember, dynamite comes in small packages.
So that's all it takes is to just kind of throw it forward and it catches on that little lip right here.
Yep.
Spring-loaded aluminum clamp. So, obviously you can see it's got a massive bumper on it. See, in relation to my foot, that's pretty hefty. So, this little mat did come with it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to slam it because of how tight it fits in there. It won't shut otherwise.
No, that's right. Okay, so are you going to what are you going to do for electricity in there, like for light? Are you going to try and run solar panels? Are you going to use a generator? Are you going to just use like battery powered lights, like camping lights, or what exactly are you going to use?
There's a couple things. I'm not immediately concerned about it right now. In the meantime, I'm probably going to just be kind of off grid. I do plan on getting a smaller solar panel setup. I'm not sure. Basically, the only thing I have to run right now is just to keep my phone charged.
Right.
So I do have the power tools. Until I have more stuff to do, I don't really need the batteries charged. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. And also you have a
That
for the air.
That's a 6-foot table bigger than you. I love Chrissy busting your chops on that.
She always does.
I haven't pulled it all out. I think it's about 10 foot if you pull the whole thing out.
See, Chrissy, that's even bigger than you.
Say again?
I was making fun of Chrissy and I said, "See, Chrissy, that'll be even bigger than you." Ha ha.
But yeah, I'm just trying to utilize the space I have in here. Like I said, I'm not terribly concerned with cooking because I have the butane stove and I have my striker.
Right.
Which is I've done a review on it that was from while I was out hiking. So it just says hike review and it's got a picture of the striker.
Yep.
I don't do the best thumbnails, I know. Go ahead and rub it in. I'm working on them. In fact, since I had my iPhone, I think they're becoming better when I go through them. If they have better color and stuff in it and pop a little better, they've all been done since I've had my iPhone.
Yes, but also take into consideration that the more that you do those things and the more you pay attention to them, the better you'll get at making them. It's everything is a learning curve with editing or filming or trying to share it out and all that, trying to get people
Right.
to, be drawn to it.
There's a-
So
There's a hike video I actually did on my iPhone.
Mhm.
That I did. It's in, I think it's Walnut Canyon National Park or something. It's like a 15-minute video.
yeah,
Now, 15 minutes is what I got it edited down to. Originally, that was like an hour and 49-minute video. Not kidding.
yep,
So it was literally, because I do everything on my phone. That was over 4.5 hours of editing just to get it to that point.
right.
So, and I think there's only like 15 views on it or something. So like, I'm like, okay, people don't like my longer videos. So, okay, So,
Yeah, I
and that's
understand.
another thing. Like, some people were asking me like on the van, it's looking good or whatever. I get that. The only reason why I'm doing a video every Monday for this is in case someone wants to follow along and have a clue on how to do stuff themselves. My thumbnails are tough.
Ashley.
I can get a manicure.
I need one too. My hands look like crap, but I can't get my nails to grow. So
Speaking of which, a couple of you know about my finger this past week.
yes, that actually looks
Does
pretty
that look
good.
better?
It does. It looks a lot better.
I mean, I
and
got
you have
movement on
movement in it.
and-
So yeah.
So.
And you have it, you're able to keep dexterity in it, so that's a good thing. So see,
I mean,
Sis
it's
knows a thing or
not
two.
exactly the prettiest thing, but I mean, it's there.
It probably could have used some Dermabond. Super glue it.
I just threw antibiotic ointment in it and threw a Band-Aid on it for 3 days. It seems to be fine.
I know. Okay, so are you just looking like to build all of this stuff? Are there certain are you just learning as you go? I know you have other skills,
I
but
had kind of, to be honest, when I had the house, I did a lot of my own upkeep and maintenance. I did doors, I did windows a little bit. I did some of my own insulation. When my boiler system went out on the house, my dad helped me do that. I learned how to sweat pipes. Before the Marine Corps, I actually worked in a weld shop. Would I like to do a lot of the work myself? Yes, but I do not have a shop to do it.
right.
So my dad suggested, as well as some other people, just go to a trailer shop for semi trucks, have them cut the stuff, have them run the lights and whatnot, because you can see a black line right there. That's my wiring going up. So I have the clearance light across the top up there.
Right.
And when you run a bigger vehicle, you have to have clearance lights that are right at the roof line, pretty much. So I'd like to
Hello,
have them
Britton
fix
Farm.
them. Hey, Brayton Farm.
Oh, and Chris, yeah, Chrissy, you're right. I am the resident nurse. Everybody asks me all the questions, and Ashley, yes, I am actually a nurse. That was what I did before I did any of this.
She's just had some health issues. That's why she hasn't been working. So.
Yeah, my brain injury has put me on disability, on permanent disability. So, yeah.
And that's another thing too. If for you guys that don't know, I'm a Marine veteran. I've been on disability from the Marine Corps in 2012, and I don't have 100% disability rating, but because of my mental health, I'm currently 80% service connected. Basically, the courts ruled that my ex gets 25% of my income. That's just whatever the courts dealt with. So I have roughly $1,500 a month that I can live off of. Now, I mentioned the rent out here in Phoenix, because Mandy did bring this up and I went off on a tangent. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
To give you an idea, rent alone out here is typically about $1,200 US, okay, or about 1,000 pounds British or whatever you want to call it. That's just rent. That doesn't include your utilities. That doesn't include your food, water, any of that. So if I'm paying 2/3 of my income out in rent, where am I going to eat? You know, like it's just ridiculous. And I wouldn't normally suggest getting a personal loan to do something like this, but I thought it was best for me. Do I have a lot extra money sitting around? No. And like Evan said, I'm not really a risk for the loan because taking out the little amount that I did over 2 years, it comes to like $248 a month or something that I pay, and then it is a higher interest rate, but it's actually a lower interest rate than what I can get on a car right now, because I had an issue with after my separation in 2016. My house got foreclosed on in 2017. I lost a car. Like I lost a bunch of stuff real quick. So my credit is not no credit. My credit is so epically bad that like I have to repair it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Because we've had a lot of the same stuff happen as, I mean, credit wise. So I totally understand. And honestly, especially like for you, you're not really a risk for the bank to do
Right.
this loan because you have a set income every single month. And it's
Right.
guaranteed
And
every month. And that's why.
I've banked with Navy Federal Credit Union since I was active duty, and I think only one time I've ever went into a negative balance. Usually, I have a positive balance in everything. I will say like, straight up right now, my savings account has 10 cents in it. Do I like that? No. I do
No,
try
but
to.
you just try and save what you can when you can. That's all you can do.
But I expect rent in New York to be high. Didn't expect Arizona. Jess,
Oh,
the
Arizona's
problem is
outrageous.
I don't care if you live in California or not. Generally speaking, if you live south of San Francisco in California, you're part of the problem. That's the way I look at it. Just part of the problem. And like when I lived in California, when I was active duty, okay, I was paying $1,900 a month for a 500 square foot studio for me, the ex-wife, and my son Tristan to live in. Okay, like it's just asinine how stupid expensive everything is out there.
It is. It is. I agree.
Then all them people that can't afford houses over there move their ass out here and then get jobs out here because like it's too expensive. So then they go and bring all their bullshit with them about how they want to fuck up the city, and like things have changed out here so much. Yeah, you can still carry a weapon pretty much anywhere without a permit here. Like you don't need a permit to carry concealed here. You can get one issued if you travel like outside the state, but you don't need a permit for it.
You don't need a permit for concealed?
Nope. It's called a constitutional carry state. It's been like that since 2010, I think. Because I remember the first 2 times I came back on leave, I was able to carry my 45 concealed and not have any issues because of it got passed.
Hello, Drops. How are ya? Yeah, actually, so in Iowa, we can open carry,
That's
but
thing. In
concealed
Arizona,
carry you have to have a permit.
Arizona actually has a law in place. Even if you own your own land, you cannot park an RV on it and you live in the RV for more than 14 days. That's like a statewide thing. So if you were to build your own home out here, minimum requirement statewide is 1,200 square feet. I'm one person. Why the hell do I want a 1,200 square foot
Exactly,
home?
exactly.
Like, it doesn't make sense. So between the whole I don't have time to look for an RV, which if you've ever had someone that's had an RV, like a Class C motorhome, they're kind of shitty built, in my opinion. They don't have good insulation for one. Two, the roofs usually suck on them. Three, like the roof is like the number one thing that always goes bad on an RV. Always.
I don't know. My
Like-
Airstream is 1972 and it's fine.
Well, it's also an aluminum can. That's a bit
It
different
is.
than a classic motorhome. Just
It
saying,
is. It's
Mandy.
awesome.
And they haven't changed the design, so you don't fuck with something that works. Just saying.
That's right. That's right. That's absolutely right. Okay, so then since you're building this, I know that you can't leave the state and all that stuff until
Yeah,
April,
I'm on
right?
probation right now, so I can't just up and leave drop. When I'm actually, I'm just going to say it, but April 20th, 2021, I'll be officially off probation.
So then what are your plans after that? Like, where are you going to travel, or are you going to stay in Arizona, or what are you going to do?
I'm actually planning on traveling for a while. And part of that is just because I want to look at things hands on and just kind of go around the city. I'm actually pending full disability through Social Security and through the VA right now. I actually got a lawyer back in November named Art Gage that's actually helping me. He basically specializes in veterans getting their full disability. Lived in motorhomes
Ooh,
for 4
Rustic,
years.
I know, right, Rustic?
See, Rustic got it. Rustic knows what I'm talking about.
Airstream. Ashley, that is absolutely insane. I don't understand why in the hell you can carry an air rifle, but a knife or
Actually, that's stupid too. I mean, according
David,
to
what
our
are you doing with your phone? It's making lots of noise.
I'm not doing anything. It's just
Oh,
sitting here.
okay. Okay, well, it sounds like it's like rubbing on something. I don't know. Yep.
We traveled in our second motorhome when we kicked off our own land with our first non-drivable RV. We couldn't get an Airstream, too many kids.
Right, yeah, Drops, it's crackling. It's like a crackling.
Yeah, I don't know. It was crackling even
Is that
before I
Nat?
joined on my end, so I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't have that problem. Yeah. Right, Jess? The world, just watching the world fall apart. Aren't we all, darling? Aren't we all? Could I get one of you to drop David's link for me?
You want me to come out and try to come back in, see if that will fix it?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm sorry, it's crackling. I don't know what's going on.
So, of all the places that you are going to travel, I guess what is going to be your first stop? Like, where do you want to go the most?
That's the problem, Rustic. It's basically made it so you have to buy your own damn land and build a house on it, or you're forced to live around the country, kind of like what I want to do. Now, there's what they call dispersed camping here in Arizona. I don't know about that, Ashley, but I can stream just fine usually. I don't usually have crackling issues. But what do you call it? But like the dispersed camping up by Flagstaff in Coconino County, for example, there's no one that comes around. Really, I've stayed up there for like 6, 7 days at a time. You see other campers come in and out, maybe. There's no amenities, and it doesn't cost anything. And you're like a mile from the next person in the dispersed camping designated area. The reason why they do designated areas is they're trying to keep the land from being trashed as much, and it's pack in, pack out type stuff. That's the type of stuff I like to do. I don't necessarily like amenities, if you per se. So that brings up hygiene. Do I want to put a shower in? Yes. That's kind of where that corner is. It's probably going to be where my shower is. Eventually, this translucent fiberglass roof is going to come out, and I'm going to raise the roof probably 2 feet. When I do that, I'm going to extend it out over the cab and put the bed up there, give me more space, and I'll open this up a bit more. Along this side is going to end up being a full like kitchen. I'm probably going to end up eventually with a stackable washer dryer in here as well. That's probably another year out in affordability at this point. But in the meantime, it's just little stuff here and there. Like I said, Friday is actually my move-in day. So you can see I got some junk that I need to probably put my tools behind the driver's seat and just try to clear as much clutter out of here as possible, if that makes sense. I do have to go through my shelf up there. I'd like to try to get rid of the car radio. There was a radio mounted up there where you see that metal bracket hanging down, and then there was the one up there. I tried to use the radio. There's apparently a certain switch to turn it on. I can figure it out. I don't know. I'm not.
So here's kind of a legal question for you about it.
Okay.
So how can you or do you go about getting this insured, like as like an RV or a home versus
Okay, right now it's still insured as a commercial vehicle for personal use.
Yes.
Now, through the DMV in your state, you can always get a vehicle reclassified, but it has to meet criteria. I'm not going to necessarily stay in Arizona.
Right.
What am I sitting in? I'm sitting in one of my camp chairs I go fishing with.
Rustic, he is in his box van that he is converting into a tiny home on wheels.
Yeah, this is my Jason Daly cup kind of fits there, but it's just water. But yeah, it's starting to become home a little bit more. I will say, as far as the age of this vehicle, I'm surprised that the driver's seat's not more trashed. The passenger seat is the one that's pretty trashed, to be honest. And it actually came with this a seat cushion to fix it. So there's the seat cushion I can use to fix it. But there's the driver's seat. You see, it's actually pretty comfortable to sit in. There is a lever down here to adjust it. It's all the way back for me. That's just comfortable where I'm at. I thought you were in a greenhouse. No. That's my fiberglass roof to the box fan. So you can see this seat's pretty trashed. The only reason why I have the extension cord going to the house is just to charge my phone right now, pretty much. So this is my little glove box, if you will. Mainly my insurance paperwork and bill of sale and all that crap's in there.
So okay, so then once that gets reclassified, then who, I guess because I think, I know for me, in order to ensure my Airstream, like I have to go through a whole bunch of stuff, and you really have to be careful who you are insuring with, because
Right.
with the
And
Airstream, you have to put a value on it, and they are
right.
only going to pay you
And
what
I'm gonna
they
bring
think.
it up. I have just a little simple thing that I bought at Dollar Tree. It's somewhere around here. Here it is. This is just a pencil thing. As you can see, I got the extra keys. One's to the gas cap outside if I lose it. A couple extra keys to the back door, and I usually keep a back door key in my wallet. And the reason why I do that is if I lock my keys in here, all I need is one key to get back in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's not what I asked though.
But what I was getting at, it depends on your state for the to reclassify it. DMV has to go through a full inspection if you're classifying it as an RV. I have a list of things. I can't get it specific to Arizona because right now the pandemic's got everything epically screwed up, and you have to go through a third party to get anything done at DMV. Otherwise, you'll wait about 9 months.
Right. Right.
So I can't even get the information I need to get it reclassified through Arizona. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
So, but they do have certain standards. Most of them that are commonly accepted to get it reclassified. It needs a bed that's permanently mounted. It needs a stove that's permanently mounted. It needs at least a plumbing system that includes gray water. It doesn't necessarily need black water, depending on the state. I will say depending on the state, because some say that you cannot do a canister style toilet. So you have to look into that. I want to do what they call a canister style toilet. That way I don't need a black water tank, and it's more off the grid compatible. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like
No.
you want a composting toilet?
Right. Be
Right.
honest. I'm not 100% certain I'm going to totally reclassify it. The only reason being is, the only difference is I can't. If I get it reclassified, I got to show every stipulation, and it'd be different if I knew every stipulation for the state I want to be in.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to have to rebuild stuff, if that makes sense. So, like, say
Right.
I leave here and go to, say, Tennessee. Tennessee's probably got a lot different standards than Arizona. I guarantee they don't have emission standards for one. All kinds of stuff. Like Missouri,
Right.
they encourage like off grid. So I'm not sure what stipulations are going to vary to reclassify a vehicle in your area, if that makes sense. That's all I can say about
Missouri
the
is,
stuff,
yeah.
because it's going to vary so much state to state. Like I have a thing saying a general guideline says that it needs a permanently fixed stove. It needs an electrical system. It will need a bed that's permanently fixed. It will need a toilet. Depending on who you talk to, you might need a toilet and a shower. To me,
Mm-hmm.
a shower is coming in a toilet regardless. There's counties in Georgia that don't have emissions either. There's ones in Arizona like that. There's 15 counties in the state of Arizona. I happen to live in the most Nazi compliant one in the entire state, called Maricopa County. The population of Maricopa County is about 4.5 million people. There's only like 7 million people in the entire state of Arizona.
Yep. It's a huge area.
Florida doesn't do emissions tests anymore. It just sucks living here. Well,
I get that, Rustic.
I'm thinking anymore, just because there's so many stupid laws, it doesn't matter where you live, it's just starting to suck everywhere. But that's my
It
own
is.
personal thing.
However, Missouri is one of the cheapest and easiest states to homestead in. So,
I think it was actual cost of living. I think Alabama comes in number one.
I don't know. Alabama's a hole in the ground. I don't like Alabama.
I'm just saying that for the actual cheapest place to live, I think Alabama comes in number one.
I think, well, Missouri doesn't have a lot of laws against homesteading. I think Alabama has more.
Well,
they may be
I
cheaper to
know in
live,
Missouri,
but homesteading laws are different.
I know in Missouri you actually don't need even have a septic tank in. Just as long as you have a lagoon or something, you don't necessarily have to have a septic tank.
Yeah.
But the biggest reason why I wanted to have this is to have my own place and have mobility for one. Yeah, I know gas sucks. But really, when you get into bigger vehicles, a diesel costs a little bit more to pump. The engines last longer, but you don't have as many people that can work on them, if that makes sense.
Yep.
350 Chevy small block. It's like the most common small block in a Chevy truck. You can go to any Chevy dealer and have it worked on, you know.
Yep.
Mechanics are pretty everywhere for a 350 small block. So now as far as engines, once you get into V8s, I really don't think there's much benefit between a small block and a big block. Yeah, big block, you get more power. But as far as actual fuel economy, I don't see that big of a difference between a small block and a big block.
No, but when you start moving into the V8s and stuff, and you have more power, especially with you traveling, if you're going to be traveling up and down mountains and stuff like that.
Ideally, I would like to have a diesel because I've read that when you go up in elevation, you start seriously losing power. Depending on who you talk to, you could lose 50 to 75 horsepower every 1,000 feet you climb. I don't have hills or little things like out here in Arizona. The base of the San Francisco peaks, like when I was hiking at Lockett Meadow. I'm not sure if there's a video on this channel about it, but when I did Lockett Meadow this year, I think it was on the last channel. But I've moved so much that I got rid of a bunch of different videos and stuff, so I'm sorry on that. But what do you call it? The base of the San Francisco peaks is about 9,000 feet. The top of the peaks is right around 12,000 feet. So you're talking from Phoenix, where I'm at, is roughly around 900 foot elevation. In less than 200 miles, you can go up pretty much 8,000 feet in almost any direction. Yep. If you look at a topographical map of Arizona, the reason why Phoenix is so hot is because it's like the low point in the entire state.
Yep, it is. It is. We went through, when we went down, when we came through to go to Phoenix in February, we went through, and I can't remember the forest that we went through, but I mean, we were coming in and out of the mountains, and it's, you know, the gradient on it is just freaking insane. Like, you guys must go through a ton of breaks and brake pads every year on those vehicles, because otherwise you're traveling down those mountainsides at, like, you know, 90 mile an hour, and then you're gonna end up off on, you know, off on the sides. I can't even imagine.
I want to go up to Prescott, and part of it is to just get away from people. And two, Mingus Mountain, where I've camped on, and I do have a Mingus Mountain like hike over like 4 days footage on the channel. When I was up there, there is a small lake that they stock bullhead and trout in. This time of year, I don't imagine it's going to be too busy because it's starting to snow.
I say Prescott is a freaking tourist trap. I will say that.
Prescott's not as bad as Jerome as far as a tourist trap. Jerome is a tourist trap, period, end of story. If it wasn't for tourists, the map probably wouldn't exist. But Jerome is like the fourth oldest city in the United States or something. I don't know. It's ridiculous. Or no, fourth oldest city in the state of Arizona.
Right.
But, at one time, Jerome, Arizona's copper mine was producing more copper than every other mine in the world combined. I think in like 1938 or something, it peaked out something like is like 1.4 million pounds of copper was getting smelted out of the mine a day. If you've ever seen a copper smelter, especially the ones from the 1930s, they're about the size of my box fan.
Yeah, they're pretty big.
And they were all coal fired, which is ridiculous because back then there wasn't trains to get to Jerome, so they had a donkey train the coal in, and the coal was getting shipped in because it was cheaper to ship it from China than to bring it from Pennsylvania out here.
Right.
So we were actually sending coal in basically on steam-powered ships through the 1930s from China because there's not a good rail system in Arizona.
Ashley, you're killing me, man. The closest he's been to America
is Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Okay, so are you getting a huge delay when I talk, or?
I don't know. Like, it was real fine. Like, I'm seeing everything crystal clear.
Uh-huh.
And then it just crackled, and it's like, I don't know what's going on.
It's weird.
But yeah, just for me, this seemed like the most financially stable situation I could get myself into. But I'm looking at it this way. Yeah, gas is somewhat expensive, but it's also the cheapest that I've seen in 20 years. Here locally, it's down to about $2 a gallon. If you pay cash. If you pay credit, then they charge you 10 cents more a gallon. Not sure if they do that other places, but in Arizona, that's pretty common practice. Why they charge 10 cents more a gallon for paying with plastic, I don't know.
I don't know.
But that seems to be pretty common. So my average expenses per month on this, just with, say, paying off the personal loan, insurance, which I don't mind saying, it's a 1992 GMC Vandora. Okay, it's not anything special. Full coverage on this with towing assistance and glass and basically everything I could possibly get through State Farm through a local agent. I think his name's Luke Atkins out of Glendale. Is my local agent, and he's the one that was able to personally insure me for this. And what do you call it? I forget what I was going to say. Oh, my insurance with full coverage, liability, or like everything that I need, plus comprehensive glass, collision, the roadside assistance because I'm going to be living in it and stuff like that, comes to $143 a month for my rate. Okay. It's probably going to drop because the fact that I haven't had an insurance policy since my Toyota 4Runner in March of 2016. So I haven't
Right.
had a regular insurance policy. So yeah, it's higher. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, a lot of the vehicles I've owned, this is probably the cheapest to insure, and it's a commercial vehicle. So yeah, the mask mandate.
Yes,
Hold
yeah.
on, I'm gonna catch up on the chat. Jess said, yeah, mask mandate since July. No one was wearing one. So last month he started finding businesses that didn't comply. Now use curbside pickup. Jess, they're doing the same thing out here. And they tell you all the time if you have a medical condition, not to basically do anything and just lay down and die. I'll be honest, I have a lot of underlying conditions. Like I shouldn't be wearing a face covering, but they won't allow you into a business or let you do business out here if you don't have one. And it's just so stupid. Now, if I have to, I have my neck gaiter right here in my pocket. Do I wash it every day? Hell no. I don't even wear the damn thing unless I have to. You know what I mean? Like, it's just ridiculous.
Yep.
I need a permit
Just,
to have a class to take a concealed carry, but no car inspection, no personal property tax. And some counties don't require building permits. Now, see, I have nothing wrong with building permits per se. My issue is when they tell you you have to have a 1,200 square foot home and you're one damn person. That's what kind of pisses me off. So, I mean, I'd be just fine with it. Huh?
Just, it's the same here. We have, but it's $65 to take the permit to carry class and to actually get the permit. We don't have car inspection either. We don't have, well, we do have, I don't know that we have personal property tax, but we do have, like gift tax, that kind of stuff, depending on the amount. And then, yeah, some counties don't require building permits here. Why?
Yeah, I'm not big on the whole the mandate thing. Governor Ducey, I call him douchebag. I don't care for politics anyway. I don't care what side of the. I just think you need to leave people the hell alone. Let them make their own decisions. But that's my own personal take. And basically, he said that he's not going to enforce a state mandate. So every county in the state decided that they were going to make their own mandates and fine you $250 if you're not wearing a mask in public. And I said, bring it. I guarantee a cop does not want to mess with me about trying to enforce a mask mandate. Trust me.
Yeah, well, let's not get into that. So
that's the problem. They can't enforce it. There's so many people out here. If you're over like 55, they won't even mess with you typically because of the fact that there's so many seniors here, and a lot of them have things like COPD and all kinds of stuff. They can't really enforce a bunch of stuff, if that makes sense. Like, that's my problem with creating a law. If you can't enforce it, why the hell did you create it as a law? Like, there's one in Arizona, a stupid law. No hunting camels. I've never seen a fucking camel outside of a zoo, but yet it's on the books.
Yeah.
How are you going to enforce that anyway? I mean, like, were you going to break in a zoo and kill a camel? I don't get that.
Obviously, at one point in time, it was an issue.
Well, I've heard why. It was like an experiment in the 1880s or something that the U.S. Army tried to use camels to get through a certain part of the desert, and it's over by like Gila Bend or something, and supposedly they're still breeding or something. I'm like, yeah, it was over 100 years ago. I don't think that's, like, pretty sure the line just died out. Okay, like, I don't think a bunch of male camels all bred each other and then had babies. Don't think that happened. Just saying.
Jeff, so the mask mandates that we have are county by county. Some were required by our governor in our more populated counties, but a business has the right to refuse service to you if you walk in without one. Yeah. So I told you the story about why I will not shop at Walmart ever again. I won't even do curbside pickup with Walmart. They can suck it. So yeah, I don't know how they can enforce this stuff. I really don't. Regardless of whether or not it's a law, it's I think personally a freedom issue. And I don't know how anybody can enforce it, but it's unfortunately what we're.
I just think it's gotten so blown out of proportion with fear in this country over a survival rating of 99 point something. To close down the whole country over that, to me, just seems fascinating.
The survival rate is like 97.8%.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So, all right. So, I think actually I asked all the questions because I think you pretty much answered them as we went along. So, I don't really need to ask you a whole bunch more questions.
Well, I don't know if anyone else has questions, but yeah, I was just trying to get to things like that make sense for me. Like I said, I would love to have a diesel, but trying to find a diesel that was available, that was running, wasn't feasible. Everything out here that I could find that was in the time frame I needed, which happened pretty quick. Part of the reason why I wanted to do it soon is because I'm paying $500 a month just to rent half a room.
Right.
Not in that to me is asinine. My expenses with the insurance, paying the personal loan that I used to get the van, and gas. Like even with gas, like on average, is still less than $500 a month, unless I drive a lot. Like
right.
I think I spent $62 the other day. It was 40. I've spent like $140 on gas since I bought it. So, and I mean that may sound like a lot, but when you have a 30-gallon gas tank or 36 or whatever, it's not cheap, you know.
Yeah, it's not. And fuel is not cheap anyway right now. So.
What's that?
Fuel is not cheap right now anyway. I don't care. $2 a gallon is still not cheap to me.
But I mean, I'm looking at it this way. Go ahead and keep paying $500 a month to rent half a room. I still got to buy most of my own food. He provides a few things, but I still got to buy my hygiene items. I still got to buy just about everything other than having a roof and a bed. Okay. I have my own bigger bed that's coming in here. I have my own sheets. I have my own place, and I'm able to travel. It just seems so much more logical to have a place that I can just, you know, I mean, not every place is friendly to park, but there's plenty of places once you get outside the city where I can pull away from the road and no one's going to bother. You know what I'm saying? And,
yeah, there's rest areas and whatnot too.
Right, but like I know a lot of areas in the state, like between the different counties. I'm not so familiar with down by Tucson, just because it's such a long drive down there. Like if I was to choose, I'd rather go to Flagstaff than down by Tucson. A lot of that has to do with forget what county it is, but almost everything in Tucson is like $15 a day. Like it's crazy. Like even day use places, there's like $15 a day, and I'm not going to pay that. I'd rather just be off the grid. So back to that. When I get the roof changed out, the whole roof is pretty much going to be changed to probably aluminum or corrugated steel. I'm going to talk to probably a trailer shop about getting rid of the fiberglass and putting a real roof on it. I do want to go up at least a foot and a half in height. I'm thinking 2 feet. That way it'd give me about 8 feet in here. Part of the reason is so when I decide to get the front of it knocked out, I can have my bed tossed up over like a Class C motorhome, and then it give me a little bit more room in here. Another reason why I'm going to do that is I do like to kayak, and I'm actually thinking about making a garage with that extra height and just having a kayak storage on one side.
That would be cool.
So, I mean, because of the length, I could put a good sized kayak, maybe even a tandem, so I could have another person with me or whatever, and just have my own storage, have that, and just go, So that's another thing I've been thinking on. I am going to eventually have it as a completely off grid system with solar. I'm going to put an inverter system in, probably 4,000 watts or 3,500, somewhere in there. I'm not looking to run a whole lot of stuff. Eventually, I'm going to have a fridge that's probably going to be electric. I'm going to try to probably do with electric appliances when I go that way. One, it's going to be easier to maintain, and two, because of the battery backup and everything. Because I'm probably going to do, I don't know, we'll see. It'll probably be 6 deep cell batteries, or deep cycle. Like to have a little bit more of a backup. It might be a 96-volt system. We'll see. But it's going to be separate from the rest of the truck. It's not going to charge off of the alternator. It's not going to do anything with that. I'm still going to look into having a gas-powered, like RV generator put on. Mm-hmm. It's probably going to be on the side under the window. And the only reason why I like to kind of have it over there is that way it's kind of out of the way and have that directly plumbed into the gas tank for power, if that makes sense, for fuel, whatever you want to call it. And then, so I don't know, we'll see different things, but it's unlike other people. I didn't have the budget to just do everything I wanted right away. It's going to be a work in progress. That's why I was saying, like, I've been trying to do little things here and there. It might not look like much, just getting that foam and silicone and all that stuff done around the windows. That was like a 4 or 5 day project, and it might not sound like much, but I mean, sometimes it's, you gotta wait for it to dry and see if it sticks and whatnot.
No, it's all a
Mandy,
game.
The little hole I had in the fiberglass up there, that was a pain in the ass by itself. The 3-day adventure. I've got that pretty much taken care of. Like I said, it's not a terribly long vehicle, but because it does have the turning radius of a semi, you got to plan things out like a semi. Mm-hmm. I know it's not quite the length of a semi, but I mean, I'm pretty sure it doesn't even have power steering. Like, if you're at a stop, it's a manual workout, that's for sure. So I mean, as far as the materials I took back, something like, initially I bought a bunch of 2x4s because I was planning on framing this whole thing out and whatnot, to do it all right away. And then I realized I'm going to have to afford to live in it for a while. So plans change. The back may even change. It's tentative right now. It's sealed. It will work for now. Would I at least like to paint it? Yeah, but I actually do plan on putting a moisture barrier over the plywood and then putting aluminum over that. So The aluminum's going to be the outside external surface, and then I'll just paint the aluminum. So.
So is that how you're going to insulate it then? Or?
Yeah, the installation's probably going to happen probably Thursday. I usually get paid, well, technically I get paid on the 1st, but with it being a holiday, I'll get paid on New Year's Eve anyway. I always get paid the day before, if that makes sense. So
Yeah, actually, I'm scheduled for the 3rd of every month, but the 3rd lands on a Sunday, so I'll probably get paid on the 31st, considering it's, the 1st is the holiday. So.
but yeah, I mean, you see how bright it is in here anyway, right? Like,
Yeah.
because of the fiberglass. And I'll tell you right now, if I have to park in, say, a rest area, it's got overhead lighting, it's going to be just like this. It's hard for me to sleep during daylight. So part of the reason why I want to insulate it is to get rid of this. And Harbor Freight sells these little, they're about $4 each. And they have these little hooks. And I'm actually got some 3M Velcro tab things. And I'm just going to stick them on the top. And then all I got to do is push a light on. So I'd have like 3 independent light sources across the top, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And then all you got to do is just pull off the Velcro and change out the batteries on it. But they come with batteries already in them. And they're like $4 each. That's going to be my lighting in here in the meantime. Not going to be great, but I mean, it's going to be insulated with, I'm not 100% certain on how I want to do it yet, but it's probably going to be 1-inch foam board. Only reason why I'm thinking 1 inch is because it needs to be winter capable insulation. Does that make sense? Yeah. So the R value, it does have plywood walls. Okay. So there's the plywood with I call it like a plastic sheathing over it. It's like the 32nd of an inch thick or something. So most of it's plywood, other than you can see where the fiberglass is. That curved piece is fiberglass, and then the whole roof is fiberglass. So in the meantime, how I'm actually going to apply the fiberglass is with 3M adhesive. Or not the fiberglass, the fiberboard insulation. So what I'm looking at, there's a couple different ones. The R value or insulation value. There's one with like a tin foil on it, and then there's one just a board. I want the one with the tin foil on it because it's got like a moisture barrier built into it. And then I think usually you have the tin facing you, but I'm not 100% certain on that. I'll have to look. That's the way I've seen it installed in other tiny home builds. But yeah, this is going to be essentially a mobile tiny home when I'm done with it. It's going to be probably more built like an actual home than an RV, if that makes sense.
Well, it'll give you more flexibility to move about, right, as far as like moving from location to location.
It's going to be insulated way better than a regular RV. It's going to have pretty much a full off-grid capability, and I won't need to plug into shore power. That's my goal. Like, I don't want to just be able to pull up and plug into their hookups.
Right.
I don't want to be able to have a black water tank at all. I'd rather just do away with that idea. Because the more weight you carry, the more crap is resisting, and the shittier your mileage is going to be in general.
So if you, as far as lighting goes, have you looked into the LED light strips that are solar powered, because I have some actually for my Airstream, and they were like $10 for I think 100 feet or 50 feet.
Where would I put them at, Mandy?
Well, you'd run them along the top there, and then you have to somehow get the solar pack part of the cord, and so you get the solar pack out to get it charged. But I mean, you'd run them right, like where you're going to put your lights, your press-on light. You could just run your LED strips down that way instead.
Well, it's just a matter of if they're solar, I'm going to have panels for them, right?
No, they come. Okay, so they actually come with a little solar charging pack attached to them, wired to them.
Huh. I was just trying to figure out how to.
I'll try and find them where I got them off of Amazon, and I'll send you a link to them.
Okay. I was just thinking of something local that's cheap that I can use in the meantime.
Yeah, no, that would work. Yes, I'm just wondering if you had considered that or had even heard of it.
Right. And there's some things I like to do, but it's just a matter of saving for it right now. And
right.
Ideally, if I can get to, say, just live in Prescott or around Jerome on Mingus Mountain or whatever, which from Mingus Mountain, I think Jerome's only like 8-9 miles away. But the thing is, between that 8-9 miles, there's like 140 curves. I'm not kidding.
That's a lot of curves.
Yeah, it's not something you take at 45 miles an hour unless you're a rally car racer or something.
Right.
It is something like almost every one of them's a hairpin turn, and it says like caution 20 miles an hour. You know,
right.
It's so 8 miles. I think it literally takes you almost an hour driving because you're turning so much.
Right. That is really not surprising to me at all. So, I mean, having driven through Arizona, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, well, there's other spots that are, no guardrail, like going up the Payson in spots, and if you miss part of the road or go off the road, you're probably going to fall like 6,000 feet to your death or something.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
There's also a limit on how long a vehicle can be out here in a lot of areas, and I didn't want anything longer than 22 feet in overall length because a lot of areas do have limits on overall length.
Okay.
So that was another reason why I wanted the smaller box truck size, if that makes sense. So.
Ashley.
I
don't need a solar panel. My bald head attracts the sun. That is too funny. Love the bald. Love it.
Actually was saying he's going to go get his gender medication or something too. You remember that? And he said I think it was ASHLEIGH or something.
Yep. Oh, so Ashley, did you make me some tea and send it to me?
Did a really good video a while back about solar panel setups for large, small needs. Yeah, I know what I'd like to do, homesteading in Idaho, but it's just a matter of what I can afford right now. Because it's an older vehicle, like Mandy said, like there is a massive change in elevation around this state. So before I actually take it up to where I want to be, I want a competent mechanic to go through the engine, make sure there's no problems. It seems pretty mechanically sound, but like right now, the parking brake, for example, the light won't go out and it's not engaged. So I don't know if there's some type of shortening it or what. But that's kind of an issue. I like a lot harder brake pedal. I like to be able to just touch my foot on the brake and feel resistance. Right now it seems kind of really mushy to me. So I'd like to get that fixed before I head up the mountains. Um, so there's a few little issues I want to make sure it's taken care of before that's pretty mechanical sound before I go up the hill. And whatnot. And it's just a matter of trying to basically live in my means as much as possible. I do want to plan on paying off the loan early, probably before 2021 is out. And it's just a matter of, because the loan amount is almost a third of my income, it's a matter of trying to limit my expenses as much as possible. So
Right.
I'm not sure if I showed. Did I show you my keys?
Your what?
The keys to the truck.
Yeah. Well, you did me,
So-
but not them.
All right. So this is the old school ignition key on the GM. It actually says for GM cars on it.
Yeah. I have some of those. It's not GM, but I have some of those.
This is a door key. This opens the passenger and driver side doors. This is my gas cap key, because anyone that's followed me actually knows it came with a combination gas cap. The combination broke, and I had to buy a new gas cap. So it's got a locking gas
You
cap.
just got a locking one instead.
Huh?
So you just got the locking key instead.
Yeah. And then this is the door. It's one key to open both locks.
Yep.
For the back. So that's pretty much it. But it is nice in a lot of ways, because I mean, if I get to somewhere and I need to sleep or whatever, all I got to do is open that door and I'll be right on my bed. So, and I do like going down the road with that closed, because it's quieter. It almost, I'd say it probably gets rid of something like 90% of the noise in the truck when that door is closed. So it's a sound thing. Another thing I like about it is I can close that, and it's going to stay warmer back here for one. It's a smaller area to stay warm, if that makes sense. Obviously, there's no way really to insulate that on this side, because it slides, and there's no point to me to insulate the other side. No, that's just
Is there an actual gap between the pass hole that, like, you can get to from the outside? Like, you can actually feel the outside air coming through it?
Is there what?
Is there a gap? Yeah. Is there a gap between the cab and box that is accessible from the outside?
No. There's no.
Okay.
I'm not sure if everyone here has seen it, but I'll go ahead and jump out and show that. But this is pretty much the back of the seats pretty much end right here where the cab is, and then right here at the corner, there's about right here is where the end of the doorway and everything is, if that makes sense. Like, you can see it in the inside where the clearance lights are and stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fiberglass clip coming across.
I just wasn't sure. I couldn't remember if there was a gap between the cab and the box that was accessible from the outside. I couldn't remember.
Like, so you can see right here is where the cab is. Okay. You can actually see it
Right.
right here. You can see the little start of the box.
Okay. So it's just the gap is just actually between the seats and the box, so that it's basically more storage for like tools and stuff. So.
Pretty much, because this used to be, well, I mean, it's a Penske truck, but I'm pretty
Right.
sure it was originally set up to be a delivery truck because of this type of board,
Mm-hmm.
like small UPS truck or whatever.
Yep.
Because, I mean, you can see I slid that, and if the cord wasn't there, I could latch it right now.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, it's the emergency triangles down here. Actually looks like it needs to get replaced because I only have one of them in here. So
Jeff says, make sure you park it next to the APT building in Nashville. Yeah, let's not do that. And Ashley, yeah, I don't know about you being good, but I don't
I'm
know.
not sure if I want to do anything with Nashville after what I just heard this week.
No. And so homesteading in Idaho, that bit of space there is definitely going to be handy for you. And I agree. I think that'll be a great place for tools. The space between the
right now it's got my fishing gear on this side.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done much with that side yet, but that way it's kind of organized. I don't necessarily have to get all the way to the back. The poles are broke down. You see that. And part of that is just for space. So.
Well, and you could even put dividers in there.
Right. And eventually what I'm thinking about doing is actually putting a system right here to mount my rods on.
Mm-hmm.
And then just be able to grab them from right here eventually. But that's kind of, right now, that's what works and is out of the way because I'm having to get ready to bring everything from my grandpa's house in here. Because I have a bunch of my stuff from when I had my apartment. I got end tables. I got my computer desk. I have a desktop computer. I have all kinds of stuff that's going to have to come in here. So it does still have the moving ramp. I actually showed that earlier. And it does still fit in and all that stuff. It's just slightly off from, it's not very wide. It's only maybe 1.5 feet wide or whatever. But it does work as a table and other things too if you need to. You can build in cabinets with doors so things aren't sliding all over. Different options, definitely a possibility there. Yes, there's a lot of options. Like I said, I do like the fact of the overall length of the truck. That was definitely an appealing thing to me. I do need to get more silicone. I'd rather silicone some of these gaps than just have that foam. You see how the foam actually expanded and filled this gap really nice?
Yep.
From the fiberglass. Filled this huge gap over here really nice. Just little things here and there. And it's just, if I close this window, I'm not sure if you can hear how much more quiet it is now.
It is a lot quieter.
So, and then if I close that up, it's sealed off a lot of the noise for one, and two, did that latch? No, it didn't. Thank you. I was hoping it didn't latch all the way, but yeah, this door, I mean, it definitely needs some work. But I do like the fact that there is a door here, and I can put a hasp on it and keep people essentially out of my house. I've seen some crazy awesome videos of folks building a tiny house onto the back of their trucks.
Yep.
We already have a head start with it being a box truck. The fireplace pellet stoves are cool. Yes, they are. I've actually seen one that you can use as like a cast iron cooking stuff type of design. Basically, that might be a possibility. The only thing is fuel. Okay, they run on pellets. How many of them pellets do you need to be essentially cooking stuff like that? So right now it's just getting by with what I have, and once I get it insulated, get the insulation on the roof, because you want the good insulation on the roof. That's why I was thinking about just doing the same insulation all the way across. And then these railings from here to here, measured it earlier. They seem to run 22 inches each. So I don't know why they did that. Obviously, it's not 22 inches from here to here, but it's a weird. It seems like they tried to roof it as cheap as they possibly could to me.
Well, they needed to be able to have good ventilation and still get light back there, so they didn't have to run more electrical crap.
Right. And that's the thing. This dome light, if I open the door to the cab, this light comes on.
Mm-hmm.
So this is actually pretty bright back here at night. It's not quite daylight, but I mean, that one little light does brighten it up in here pretty well. The only thing bad is you need the door open. So, or the door to the cab.
Right.
I'm staying in Idaho is all he needs.
All he needs is Mr. Q, buddy.
Stick it next
No,
to
let's
the
not do
gas.
that.
I'm
No.
not sticking no heating source next to the gas tank. Oh, sorry. But,
All right. So
you guys were talking about the selfie stick thing, right? Since my tripod went down because of the DAWs, there is my new selfie stick.
Yep. And every time it moves on there, it makes a really weird crackling noise, and that's why nobody can hear you.
I don't know. I've just been holding it in my hand for a while. So.
Yeah. No, and there hasn't been any crackling since then. Hello, Sweet Pea Farm. Michelle, how are you?
I don't know.
Hi,
I'm just trying different things. It's what I have on hand. I'm like, well, maybe this will work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So.
Scotty, we're getting ready to move into the 5th hour, and Rachel and Rusty from Robertson's Gully Acres will be coming on at 5 here in about 15 minutes. So.
All right, so I can jump off here, and Mandy let me come on for what feels like forever, but
that was fine. That's kind of what it's.
I know it's nothing elaborate, but it's just it's a situation that I think is going to allow me to have more freedom for one, and to get out to do a lot more of the things I want to do. I hate living in the city. I just hate it. And it's just maybe a couple nights like in a Walmart parking lot or something, just until I get everything worked out with the engine, get the insulation up and whatnot before I head up the hill, and then go from there. So, but I guess you guys are probably wondering what I'm going to do about refrigeration in the meantime. I don't have it here. I do have a small, I call it my fish cooler, but I do need to clean that out. That's with my fishing gear up there. I do have another small cooler, but I do want to buy like a good size, like Yeti cooler or something. I want to buy something of good quality, and then be able to put ice in it, and then keep my cold food in there in the meantime. Yeah. So. Kissy, tell the boss you quit along the riverheads. Sweet Pea Farm, New York. Welcome.
Yes, that's Michelle, and she has a couple. She has cooney pigs, and they raise sheep, and she's got some beautiful peacocks, and yeah, she's got a beautiful farm up there.
I'm staying in Idaho. I actually have a playlist on the channel. It's called the 1992 GMC Vandora Tiny Home Conversion. Right now, I want to say it's got 8 episodes. Plus, there's a couple shorts on fixing a couple things like the gas cap and fixing the door handle and stuff like that in it. But that's basically going to be where everything associated with this van, truck, whatever you want to call it, is going to go. Eventually, it will be 100% off grid, like set up as far as electric, other than trying to get water. I mean, in certain places you go, you almost always have to replenish with water. Can't say that enough. It doesn't matter how big of a water tank you put on, you're still going to go through water. Now, I have noticed if I'm not hiking, I go through substantially a lot less water in a day. If I'm hiking, especially like if I'm doing 8+ miles a day, I essentially drink about 1.5 gallons of water a day.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's good, though. You need to.
But yeah, I mean,
I'll continue to drink my Coca-Cola.
Then you need to raise what? I've been trying to avoid clients and try and get them to remember I take Mondays off, but it ain't working. YT, YouTube gave me an X-ray yesterday of a private video of the whole world out to get me. So, but yeah, it's just a matter of trying to get this. The big thing to me was just trying to get this rear end sealed up. I have how I got this door cut down on the channel. Originally, this was an 80-inch door. Obviously, you can tell it's not 80 inches now.
No.
So it's a lot smaller. Can't upload videos for a week. That sucks.
What the hell did you do that you got?
I don't know.
Seriously. Damn. You got blacklisted?
You just quit doing some sit-ups while watching this. I need to do some sit-ups.
Makes 2 of us.
Stop eating so much and sitting around too, but part of that's just been not having wheels, and now I finally got wheels. It's like I want to do this, but I'm too broke to afford to get gas to go do it. So. But yeah, I mean, I know it's kind of in the raw right now and ugly, but it's going to come along. It's going to look a lot different real quick. Just putting insulation in here. Those new solar unit wiring up videos will be delayed. To see you're going to get your rear sealed. Yeah, Chrissy, I said I already got the rear sealed up. That's why there's this great foam or great stuff foam everywhere. See, Chrissy.
All right, so Drops, you got to spill beans. How did you get blacklisted for a week?
So
I'm sitting up in my armchair. Yeah, see, that's me too, Ashley. I don't do sit-ups. Chrissy, your mind always goes to a dirty place. It's okay, boo.
I think she gets that from Evan.
Who, Chrissy?
Yeah, I was just messing around.
Oh.
It's like when
hey,
Evan,
how are you?
It just stays in the gutter.
Well, Michelle just said, "Get your mind out the gutter, girl."
Evan Gates Cherry Farm, welcome.
I'm not very PC either, Drops. So Most of the people that frequent my channel are not PC either. So,
Hey, I'm trying to work on not cursing as much. It's hard, okay?
yeah, it is hard.
I know I have
Evan is
probably at
Section 8
least
Outdoors, and he
on
was
my
in here
channel-
earlier, but he's not here right now.
Yeah, at least on my channel, I probably hit. Who's Evan? We should be friends. It's Section 8 Outdoors along the river homestead. He was in here. Usually, if I'm somewhere, he's not far behind. He's one of my best friends. So, and I know him off YouTube a bit too. So, but
He was sending me stuff on Instagram today, a video this morning about getting the the vaccine. I'm just like, dude. So,
well, I'm still asking your opinion on what I told you about it and sent to you.
I told you, I wouldn't do it, but that's me.
Oh.
Okay, so the thing with that particular video and that person is abnormally healthy. Okay,
Right.
obviously works out
all the time.
a lot. He is able to afford really good food for a diet, apparently, that kind of stuff. So he might not.
If you make 6 digits a year, it probably can afford a lot of shit. So
Exactly. So,
I mean, when you're a doctor, work on your residency, I'm pretty sure you're making decent money.
yeah, you are. You are. And if it's just you and your girlfriend, you have no children, then yeah, you're making some good bank, some decent bank.
He doesn't even drive like the newest car either. So
nope. But what I'm saying is that he is super healthy, and he's not going to have the same effects that, say, you or I would have if we were to have that. And he only had, if he had the Pfizer vaccine, that is a 2-step vaccine. So don't know what the second dose is.
Because he works at the VA. I know him personally, obviously, because of my interactions at the VA. He actually removed my ingrown toenail, so he's a, what do you call it? A podiatrist? Is that the
podiatrist? Yes.
Yeah. So, I guess they also know like hands and stuff, kind of like a lot of orthopedic stuff. But I don't know. It just seems like he explained a lot of things, and he was saying if I continue to have issues with ingrown toenails because I hike so much, to go ahead and consider maybe just having all the nails removed on my feet.
Right. Right.
I don't understand why we have toenails. I don't.
I'm not real sure either. But
if we're supposed to evolve, I want to know why we have toenails. Just saying.
I'm not positive.
Or we have stupid things in our body like an appendix that just erupts and shit.
I know, but your appendix actually is necessary. I mean, it's not necessary for survival, but it's another lymph that filters out for your body. So the appendix actually is
like a gallbladder. The gallbladder can be useful too, and then like you don't necessarily need it.
Nope. Yep, that's right.
All right, what the hell is everyone clicking his back on? And I'm just holding it with my hands. I'm just telling you.
It's got, I don't know what's going on with that thing.
I don't
know. Chrissy to paint, duh.
Okay, where are we painting, Chrissy? I need to know. Oh, nails. Okay.
Toenail.
I get it now. Okay. I get it.
We get Eddie's and Manny's,
Just went right the hell over my head.
Might be aliens trying to tap into her life. That could be true. You know, I've had some real issues with those same controls. Probably aliens.
And that's
It's the
another thing
government
I like.
spying on us through David's phone.
Obviously, you can see it has this carpet, a low shag carpet. It's been stained a little bit. I'm not terribly worried about that, but it did protect. You can see it's actually where it's been protected the wood floor pretty well in here.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually look like, well, I'm going to say probably 1x8s, but they're probably like 2x8s or something like that. But they're not all the same size. You can see a smaller one right there, and then a wider board right there. So, I mean, it does have a lot of good features going for it, which is kind of why I wanted a box fan to begin with. So.
Right. Chrissy, you're not right, man.
Well,
no, because you died.
I'm not going to go there.
All right, Jess, have dinner and come on back.
All right, so it sounds
I'll
like
be here.
Rusty and Rachel are probably waiting backstage already. I don't know.
No, they're not here yet, but they should be coming here pretty quick.
Okay. Is there any other questions that anyone has about the box fan or my channel or whatever while I'm here?
I don't. I asked all my stuff and you answered most of it before I even asked it. So
I don't know. I just thought those are pertinent questions that someone might want to ask. I don't know.
no, it's that is absolutely true. All right. Christy, I get feisty when I'm at work late. Yeah. Because it's almost 6 o'clock for you. So.
Oh, great. One of my neighbor's dogs is barking.
My neighbor's dog about got my handgun yesterday. He came over, he was off of his leash, which, was not anything too major, but then he decided that he was going to nip at one of my dogs, and he was growling and barking at me, and I basically yelled, and my neighbor, his owner, was standing outside, and I said, "You get this dog taken care of, or I'm going in to get my handgun, and he's going to die." And I'm not one to do that kind of stuff, but I will not be threatened, and he will not attack my animals. My animals are tied up, and he is not. So
that's another thing I wanted to mention. The caulk gun for caulking that I got.
Yeah.
This is a Harbor Freight special. It's actually got better steel than about the 3 cheaper ones that Home Depot sells. This one runs $2.99. It's got better steel. Plus, it comes with a piece that cuts off the end right here, and it's got the puncture thing right here. And it's not as flimsy as the Home Depot one, and it runs under $2.99. Plus, it has a little rubber stopper thing. So, if you're looking for a cheap, usable one, Harbor Freight. Sorry. And this type of clamp at Harbor Freight runs 99 cents. What did I spend on it at Walmart? Because I didn't want to wait until Harbor Freight opened. $3.99, and I broke one of them the same day I got it.
all right, I'm gonna let you go. I've got Rusty waiting backstage, so I'm gonna get him on. And
Stunt Devil, the resemblance is uncanny. Well, there's Rusty and Rachel.
yeah, I know. That's what I said. I'm gonna let you go so I'm gonna get them on. Oh. All right. Hello, ladies and gents. Lady and gents.
Hi, guys.
Oh, we got to get Rusty in there. There he is.
Hey. How are you?
Good. How's it going, lady?
Hey, it's going. I'm almost 5 hours in. So, woo!
Gosh, I don't know how you're doing it. Oh, my gosh.
And I haven't even gotten up to go to the bathroom yet. Are you surprised?
Depends.
No. No, God, no.
Have a nice big drink.
I don't have yet. I do have a Coke. But yes, my nice stiff drink will be coming soon.
There you go.
Yes, definitely. Oh my goodness. So 5 hours in. That is
5 hours in. Yep. You are my 5th guest.
Oh my gosh. That's awesome though.
Okay,
I know
see you
it
later.
is. So for all of you out there, if you guys don't know who this is Rusty and Rachel from Robertson's Belly Acres. And they actually just bought a new homestead, didn't ya?
Yes, we
Yes.
did. We downsized.
Dramatically downsized. Yes.
Dramatically downsized. Oh my God.
Aw, thanks, homesteading. And Idaho says love Robertson's Belly.
We love homesteading in Idaho.
That is awesome. So how was the day? How was your day?
We are in wedding planning mode. This is wedding week. Allie gets married on Thursday. So, oh my gosh. It's just go, go, go. It's like Christmas and then boom, right into the nitty-gritty of the wedding stuff. So, oh my gosh.
But that's okay because come Friday morning, vacation.
No,
Yeah.
No, it's vacation. We don't have the stress of everybody else. We just go back in our normal routine.
That's right.
That is true. That is true.
Yes. I have no idea whom these people are. Never seen them in my life.
Just keep measuring, buddy.
Whatever they say about me, don't believe them. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Troublemaker. That's all. Troublemaker.
Okay. Well, I can see that about him.
Yeah.
I can see that about him.
It's trouble from innuendos.
Yes. Yes. Well, we know that he just got in trouble with YouTube. So.
Oh,
no. Did he?
Yes, he did. He admitted that up here, and because he's not very PC, and I'm like, then you're in the right place because I'm nowhere near PC.
Yeah. They like to talk about farm animals.
Roosters, to be exact.
Oh. I'll tell you what, my rooster, that little bastard.
You can turn that light off.
I want to get rid of him, but I just don't have the heart. Look, I'm attached to him. I'm attached to his evil ways. He's such a jerk. But he's so handsome.
He's so handsome. We don't have a mean rooster anymore. We got rid of the mean one. We've got a young one, so I'm not saying he's not going to be mean, but he's not yet.
So did you give him away, or did you dispatch him, put him in freezer camp?
He went to freezer camp.
I said the mean one went to freezer camp. The first mean one got given away.
Yes.
The second mean one, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, they all went to freezer camp.
Yes.
Well, yeah, my rooster is a jerk. His spurs are probably over an inch long. Yeah.
Josh says my rooster is a jerk too.
Yeah. I'm telling you. So
he says Rusty is stuck between two beautiful ladies.
Rusty sandwich.
Actually, she said sandwich, but you know we're kind of
yes, but we are not as we don't speak well and enunciate like they do in New York.
Or even in Iowa. In Iowa.
Intoxicated, out wandering around.
That's right. That's better than the other one.
Yes. I'm trying to be PC.
Oh no.
I know. Again, I would rather be intoxicated out wandering around. Unfortunately, though, that'll get me in trouble too. So.
Yes. If you're intoxicated, you're an IDT 10 anyway.
Chris
yeah, pretty much.
Oh my God, I don't talk like that.
Yes, I know. she says things like "toll it."
Toll it.
I love my boo. I love my boo.
Oh, Chrissy said they're finally going home. Yay!
Yay for going home.
Drop says that's not very good English accent, Rusty. Gotta get better than that.
They don't get no better than that.
Ashley says, or the UK where we all talk posh.
Yeah, there you go. So Ashley was actually on for like a half an hour today. He came in and he's never been on a live before on screen, and so yeah, it was great. He was super nervous for no reason.
Ashley's allotment diary. Awesome. Sorry, Becca didn't plug the phone in. It died. I hope mine doesn't die. I was at 50-something% a while ago, so I think we're good.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So I'm just gonna do like basic questions.
Oh goodness.
Okay, we're gonna give you basic answers.
Okay, because I'm a basic white girl.
I was waiting for it. I'm like, here it comes.
Funny story, real quick. I went and with my employer, we sold the house that Rachel and I just finished. The lady that bought it is just an 86-year-old little black lady, and we went in there and we met her roommate and working on stuff, and she said, "Well, how'd you fix that so quick? You guys are just awesome." I said, "It's not a bad job for two little white boys." And we are towering over this lady, and she walked up to Greg, and he's like, to her. She gave him a big hug. She said, "I just love you little white boys."
So cute. Oh my gosh. And I'm sure she was a Spitfire too.
Oh
yes.
My goodness.
Oh, she's on me.
That's the best though.
Yes.
That is the best. Okay, so how did you ever come up with Robertson's Belly Acres?
Well, we had a few acres of land, and our kids are belly acres. Our animals are belly acres.
My parents lived with us. My dad's a belly acre.
There you have it, Robertson's Belly Acres.
Yep.
Awesome. So then you downsized, right? So you did you downsize because you needed to, or because everybody was kind of leaving the nest?
Yeah, it was a little bit of both, really. We were in a 3,000 square foot home. We had like 6.5 acres. Everybody was leaving the nest. We didn't need all that room. Plus, we want to become completely self-sufficient, completely debt-free. And we knew if we stayed on the farm, we would never get out of that. The mortgage was so high. The utilities were so high.
Yeah.
So we actually remodeled the house that we live in now. Bought it, remodeled it, and we're on like half an acre, but we're hoping it's temporary.
Yeah, hoping within 2 to 5 years we're out of this and have our own place bought and paid for.
Cool. So then is that so that's your goal? I was actually going to ask you, so where are you going like within 5 years? Are you still looking to move again, or to get more land, or?
We would like to be able to buy more land somewhere. I mean, we're not moving to New York or anything, or Iowa even.
Oh yeah, you want to move to Iowa and come live by me?
No, it's too damn cold.
Yeah, we're sitting at like 24 degrees right now.
Yeah, and I'm complaining that it's 40. But no, we'd like to find some land somewhere here close. I mean, I say close, within what, an hour?
Yeah, because Rusty's parents moved closer to us, and our original plan, we wanted to go to Missouri and go off grid and all of that, but Rusty's dad had 2 forms of cancer, and he was having to commute almost daily to Tulsa for cancer treatments. And so they moved closer, and also so we could be kind of, close and
be closer to help, because it's nothing. At least twice a week, I'm going to say on average, that they'll call and they need something, and it may be something as simple as the other night I screwed up my TV. and we had to go over and Rachel figured out how to get them back into the TV back on.
Yeah.
Or their cell phone, or Dad might drop something or need help putting some stuff up. It's just
Right.
that little stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's important.
Do what?
It's important, and it's important for them to maintain their independence
Yes.
at the age. So it is extremely important. I mean, having worked in long-term care, I will say that is the number one cause of depression in the elderly is their loss of independence. And that is why when you walk into a nursing home, it's just like you can just feel death looming. It's because everybody is super depressed. They've lost their sense of just being. They can't do anything for themselves anymore, and
That's kind of where my dad's at. He's coming back out of that now, where he's able to start having energy to go and do again. But with the current state of affairs, he can't do a lot because of his cancer.
Right.
Yep.
But he still likes to be able to get out and go get a pop. And about every day they either go get a pop or go get ice cream and drive around. And they stop here or go to my brother's in Tulsa. So
they have a squeaky couch. The couch is squeaking.
Frankie. Isn't it Frankie? Is that your bird's name, Frankie?
Frank. Yes.
Frank.
He wants to be on all the lives all the time, so he's over here whistling. And you said Frank, and he hid. He got down to the bottom.
Took his head up a foot.
Frank. So
David plans on moving to Wyoming or Montana.
Yeah, no. Wyoming or Montana is way too expensive. That's why I would love to be out there because it's beautiful, but it's a lot colder and it's a lot more expensive to buy land. So
yeah,
and the snow's a lot deeper.
Yes, a lot deeper.
My dad is just about done. That Alzheimer's has just about done him in. We figured
Yeah.
a couple of months and he'll join my mom in heaven. I'm so
sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, that's rough. And honestly, with Alzheimer's, it's harder on the family than it is even on the patient.
Yeah.
So it sucks.
Yes.
Worked a lot of units over the years where I was in Alzheimer dementia units, and it's so sad. And you try so hard to, give them some sort of fun, and they don't even recognize it half the time. So
right.
It sucks. So, all right. So now where you are on, you said a half an acre. So are you going to be able to have a big garden? Are you planning on a big garden?
Yes.
Yes, we have it's probably a trailer house lot out there.
It's about 40 by 60.
Yeah. Right now we have our pigs on there. We have two feeder pigs. They're about done. They go to freezer camp on
February 13th.
Yeah, February. So, and they're rooting everything up for us. So
right.
We plant the garden there,
Which has been nice. They've been digging up a lot of sandstone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So are you taking them into the locker, or are you going to butcher by yourself again?
We're taking them to the locker.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that again, do you?
No.
We don't have we might try it again, but we have to get the equipment again.
Yeah.
Right now we had the skid steer before where we could pick the pigs up and do that stuff. And we don't have that anymore. So we have something different.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Hello, DNA Hopeful. So then what do you have for animals still then on your little half-acre abode?
Right now we have laying hens and one rooster and the two pigs, and that's it. Well, and then we have our dogs and the bird, but other than that.
We're hoping we've talked about it. We're hoping in the spring to be able to go ahead and get some rabbits. And I'm kind of thinking about a little bit doing some quail, but I'm not real sure yet.
Quail are supposed to be super easy to take care of and, clean up after and whole 9 yards. So, and they leave great fertilizers. So.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's the rabbits too. We tried rabbits but we weren't serious about it. We were just learning goats. And so I was like, I can't learn two things at once. Let's get the goats down. And then of course, then we moved. So I'm excited to try the rabbits again. We had a mama rabbit. We didn't even know she was pregnant. Well, it was her first litter. She freaked out. She ate her babies, freaked me out. I was like, I'm done. I can't do rabbits.
Like, no, oh my God. So then, are you right now? Like, do you? Some homesteads are like, yes, please come visit, stay a while, blah blah blah. You know, that kind of stuff. Are you guys like that, or would you rather not have people visit you?
Oh no, we're always like, come on over, you know, and we love to entertain. We always have, and so we're just like, yeah, come on over and we'll hang out and we'll, cook food and,
Anytime we talk on our lives about the first annual family reunion, YouTube family reunion coming in May, there's several channels in Texas that'll be coming right through here. And we're like, just stop by.
Yeah.
We're right here, we're on the way. Got a couple of them said they were bringing campers. When we get up there in time, hey, stop right here. Well, we can set you up, your camper up right here in our yard for the night. There's no sense in getting up there in the middle of the night.
I have not even heard of this YouTube family reunion thing. I am so far out of the loop. I'm not included in the whole lot.
The Crockers and Sawyer Ridge put on the YouTube meetup last year.
Okay.
It wasn't last year. It was earlier this year.
Earlier this year.
So it was like in October.
September, October sometime.
Mm-hmm.
And they were expecting maybe 10 channels. They had almost, 40 channels, 44, 45 channels. There was between 200 and 300 people showed up.
Yeah.
Wow.
From all over the country. There was people there from Florida, Ohio, California. I mean, they just really come in. And it was so exhilarating. It lit a fire under so many of us that we were blown away by it. That Jason and Jared and Matt and the Sawyers kept saying, we got to do it again. So Jason and the Sawyers got together, and May the 22nd, they're having what they're calling the first annual YouTube family reunion in Pryor, Oklahoma. And they made the announcement, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks ago, they made the announcement that it was a for sure thing on this date. Within 12 hours, the hotel was sold out.
Yeah.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
There's a Facebook page, like a, what's it called?
An event.
An event page with that on there. And everybody is welcome.
Everybody in YouTube is welcome. They're trying to get just as many together as we can.
Hopefully we don't get shut down, but
Yeah.
that's all.
Who knows what's going to happen in 2021?
Yeah. So in May.
I teased that. I said that I'm kind of looking. I'm waiting to hear 2021 say, "Hey, 2020, hold my beer, bitch, and watch this."
Right.
That's what I'm waiting for.
I posted one the other day that said, we're not going to go into 2021 like this is my year. We need to be quiet, tiptoe in, don't touch anything.
Exactly.
David said quail are supposed to be laying eggs in like 6 to 7 weeks.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, quail lay eggs quick. They really do. But I think that you have to have so many to get, to equal a chicken egg. So, but I don't know. It kind of all evens out in the end, I think.
Yes. I don't know what's going on. I'm on slow. So we're getting our comments slow.
No, I have the chat actually. I have the chat running at a 20-second delay.
Okay, awesome.
So that I can keep up with them, because I have a delay even going into StreamYard, but sometimes it's not enough of a delay.
Yeah, I understand. That's cool.
So so when I set it up, I purposely set it up with a 20-second delay.
Okay, awesome. Because I was like, wait, I'm getting these way David, our tamales turned out awesome.
Yes.
Yes, we had plenty of tamales for Thanksgiving or for Christmas.
Cool.
I had a YouTube reunion. I was the only one there, but it was fun meeting up with me.
I understand that.
Actually, oh my God, he cracks me up. I'm telling you.
I understand that feeling, Ashley. There's days I think I'm gonna meet myself coming in the door when I'm going out.
Right? I know. I hear you. So, are you guys, if you had to pick one thing that was like super, super bad this year, and one thing that was really, really good this year, what were they?
2020, 2020.
Actually, yeah. I mean, we made the decision to leave the farm, but it was really sad to leave the farm. It was really hard to leave the farm. So if I had to pick one bad thing, I mean, it's a good decision and I still stand behind the decision. I know it was the right decision, but I miss the farm. So
Yeah.
I miss the animals. I miss the farm, so yeah, I would say that. And the best part of the year is finding out that we are going to be grandparents to 2 babies.
I know!
So we're so excited. We have one due in May and one due in July. And so we're super excited.
Oh my God. I'm telling you, being a grandparent is the best. It is the best.
I'm ready.
Yes, it's gonna be awesome.
It is. You're gonna love it. It's so different than raising your kids. Like you just look at them and go, but I love you, but I love this baby.
Right.
It's so different. It is so different.
We just had that conversation with Allie this afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah. We already warned her. The rules are way different for grandkids than they are kids.
Oh yes, they are. Oh yes, they are. They get away with everything.
Oh, you're being rude? Talk to your mom.
Well, hi, Kate, Wonderland Acres. So then, what hobbies do you have outside of your homesteading?
Do we have hobbies?
Do you have hobbies or do you just work?
We just work.
We just work. Well, right now, we're still in transition. So we're still trying to get to that debt-free mark. So right now, we're having to work a lot more than we were having to on the farm.
And it's been harder because we're not working together all the time.
Right. Mm-hmm. So we worked together for 5 years, running our own business, all of that. Now Rusty is flipping houses. I'm working part-time at a grocery store, and then now I just got my insurance license, and so I'm working on my securities and investments license. So I'm working towards financial advisor. So I'm doing that and the grocery store, and then Rusty's flipping houses, and I help him when I can. And so we're just go that way. But that's going to slow down. We're hoping in
2021 that can slow down, and it'll be springtime before that all slows down for sure.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, it's one of those things. It's like today I got up this morning, Rachel got on the phone. She's doing her work from home. Mm-hmm. I used her car and drove up to look at a couple more houses, just trying to keep things rolling. And that's going to get better too. This last one we did in such a hurry because it was sold before we were done.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The agreement has now been made that will no longer happen.
Well, yeah, it makes it harder.
Yes.
Yeah, and some of the things that you want to put a lot more time into, you're forced to just kind of get it done and move on. And that's really hard for us too. So Ashley said, I am a stand-up comedian. I would sit down, but the hemorrhoids are painful. Laugh a lot.
He's been my comedy relief all day long.
We did a live for 3 hours one day, and we were so incredibly exhausted by the end of it. I don't know how you're doing this. I don't know how you're keeping up. I'm like, I told Rusty, not again. I can't do it that long again.
Well, it's easier when you do things like this, when you have other people up and you have a panel, because you are able to bounce ideas off of each other. You're able to keep the conversation going. You know, somebody can pick up where you're kind of lulling and that kind of stuff. So that helps like a tremendous amount. It really does.
Thanks. He's
So
awesome on the grandkitties.
Awesome. Thank you.
Quebec Homestead.
Quebec Homestead. How are you?
All right. So then do you, you were talking about being self-sufficient. Do you think that anyone can ever be 100% self-sufficient?
Yes.
I think that it's possible, but I don't think it's possible for us.
I don't think it's possible for us, but it is definitely possible to be 100% self-sufficient.
Yes.
Okay.
We're not equipped. Well, land, knowledge, equipment, you know, and general tools, we're not equipped for it. But I think it can happen.
Right. But I mean, okay, so like for me, I don't think anybody can be, because are you going to be able to produce your own sugar, your own flour, your clothing? You know, you're going to have to weave your own clothing if you are, you know, that kind of stuff. And you're going to have to grow the fiber in order to do that. So that's.
Well, but in order to be self-sufficient doesn't mean that you're making every little thing yourself. If you're saying, the way I look at it, self-sufficiency, the best group of people to look at is the Amish.
Oh yeah.
The Amish do make their own flour. They purchase their material for their clothing, but they're sewing their own clothing.
Yes.
I mean, they're doing all of this themselves. They're as close to self-sufficient as you can be. And
yeah, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. That's why I was saying, I just wonder, you know, can anyone ever be 100% self-sufficient, self-reliant, where they depend on absolutely nothing or no one else than their own particular skills? And like, there's no way that I could ever be that way, ever. Because I think you have to try to master too many things, and you cannot master everything. You're never gonna be able to accomplish that. I don't think. I personally couldn't.
And I think that's kind of where like the bartering and stuff comes
yes.
in.
Right. I agree with that too.
Yeah, where you can, like Rusty, I say he's always been a horse trader. So he can go out. He's kind of like those guys you see on TikTok, that the dude that's trading sand up to a Tesla. Yeah, that's Rusty. He's like, hey, so I've got this. It's so funny. He'll throw something out there to sell. He'll say, we'll have an extra truck or something, especially when we had the business. And he'd say, I'm going to sell this truck. Okay, so he's got this truck for sale. And then all of a sudden, he's traded for an ambulance. Well, what are you going to do with this ambulance? You know? And then he's like, oh, well, I was thinking we can make a food truck. Well, then it doesn't happen. So he ends up either trading that ambulance up for something else, or he ends up selling it. And I mean, it's just.
Like, we had a snowplow I bought 4 years ago. Had it mounted on 3 different trucks, never used it.
Yeah.
We never got snow to use it. So we sold the farm. I traded the snowplow for a jet ski.
And I was irritated. I'm not going to lie. I was like, what are you going to do with a jet ski? Like,
we're going to sell it. I had it here for what, a week? Reached out to a kid. I said, hey, I know you buy a lot of toys. Come check it out. They come by and looked at it. So what do you want for it? I told him what I wanted. The guy looked at it and said, I'll give you this much. So he gave me exactly what I wanted for it. He gave me what I was wanting for the snowplow. So
right.
I got, in the end, I got what I was wanting.
Right. So Ashley says, I'm self-sufficient. I can cook my own toast.
Here, here.
Here. Harumph. Harumph. Drop says, I usually end up selling a vehicle for more than I paid for it. So
yeah.
I don't. we always lose out on I don't know why. We just always lose out on that kind of stuff, just because I think it's because Tony calls me a hoarder. I say no, it's inventory. So that's probably why I lose out on a lot of money, is because I'm a hoarder. No, I'm an inventory specialist.
See, that's where people ask me, what do you got for sale? Everything but my wife.
Yep. Yeah, kind of.
Kids
Right?
are negotiable.
Yeah. Most everything is negotiable, but at least I have the inventory to sell if I need to.
There you go.
So
It says they're about 70% self-sufficient, and the rest they try to support locally.
see, and that is honestly the best. Like that's just the best scenario right there. You can be as self-sufficient as possible, and then whatever you can't, you try and source out from local sources, other families like you,
Yes.
that kind of stuff. And I agree with you, Mallory. I think that a community is a community is going to be better equipped to be self-sufficient than a an individual or an individual family even. So I agree with that. So then you're talking about in about 2 to 5 years being completely debt free and moving onto your own land. What does your dream homestead look like?
Oh my goodness.
I like to have about 20 acres, between 10 and 20 acres, some woods.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely need a pond and a home that we built ourselves. It's not going to be big. The sketch that we made out before when we were going to Missouri was 600 square feet. It's just 2 of us, so we really don't need more than that.
Right. No, that's actually pretty ample. Our house is 934 square feet, so
Yeah.
and that's with the addition, because our house is originally was built in 1900, and it's a 4 square farmhouse is what it is. So there's only 4 rooms, period. That was it. So my kitchen and laundry and bathroom are all an addition put on in like 54 or 56, something like that. So,
Oh, wow.
Wow.
yeah.
Awesome.
So as far as like reference materials and things like that, is there something that you have that you is a definite go-to to find information? Do you have a mentor, something of that nature?
Well, and I think friends and family is the big thing. Like if we can get a personal reference on something, we would much rather do that than like go online and research, just because there's so many different ways people do every single thing. So if you go online, you're going to get several different versions, or this is how you do it. No, this is how you do it. But if we can find somebody that is already doing stuff and it's working for them, well, we kind of latch on. And Pathways Homestead, they've really been an inspiration to us.
And they've helped us a lot.
Because they are pretty close. I mean, they're homesteaders through and through.
Yeah, Cindy's great. I love her. She's got such a funny sense of humor.
Yes. Yeah. We became friends, and I mean, we've been to each other's places. They're about 3 hours from us. And so they've been down here and we've been up there, and we've learned so much from them. I mean, we just went and they taught us how to butcher chickens. We didn't know how to do that. We butchered what?
55?
Something. No, it wasn't quite that many. Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, anyway, we
Lots
butchered a lot of chickens.
Yeah.
So it was crazy. And they're good about, they save their seeds. They're, they're very knowledgeable on a lot of things. And so if we have a question, it's usually, hey, Cindy or Gary. Gary is amazing with the animals. He's very, very knowledgeable with pigs and cows and stuff like that. So we reach out to them a lot.
And carpentry.
Yes, he's
Gary and Cindy came down when we were remodeling this house, and Gary helped me patch the hardwood floors. He had the material for it and had the knowledge on how to do it. So he come down. I knew how to jack it up. He knew how to cut it out and patch it back in. So yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah,
that is awesome. I recently finally got connected with reconnected with Lynn, Melville's Homestead,
yes,
and on Marco, and so I've been talking to her back and forth, and she's like, yeah, I get to talk to Rachel and Cindy, kind of once in a while. She's like, but I'm just so busy, and I'm like, yeah, I haven't talked to you guys in so long that I'm just I don't know. I've kind of stepped back from most everything.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So, but
That's
that
how
is
we are too, because we're just so busy. And I think that's everybody right now. It's 2020 was such a big year for everybody, and it was a
it
hard
was.
year. And so I think everybody's just rethinking their focus, and so it's really hard to. I don't even, my kids are all about Snapchat and whatever, and if you lose a streak, oh my goodness, and I haven't sent a snap in probably a week.
I snap when I need to send them something. I don't have any streaks with anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm on Snapchat, but only because so my brother who lives an hour and a half, the only thing he snaps is good morning, or a derogatory message to me about it, and then my friend, she's out in California, she uses Snapchat all the time, and I'm like, I don't get the fascination with Snapchat. I just don't get it. Like, okay, whatever, but you're making fun of me for TikTok. What?
Right?
I don't get it. You like Snap. What the hell's the difference between Snap and TikTok? Like, I don't get it. But
I understand. I always forget. If the thing with Snap is when it disappears, like I got an old brain, right? So it's like I'll send something, and if somebody doesn't respond to me right away, they'll respond later in the day, or they'll respond the next day. I'm like,
and you forgot what you sent them?
yeah, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. They'll say laugh out loud, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what was funny, but something.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Ha ha ha, that was great. Okay. I know, right? Oh my gosh. Mel, that's fantastic. Step back in later if you can. And give the girls loves for me. Hello, Soul Stealer Music. How are ya? All right. So, do you guys have? Did I already ask you this? Do you guys have any hobbies other than?
Not really.
Not
I
really.
mean,
We have hobbies. Right now, we just don't have time to do our hobbies. I love to hunt and fish, but there's just no time. We're too focused on the end goal.
yeah.
Right.
And
right.
we both love to cook. So we cook as much as we can when we have time together. And then I love to write. I have a blog. I haven't written probably since, I don't know, early this year if I wrote anything. So, I mean, I do love to do that kind of stuff, but it's just,
It's too damn cold to garden.
Yep, I know, right? Boo.
I'm ready though.
Oh, I am so ready to get my ass out in that garden. You have no idea. Because I had such a craptastic year last year or this year. So, I've had all kinds of hurdles to jump over, and it just wasn't a good year for me for gardening. And I'm itching to get out in the dirt again.
Yeah.
Oh, itching. So then do you, so when you go to your new homestead, when you get there, are you going to be off grid? Are you going to be on grid partially? How are you going to set that up?
The only thing I'm wanting to be on grid with is cell phone service.
Okay.
The ultimate place for us is going to have water on location, whether it be a well or a stream.
Right.
Capture our own water, and I want to go solar.
Solar?
Yeah. We've checked into generator power,
Mm-hmm.
but in order to have a big enough generator to power, we're spoiled, and like everybody else in the United States is, I want air conditioning.
Oh, God, yeah.
And to have an air conditioner, you have to have a generator that can run 24/7.
Right.
Then that's a big diesel generator, and that really kind of defeats the purpose, in my opinion, because then you've got that noise all the time. And
Yep.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence about the 100% off grid. I feel like I do want the backup. Like, I want a backup generator. I want solar to kind of be the backup or to be supplemental. I'm not sure that I'm ready to be completely dependent on solar or a generator. Just because I don't know. I like the conveniences. So
Yeah, no, I get you. I'm the same way. I feel that solar is great, wind is great. Having a backup, a whole house generator would be fantastic, but it has to be a combination of all of those three things, or it's not gonna. For me, it's not gonna work because, as you can see, we have lights.
Right.
You know, lights and hot water and, you know, all the stuff. And I know that you can do all of that stuff off grid. Like, I get that. But yeah, I like my creature comforts. I'm just,
See, that's
I
just,
absolutely love my creature comforts.
I want to go solar with a generator backup. Because then
That would work.
if something happens with the solar power, but we like to watch Red Poppy Ranch. I don't know if you've ever watched him.
Yep.
He is 100% off grid.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem he's run into this year is his solar panels got covered with snow.
Yep.
He got them cleared off. Then it was too cloudy for his battery bank. His backup generator went down.
Mm-hmm.
So there he sits operating at 20%. But that's where I want to be. But I don't want to have a backup generator. I want two, for just exactly that reason.
Right. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well solar works in a more northern climate. Like, obviously, for in the summer, it'll be great. But in the wintertime, you know, we have things like snow and ice and, you know, and
Right.
cloudy, very cloudy days. So, yeah, I would not solely rely on solar. At least here, not even in Iowa. I just wouldn't do it. It's not really a sound practice, I don't think. So
Drops is saying
yep.
all year running stream would be good for a hydro generator.
Yes, it would be.
Wind, unless you have a good amount of wind all the time.
Oh, we do.
We do here too, because yeah, and our house is surrounded by wind turbines. It sucks because they're noisy. They are actually very noisy.
It says MPP solar all-in-one can be daisy chained to make a 14 kilowatt system and single and 3-phase power, and you can connect a generator to it.
Yep, that would be good.
Yeah.
I don't know a ton about that stuff, but I'm learning. So that's been kind of cool too. So
Us too.
yep.
And that's part of the reason we're saying 2 to 5 years. One is financially, and two, we have a lot to learn.
Yes.
Oh yeah. And even when you get to that point, you're still going to be learning,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
So do you learn more by just doing, like just saying, screw it, I'm doing it, and that's, or do you really research things and
Yeah,
Yeah,
we are like all in.
Yep.
Who is it? Steve Harvey talks about taking that leap. And he talks about that a lot. You take the leap. And that's been Rusty and our entire relationship. We've been together for 10 and a half years, and our entire relationship has been just jump in. Everything that we do, we just jump.
Both feet.
And then we just see where we land. And then we go from there.
Right.
Adapt and overcome.
Yes.
It's so funny that you say that, because I just told my oldest daughter yesterday, I think it was, I just looked at her and I go, identify, adapt, and overcome. She's like, oh my God, you're such a nerd, Mom.
My dad's always said, yeah, it's not my job to ask where or why, but to do or die.
Right.
And that's pretty much the mentality Rachel and I have. We're going to jump and we're going to make it happen.
Yeah, but what's your grandpa's saying?
You can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit.
Exactly. I heard that my entire life growing up. Absolutely. Yep. That is definitely a generational thing.
I don't have a lot of brilliance.
Me either.
I was going to say, he has me fooled. I just keep following him along.
So, what kind of capital do you think that you'll need to start a homestead, and how? And I guess where will you start when you do start your new homestead?
Our capital's Oklahoma City.
You're such a shit.
One of the channels that we latched onto very, very early when we started, before we even started the YouTube channel, we started watching
Kevin and Sarah.
Kevin and Sarah.
Or tradition. No.
Yes.
It's something homestead.
Living Traditions Homestead.
Living Traditions. There we go. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we started watching them early on, and
Yep.
they were talking about their 7-year plan, and they have several videos out about their 7-year plan.
Yep.
And theirs seems pretty solid. And so we kind of think along those lines where we would want 2 full years in savings of complete, like, figure out what it is that we live on right now and get 2 full years set back. So that way, when we move, we are, you know, the good thing is we're already creating passive income. So we're already getting everything in the pipeline to create passive income. So when we move on to the homestead, we'll already have several trickles of money coming in. But if we could have that 2 years as like security, I think that's probably the best.
And if you're being real, what we're looking at right now is 2 years worth of income, but that's going to be that would be the equivalent of about 4 years, because once we buy the homestead, we're hoping to have it paid for in cash. We're going to build our own home, so there will be no mortgage payment, there'll be no land payment, all that stuff. So you can
taxes.
All we'll have is the taxes.
Right.
So you're taking our debt and taking it to nothing.
Right.
The same amount of income. So half of our income roughly right now goes to debt. So we're doubling our income basically by being debt free and living on our own land.
Right. Yeah, that's where we're at too. We're the good thing is that you guys are partners in this. Whereas like there are some couples who really just are like, forget it, ain't happening. I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
You're on your own. You want to do this, you got to make this happen. And then there are couples that are like, okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll follow along with you. I will help you where I can. I will do what you need me to do. But I'm just here for, whatever reason. I'm not really into this whole endeavor. And then you've got these couples who are polar opposites. Like they're just, and that ruins marriages, it ruins relationships. And it's like, crap. Then what do? Is it really worth it? Right. So, but then we're complete. Our house is paid for, thankfully. Our house is paid for.
That's awesome.
But we got a screaming deal on our house, and we have 3 acres of land. We do live in city limits, but I'm the mayor, so there you go. Right. No, I know that sounds mean. I'm not abusing my power, I swear. Not that I really have any. It's the council. But it just, exactly. But it makes a difference when you get to a point where you're starting to get more and more debt free, and you're able to start putting more and more money away to start building something.
Right.
And so I commend you on that. What so with the flipping houses, and then obviously you're working two jobs, is that the passive income you're talking about, or is it are there other things that you're doing for passive income?
Okay, so the streams that we're trying to create here is of course, YouTube. Everybody's on that journey, right?
Yeah.
So we're about 500 hours from being monetized. And we know at the very beginning you're getting
pennies.
Yeah, pennies if you get anything.
Yeah,
And that's fine. But if we can continue with YouTube, we know that it can become a good trickle anyway.
right.
And once we get there, well, then we can do the Amazon, partnership or whatever.
Yeah, the Amazon partnership.
And
Yep.
and kind of get that trickle going. Also, once I become, well, even now that I'm licensed on insurance, and then I get licensed in my securities and investments, anything that I sell, any policies or anything that I sell, I get commission on that because that's fully commission, right? So, but then I get every time the renewals come in for the rest of their life, I get commissions on that.
Oh,
So
cool.
that creates passive income
Right.
for me for the rest of my life. So as long as, people are keeping their money, like keeping their insurance policies and things like that, I
Right.
get those renewals. So that's another form of passive income. And then publishing books on Amazon is another one that we're talking about. I've thrown one out there. It's a baby book. I just wanted to see what would happen. It's a little poem basically, but it was a baby book I wrote when my daughter was little. And so we're talking about putting together a couple of cookbooks and things like that, kind of start doing that kind of thing. So then that's another trickle of income. So they say every millionaire has seven forms of income. So
Yes.
we're getting close.
Yeah.
We're going to be millionaires.
Woo! You're going to be millionaires in no time.
The other thing is, it's a small amount of income is we want to get a lot more laying hens so we can sell eggs.
Yeah.
Right.
We want to sell meat birds. That kind of stuff we can do here on our half acre.
Yes. So
Right.
if we can start getting those kinds of things going, then by the time we get to our actual homestead, we have all of that coming in already. And
Right.
So, yes.
Right. That is way cool. That's way cool. I am like 800 and some hours from my 4K, but I'm still
Awesome.
I'm still 425 subs away from my 1K. So I'm gonna have my hours before I have my subs.
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
unusual.
Well,
It is unusual.
I mean, that could be a really good thing too, though, because when you do reach that 1,000 and then you're sitting around waiting for the watch time, I mean, it's slow. It's such a,
It
drag,
is.
literally, that
It
we're
is.
waiting, patiently
Mhm.
trying to, we keep saying we need to do more lives and things like that. That's what everybody keeps saying. Do some more lives, do 1 or 2 lives a week. We do 1 a week, but it's just been so busy for us. We don't have time.
Right.
So,
Well, you're busy doing other things and creating other, sources of income and just living in general. And so YouTube cannot really be your main focus.
right.
For me, I don't want to do. I haven't really had the drive to make videos, but I do very long lives usually, and that's my content, and it has been for months. And I do put out things here and there, but for the most part, that's where the bulk of my hours comes from, is from my lives. So I absolutely recommend people doing lives. I mean, honestly.
Our
More
boys
of our
just,
kids come in.
it's like, I'm like, so we're going, shh. But yeah, so the lives, they do generate a lot of watch time hours. So, I mean, actually, it's really a good thing that all of most of it is from your lives, because it generates a lot more watch time.
I do need to start putting out a lot more content, but that is not coming until next year. I got to get through some stuff first.
Right. Well, and that's our issue right now. We're having a hard time finding content, right? So, like,
Yeah.
he's doing things like the flipping the houses. We try to get content there, but I mean, it's been such a struggle, lately. But
Well, I'd say that's the reason we did our tamale video. That helped, but there's so little time to work together.
It is, yeah.
It's just really hard to come up with the content.
And a lot of couples have to, if it's a couple's channel, a lot of couples will go off and do separate things and video that and then release it. And I think that helps too. It gives you it makes your channel more diverse. And while you want to be in the homesteading genre, which is, that niche, that's great, but you really need to be able to bring in other people from other areas. You need to make something interesting. So, your tamales, that is of major interest, to your channel, because that people research that stuff all the time. They want recipes. They want to see how things are done. Crafting is a big thing. So I think that the more that you can draw from other genres will only make your channel better, and it'll make it grow faster. And I think that people who have learned how to diversify that and not just stayed solely in that niche, they're the successful channels.
I think so too. I think so.
Hello at Keto Homestead. How are ya? Ashley, yes, YouTube is a time drain. It's not that it can be. It is a time drain. It really is. Good night, Soul Stealer. Have a wonderful evening. If you're back on, I'll still be here till midnight.
Well, we're going to have to drop out here pretty quick because we've got ours too that we're going to do here in just a little bit. But
yes.
If you guys are not doing anything on New Year's Eve and you want to see a wedding, we are going live with our daughter's wedding on New Year's Eve
at 4 p.m. Central Time.
Central Standard Time. So it will be up as long as YouTube doesn't kick us off for music. It will be up and running. Nobody's going to be handling it. It's just going to be, a camera set up and running. So she's pretty much having a virtual wedding. I think there may be 20 30 people show up. But for the most part, it's a virtual wedding. So
that is so awesome. All right. So 4:00 on Thursday.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Well, I'm going to write it down so I don't forget.
Well, it was awesome talking to you, Mandy.
Yes, man.
Thank you so much for being here and answering my silly little questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having us on. This was so fun.
It more so filling time. But anyway, I love you guys and thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful live.
Yes.
And when you're done, send it back over to me.
Okay. Good luck for the next 6 hours.
All right. Yes. All right. Good night. Thank you.
Sweet.
All right. Yay. So if you guys don't know Rachel and Rusty, which I think most of you do, please make sure you're checking them out. Their channel, they've got plenty of other social media as well. I know they're on Instagram, and Rachel does have her own my tiny life, my life size. I can't remember her other YouTube channel name. She's got another one on there. So anyway, so we shall move along here. I need to find some other stuff. And it's amazing how diverse people, are making themselves and their channels, and it's really kind of cool. So, all right, I'm gonna get back into the comments here. Yeah, I am super excited for Allie's wedding. Yay! It's so awesome. We were talking a while back when they first decided they were going to do that, and she's like, I just don't know. I'm wanting this venue. I don't know. Maybe I like this venue and that stuff. And I'm like, just let me plan it. Let's do, But I did not do it. I did not actually plan the wedding, obviously. So, anywho. All right, so we are at we're 6 hours in, you guys. This is awesome. We have 6 hours to go. So we've got an hour free. If somebody wants to come up and talk. I don't know. My husband's out there working on his stuff. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he'll come in and talk. Can you borrow money off the son-in-law, right? Okay, let's see. Terry Lynn, I am back. Yay! Went to OJ and some water. Then the next guy next door caught me up with what I missed. Back to the farm, 22 degrees and all. What? No. You do not need to go back to that farm right now until you get heat up there, lady. Okay. Yes, rustic traditions. Ask away on a channel direction. Do you want to come up here on the panel? I'm going to, there's the link. So if you'd like to come up, we can discuss. So I think channel direction, like I said, like I was saying, I think that the more diverse that you can make your channel and still being basically in the niche that you're in, which is your homesteading. But I think that the more diverse that you can make your channel, the better. Everything is an aspect of homesteading. It really, truly is, in my opinion. I think that anything and everything that you do in your home, it is, whether it be boredom busters, whether it be educating yourself, whether it be, actually doing things on the homestead or in your house. I think that all is relatable to absolutely everyone. So I also think that the more instructional that you can give, instructional videos that you can do, whether it be a recipe, whether it be, a DIY project, a craft, something, it doesn't matter, because those seem to get people's attention, and they tend to, they'll tend to stay longer, and watch through if it's something that they can learn about. Informational videos really seem to be the thing, learning how to do something. So that's what I would say. I was thinking of doing some vids about homesteading, prepping for disabled people or those with disabled people. Oh my gosh, yes, right there. You've just put yourself into a niche that not many people are in. There are a couple of homesteaders that I know of that are disabled, physically disabled. So I absolutely think so. And they talk about that, and so and I think that they do well. Currently, our channel is just me wandering around the yard. Yeah, that's kind of me too. I just talk. I'm a talker. So, yeah, you definitely could do some just sounds of walking around your property and the sounds of nature. That people would love that. So let's see here. I'm okay with being on camera, but right now is chaotic here. Okay, that's fine. That's not a problem. Yes, we all do need personal days at times. We really, truly do. We all have to take a mental health day, honestly. Like, everybody has to have that downtime where they're just chilling out and saying, okay, I got to take a break. Y'all are stressing me out. So I talk a little bit about my disability on my channel, although not too many people watch. I don't know if what that actually could be a lot of reasons why. If you don't have a lot of subscribers, I don't. It could be, maybe the topic is not quite informative enough, or I really don't know. Like, I'm one of those people who it has to be engaging, it has to be informative, and it has to be quality. Like I don't even watch a lot of the bigger channels. Well, hello. Here we go. Hi, Jess. How are you?
How's it going?
It is going wonderfully. How are you?
I'm all right. I've never done this before, so I figured might as well try it out on you.
Absolutely. Here you are. That is awesome. So tell us about your homestead. Tell us about your channel.
My homestead is mainly about organic. I try to eat as natural as I can. Obviously, by the name, it's Keto Homestead with Jess. So not only am I keto, but I would say about 80% of my food comes from my land. I garden, I forage, and I also raise all my animals. I have chickens and turkeys and ducks. I have hogs, and I do have cows for milking.
Holy cow.
Yeah. So
you got a nice big farm.
yeah, not really. This is all done on 5 acres. So
really,
it's actually pretty compact.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
But it shows that it can be done.
Right. Right.
It absolutely does. So how did you get into the keto lifestyle?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How did you get into the keto lifestyle?
Oh my goodness. When I've been keto now 8 years. And when I started out, I was 296 pounds. And I'm currently 150. The reason I started the keto journey was because obviously I was really overweight. I was pre-diabetic, high blood pressure. I've been an STNA also for 20 years. So doing a lot of patient care hands-on was a lot on my body, with all that extra weight. So that's what prompted me to do it. But 8 years ago, when I started keto, there wasn't much information. There wasn't a lot of YouTube channels on it. So I really had to learn from trial and error how to do it. And it probably took me a year of research to even understand what I was even doing.
Right. Yeah.
So,
it is. It's a lifestyle.
I'm sorry.
It is absolutely a lifestyle. It is, and it's a huge change.
Oh yeah. And I think also with the homesteading being entailed into keto, it makes it a lot easier because you're already producing all your own food.
Right. Right.
So, and I really liked what you said earlier about getting other niches involved into your channel. And that with keto and cooking and homesteading, I have a lot of different areas of a lot of people coming and going.
How are you standing then with subscribers and monetization and all that stuff?
Actually, I think I'm at like 407 subscribers. I believe in March, April, May. I started in June of 2019, so I don't think that's too bad. 407.
No.
My watch hours are pretty low. I've been trying to get those up, but I think I have like 350 watch hours. So I'm still a new channel. I'm just trying to learn and grow and connect with different communities, the keto community, the homesteading community. So
yeah, I really do think that the more diverse that you can make your channel, I mean, I seriously think that's going to make you grow faster and better.
Yeah.
And it forces you to create skills that you didn't think you had, and to really perfect them. So my channel, I have been on January 9th will be two years that I started my channel. And it has been a battle this whole time. And when I discovered doing the lives is how I racked up so many hours. Like that has made a huge difference. So I suggest to anybody, do a live. People will eventually start trickling in. They will eventually start coming, and then they'll start checking out the rest of your channel. I think that you all I think everybody just needs take the time to learn your skill as well. So videoing, editing is a big thing. I'm not into this whole shorts thing because I have TikTok, and I'm like, I don't understand. I have TikTok.
Yeah, I don't care for the shorts either. I don't understand them. I mean, I understand them. I just think they're stupid, in my opinion. And with you saying, you know, I don't know. I guess my biggest struggle is being in the spotlight. I was the middle child. So I don't like being in the spotlight. So it's really hard and out of my comfort zone to actually go out and be on a live. Like, this is a big step. I'm having quite a bit of anxiety.
I'm proud of you. It's okay. Don't be anxious. It's okay.
So doing lives is very intimidating for me, and I'm sure it is for other people too, but I'm trying to step out and get out there and show my face so people can, you know, connect with me. And I think that's a big thing. You have to connect with your viewers.
Yes. Drops. You're too funny. He says he has a disability too. He's too sexy for his shirt. So yeah, I think that I absolutely think that diversifying your channel is a great way to build a following and to keep those followers. I've noticed over the last year it's been really rough to keep subscribers, and I don't know why. But I think the more that I branch out, and the topics that I speak of, like during my lives, I think that has made a big difference. And going into, if you are on other people's lives, if you go into other people's live chats, so like the RVing community, I'm in a lot of those because I own an Airstream. I've never been able to travel with her. I love her, but you know, I know a lot of people in the RV community, crafters and all kinds of stuff, because it's topics of interest. If it interests you, go to their live, go be a part of their channel, and those people will follow you back. They come back, and then they're authentic and they stay.
Right.
Is what I've noticed. So
I think another big struggle I have as a new YouTuber is like trying to subscribe and support other YouTubers. There's so many out there, and I just wonder, like, how does everybody stay connected, watch everybody's videos, comment on those? And it's like so overwhelming. I'm like, I feel bad because I know they're watching me, but there's only one of me. I'm like, how can I keep up with all this?
You can't. And so that's the thing. I think the statistics, there's like 500 new channels started every minute on YouTube, or something like that, or every 10 minutes, something like that. Like, it's insane.
That is.
And also the homesteading niche is starting to get very saturated. So and while I will go and support people, I can't watch every single video. They can't watch every single, thing I produce. So it's just, you just go and support when you can, however you can, and you really stay connected with the people that you make a bigger attempt to stay connected with those that you have an actual connection with on a personal level.
Yeah, that makes
sense. I think that's why, so the people that I have on Marco, I talk to people on Marco all the time. And those are the people that they're basically family, and they support me no matter what. And I support them no matter what. And they've become family instead of just being friends or acquaintances.
Yeah.
I've had the same thing happen on Instagram, DMing back and forth. And so social media is a big, big helper as well. If you can connect with people that you really like on YouTube, on other social media platforms, that seems to really help. I don't know. At least it has for me.
Yeah.
I don't know if it will for anybody else. So then you've been in keto. You've been doing keto for 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so how big of an adjustment was that?
In the beginning, it was really hard because, like I said, I had nobody to guide me or know what to do. And any lifestyle, when you change the way you're eating or what you're eating, is an adjustment, and it's hard, you know. But once a year went by and I was able to do all the research I needed to and learned the tricks and the recipes that I needed to do, then it's been easy. I know, I think it has a lot to do with your determination too, and if you really want it. I also had, with working in the nursing homes, I blew out my L4 and my L5 and my discs in my back. And it was so severe that it was pressing on the spinal cord. I didn't have a choice. I was rushed into emergency back surgery. So that was a big, huge thing with all the inflammation and the pain. I knew that if I continued the keto, it was just a big push, you know, to get that inflammation and pain down. And then again, in December of 2019, I re-blew those discs.
Ooh.
So now, instead of, you know, when you have surgeries and you have doctors working on you and stuff, they want to push the pharmaceuticals and stuff like that. And I'm really, I mean, I know it helps some people, but me personally, I would rather go a natural route. So that has been my main focus this whole year, is just healing my body on its own without having another surgery, and just taking time and relaxing and doing the keto and just focusing on that.
Yep. I absolutely agree with you. The more natural you can be, the better off.
Right.
I had back surgery when I was a kid. I was born without like L2 or L3, something like that. So I almost have a solid lumbar, and I've dealt with that my entire life. I had a spinal fusion done at 11 years old. And so I have had constant back pain since I was 11. So I totally get that. And then I have the fibro on top of it. So there's even more autoimmune inflammation, and it's sucky. It is really sucky. And so I've done all the pharmaceuticals, and they don't help. And the more, I think that the more natural that you can let your body heal itself, and if you can heal with food and you can heal with, you know, natural medicines, I just think that it's so much better for you.
Oh yeah.
And I'm a nurse, for crying out loud. So like,
right.
You know, I'm like, that was one of the things that like, push the drug. No.
That's funny, because like when you work in the healthcare industry, they expect you to push those drugs, and they expect you to, you know, even as the aides, they're like, promote this. And I'm like, no. And they're like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, nothing's wrong with me. I know what them drugs do.
Exactly. So yeah, since my brain injury, well, for the last year and a half now, I have pretty much not taken really any kind of medications for my chronic migraines. I did start a new one, a Jovi, and it's a self-injectable migraine medication, because I can't take oral migraine medications. I will get super sick.
Oh wow.
So nothing pharmaceutical has really helped me with that. So what I do have for pharmaceuticals is the Ajovi, and I just did that one this month. I just started that, and that has seemed to really help. And then I have my Valium, and I have hydroxyzine, because I have huge anxiety problems now from my brain injury.
Right.
And then I have a promethazine, because when I get my migraines, I get super nauseated. Those are the only pharmaceuticals that I take. Otherwise, I don't take anything, and I just sleep everything off.
That's awesome. Yeah, I suffer also with severe anxiety and PTSD. The anxiety, though, I was able to control that for years. But when I went into that surgery, it was like a trauma that just clicked in my brain, and that anxiety just came back full-fledged. So I'm like you, I have the pharmaceuticals that I can take if I want to. I just choose not to.
Yeah.
And a lot of things that I use are the natural essential oils, and of course the diet. So, and that's pretty much all I take right now.
I do. I do doTERRA.
That's what I do.
Yeah. So you're a wellness advocate as well?
Yes.
Yeah. So, in fact, I don't know, my diffuser, you can't really see it. Right back there. Yeah. Nothing runs all the time.
I don't know. Beside my bed.
Yes. Yes. I have, so out in my kitchen, I have a shelf full of nothing but essential oils. And then I've got a stash for my bed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I believe very firmly in essential oils, the right essential oils.
Right.
So I don't know.
It's like everything else. I think you just have to be very educated and do a lot of research before just jumping into anything. And I think for like 2021, what I would like to do for the next step in my channel is I would love to be able to get one of those essential oil stills and start trying to produce my own essential oils. So we'll see.
That's one of my goals too. So hey, sister.
Yeah. Like we'll have to watch each other for mistakes and errors.
Right. I want to actually. So yeah, I'm hoping. That was kind of my goal last year. Was I wanted to grow as many herbs and flowers and stuff as I possibly could, and then, be able to preserve them. But then I really wanted to get an essential oil still, and people are just like, "What?"
I know. I've shown a couple pictures of the still that I would really like to have to family members, and they're like, "You're making moonshine," and I'm like, "No,
I know." No, I'm not really.
And it's funny that they say that because I haven't drank in like 5 years. They know that I don't drink, so why would I make alcohol?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't. You can't have alcohol in keto, can you?
You can as long as it's not like you can have your whiskeys and bourbons or vodka and stuff like that. But I don't know. When you do keto, your taste buds really change. And it wasn't like I had a drinking problem or anything like that. It just, I don't know. I just lost the desire for it. And another thing is like when I started doing keto, I despise seafood. Anything that came out of water, I could not do. But for some reason, when I started keto, I think it was like 2 years into keto, I just started craving like shrimp and salmon. And I'm like,
really?
What in the world? And now I eat it. Like I at least eat salmon once a week. I'm like, wow, so weird.
I don't do sea bug of any sort. If it comes out of the ocean,
I remember like my family would go out to like Red Lobster and stuff when I was younger, and I would walk in there and I would just about lose it. I just couldn't smell. I couldn't stand the smell or anything. I'm like, oh,
yeah, can't stand that. I don't like the smell. I will eat tuna from a can.
That's not really seafood, right?
Right. And I will eat imitation crab in Crab Rangoon. I do like the Vandekamp's breaded cod, beer battered breaded cod. I do like that, but I mean, that's really the only seafood I eat. I have a brother who he'll eat the whole catfish. Well, hello, Tyrion. So here's one of the many I have. But he'll eat the whole thing, eyeballs and all, and I'm like, dude, that's just disgusting. They eat their own crap.
I know a lot of people do eat catfish, and I can't do it. Like, no matter how much you wash it or anything, I just think it tastes like mud.
Yes, it does. Really, it does. If it comes out of a pond or a stream or, a lake, it's going to taste like mud. And if it comes out of the ocean, I don't even know how to describe that taste, that flavor. I just don't know. Yeah, and this is down here. I love shrimp. I love this. I love that.
Well, that's the thing too. Like, when I started craving all of that seafood. I'm like, I can't afford this shrimp, and with me being I've been out of work for 2 years now fighting for disability. So it's been a struggle as well. Thank goodness that I can provide my own food because, that's a big saver.
Yeah.
But I was like, I can't afford this shrimp. Like, this is too expensive. So I went on a research binge, and actually 2 towns over, I found out that we had a guy that grew prongs in ponds. And I was
Really?
like, what is that? Like, I've never heard of anything. Well, what it is it's like shrimp, but they're fresh water. And so I went to his farm and I was picking his brain, I wanted to know everything about him. And he said the cool thing about the prongs is most people, people that have like shellfish allergies and stuff like that, they won't have it with the prongs because it's, I guess, fresh water. So we spent the day out there and were able to catch prongs, and the FFA students like cleaned them up and deheaded them for us. And it was like the best experience ever. So if you've never heard of prongs, it was like awesome to me. So.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, the closest thing I've had is well, I hate mud bugs. Okay. So crawfish or crawdads. Yeah, no. So that'd probably be the closest thing I could think of to prong, but I guess I don't really know.
Yeah, it was totally different from prong or from the crawdads and stuff like that. It was just a shock because it still has the texture of shrimp, but it doesn't have that fishy taste, that seafood taste. It's strange, but I always get really excited about learning new things, and it blows my mind. Like, wow, this has been around forever, and I never knew.
Mind blown. Hi, Paul, Dutch Off Grid. How are you? All the way from Holland. And yes, I am going 12 hours, midnight tonight for my time. So I have another 5.5 hours to go.
A long time. I don't think I could sit for 2 hours, let alone 5.5 more.
Yeah, I'm used to it, I guess. I don't know. So I'm just trying to catch up here.
I'm trying to figure out how to see the chat while I'm on here. I'm on my phone, so maybe I can't.
If you turn your phone sideways, but then you're sideways, and it should pop up it might not because you're actually on the stream with me. I don't know.
Oh. I don't know. It has a chat thing. Oh, there it is. I finally seen it. Now I just can't see me and you.
Well, there you go. Yes, disability does suck hard to fight for. I went through it. I finally got my disability. I fought for 2.5 years to get my disability. And that was after finally on the 3rd appeal, I got to go see a judge. And I told her, I'm like, okay, it was hard for me to deal with anyway. And she knew I didn't want to be there, and she knew I really didn't want to do this, but she's like, can you plan a migraine? I'm like, no. She goes, so when you get a migraine, what are your symptoms? And I was telling her everything, and she's like, so can you plan a migraine for your days off from work? I'm like, no. She goes, exactly, which is why we can't do this. You cannot go to work. And I'm like, that's awesome. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's the thing. Like with my disability, I don't understand. Like my doctor has already claimed me as permanently disabled. So like I have all the documentation and everything. It's just they're still saying, nope, you can work. I'm like, all right.
I don't know how that's possible. Have you gone to their doctor, the Social Security, the disability doctor?
Yeah.
And what did they say?
Oh, they said either I could do a sit-down job or a McDonald's job or something like that. And there's just no way. Like I said, I've built myself up now. I can sit for about an hour and that's it. But I can't imagine trying to sit for 8 hours.
No.
I don't know why, but the sciatica is really
Mm-hmm.
bothered with the lower back pain. And when I sit for too long or lay down or stand, it's like the hip, the buttocks, and the sciatic all freeze up and they lock up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I can't imagine trying to work at McDonald's or at a desk job and then try to stand up, you know. I don't know. I don't get it.
It's because of the deterioration in those discs, and then you've got all those nerves being pinched together and irritated and rubbing and all that stuff. Yeah, I have the same problem. I have sciatica. I didn't have it in my right side until probably about 2 years ago, but I had it in my left side super bad. I've always had it, and it has been since my back surgery, and it gets worse as I get older, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, sciatica sucks.
So you have it on both sides?
I do.
Oh, I can't imagine. I have mine's on my left side only right now. I can't imagine having both. Oh.
Yeah, it sucks. Luckily though, they don't do it at the same time.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, very rarely does that happen. It has happened, but very rarely does that happen. But yeah, that left side is, and it's the worst. And then I have some sort of neuropathy going on the outer portion of my left thigh. So sometimes even just to touch the skin, like even my pants rubbing on my skin on that portion of my left thigh will drive me absolutely insane, and it'll create horrible, horrible pain and pins and needles sensations. It sucks.
Yeah, that's what happens in my lower back. I think it's more towards because that's where they cut me. But I get like if anybody tries to touch my lower back or my clothes rub against it, I'm like, oh, it just almost makes me sick to my stomach.
Yes, it does. It does. It's so weird. The sensation is so weird. So we have actually a lot of people that suffer with like a brain injury and back problems just even here. So in the chat, I know David, he also he had a brain tumor and a TBI. So yeah, he doesn't, I'm with you, David, Hot Wings Outdoor Life. I also walk with a cane when things start really flaring up, or when I start getting vertigo frequently, I will end up with my cane because there are just sometimes I can't stand at all. I'll be completely off kilter, and yeah, it won't be good.
Yeah, I wear a back brace. If anybody watches my videos, you'll see that on there. And if I'm outside the house, I do use a cane. If I have to shop, we shop once a month. And like I said, most of our food is grown on the land and canned and everything. But there's some things I can't produce. I can't produce almond flour or, stevia and stuff like I do grow stevia, but not in bulk amounts. So when I do shop, it is once a month, and it is like a 2 or 3 hour shopping trip. And I do use the little Walmart or Kroger buggy, to get around. And I think the biggest lifesaver was my doctor gave me one of those handicap cards to put in my windshield so I could park closer to the store. But I go in, and I know I'm young. I'm only 38 and everything, but I'll get into the grocery store, and the older people, like I've taken care of older people all my life. I've been an STNA since I was 17 years old. And so I've always had a really soft spot for those people. And I go into the grocery store, and they're so mean and so rude to me. And I'm just
judgmental.
They're she's just sitting in that chair because she wants to play around, or she's too young to be driving that thing. What's wrong with her? And they don't care. They make these snarky comments so everybody hears, and I'm just like, oh my God, I really don't want to be in this thing.
No, I don't use those, but there'll be times it doesn't matter if I'm having a good day. If I'm having a mildly off day, I will use my permanent handicap placard, and I will park. And then if I get out and walk, all these looks, people are like, "The hell's wrong with you?" And I'm like, Yeah, wait till I go down because I've had a spell of vertigo and I'm,
Right.
flat on my face again. No, I don't think so. I'm good.
Right.
I don't always use my cane. I don't have to always use my cane. And yes, those judgmental, snide looks and remarks are just, they're hard to deal with. I've gotten used to it. I'm just like, you know what? Screw you. I know what I have it for. I know why I have it, and I have it, so I'm going to use the damn thing.
Yeah, that's my problem. I got to get some thicker skin.
Yeah, and you will. I mean, over time you do. And I think the older we get, the more callous we become and hardened,
Right.
So, yeah, David's going to be 36 on the 13th.
Wow.
And yeah, the older you get, the more you hurt. Oh my gosh. Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah, I noticed too. I don't know if you get snow where you're at, or I can't remember.
I'm in Iowa. Oh yeah, we've
Okay,
got snow
yeah.
right now and it's cold.
And I'm in Ohio, and this winter has just I know it's just the beginning of winter, but it's already killing me. I'm like, it's in my bones. I can't handle it.
It is. Do you have a lot of problems with humidity?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, I do too. Stupid. I'm telling you, every damn live I have, there is a gnat. It thinks I'm crazy, but I swear to God, it is. Like, I don't know. It does. It's here every time.
Do you have snow?
Do I what?
Do you have snow right now?
We do have snow.
And you still have gnats?
Yeah, I know. Well, because I have 4 sugar gliders and a guinea pig in my house.
Oh, okay.
So, and I feed them fresh fruits and veggies and nuts. And then also the guinea pig, I give her lettuce, carrot, celery, and then she gets her regular like alfalfa pellets or Timothy hay pellets, and she gets Timothy hay. And then the sugar gliders, they get usually either blueberries or raspberries. They love blueberries. And canned chicken. They love canned chicken. And then I give them pecans and almonds. Let's see, what else do they get? Pecans, almonds. Yeah. So they'll get their protein and their nuts and their fruits and yeah. My animals
they eat meat.
Yep.
I always wanted a sugar glider. I remember they had a couple people come to our local mall and they were selling them. It was insane. It was like, back then it was like $1,500 for one. And I was like, I want one.
I ended up with, these were all from a sanctuary that closed here in Iowa. And my friend happened to be a part of that. What the hell? I seriously thought I saw one of them actually out on top of their cage. And I'm like, what? But it's not. They do. They'll get out, and I had to wrap their cage in chicken wire.
Oh, wow.
And they still get out. And I'm like, you're not going to like it when the cats get a hold of you or the dogs.
And that's the reason I never got one. I'm like, I would be horrified if one of my cats got one after spending that kind of money.
Yeah. But I got mine. I think I paid them $25 for, I ended up with 6.
Wow.
They came from a sanctuary. I had 2 of them. The 2 males, were both blind. I've had 2 die. So I've had, a male and a female die. And then it's funny because the 3 females that are left are missing one of their back paws. It's crazy. And then the one male I have left has glaucoma so bad, like he can't see anything.
Aww.
But they were never really handled, and they're just now, I've had them for just over a year, and they're just now to the point where they'll come up and they'll sniff my hand, and then they'll start licking it, and then they bite. So, there's something, obviously, the salt on my hands. I don't really know, but yeah, they're ornery.
Wow.
So,
Did you ever let them just like free range in the house?
Well, at first they kind of did because they kept getting out of the cage.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I don't let them because of the cats, because the
Yeah.
cats and the dogs are in and out of the house. So I can't let them. I would love to let them free range just all over the house,
Yeah.
but they leave little mouth turds, mouth looking turds everywhere. So yeah.
Yeah.
And their cage, they're pretty high maintenance, honestly, because especially with having 4 of them, they
Mm-hmm.
stink. They really stink.
Doug
So,
off. What is it? Sorry. Dutch off-grid homesteading's asking what is a sugar glider.
oh, a sugar glider is basically like a miniature flying squirrel. I mean, that is the best way that I can explain them. If I could get one out and show you, I would, but they are nocturnal. And so anyway, but they look like a cross between a mouse. They got this really long, fluffy-ish tail. It's still skinny, but it's kind of fluffy-ish. Their fur is so, so soft. But then when they jump, they'll spread, and they've got the wings like a flying squirrel does.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they glide.
He's also asking, is there any use for them on the homestead? The use for them would be love and affection.
That's right. That is right. Yeah. Yeah, they are. You're right. They're native to Madagascar, and then and like Australia and all those places. So yes, they are kind of an Australian flying squirrel. You're right, rustic traditions. But they are sweet. They really are. They're if you can get them as babies and really mold them and hold them and whatnot, hopefully they'll get to a point where they'll crawl up into your sleeve. Some people will carry them around in their hoodie in the pockets, and they're perfectly, wonderful to just hang out there. They're cool.
Do you find that they stink? Do they?
Yeah. I think that it's because first of all they're in a cage, but they do have a 2-tiered cage. I mean, and it's tall. It's taller than I am. I'm 5'1". But yeah, what I do is I have cedar shavings down in the very bottom tray, and then I line the all of the platforms and stuff. I line it with newspaper, and that stuff has to be changed like every other day.
Oh wow!
At the very least, like if I let it go for more than a couple of days, it will just stink to high heaven. So yeah, they can't. I mean, they're just like they're a rodent.
Yeah.
So see, rustic traditions, they stink awful. So yeah, that's they're lots of fun though. They're so cute. And the funny thing about them, they're kind of they're actually a marsupial as well. They carry their young and whatever in a pouch like a kangaroo does. So
wow.
Yeah, they're pretty
Have
cool.
you ever had them have babies?
No, thankfully. I don't want babies, because I'm telling you, as soon as all of these indoor animals die, I will not have any more domesticated indoor animals. Because this one is still reaching up, trying to get a hold of me. Huh. They are such brats. So we have 5 cats.
Oh wow.
And one of them was completely feral, and he is now like overly domesticated. So he wants attention.
That's our problem here, is that people I don't go out and buy cats at all. I like cats. I enjoy cats, but they're very needy and they get on my nerves really quick. I would rather have a cat be a barn cat and come and go as it pleases. And we just have people that drop off their cats all the time, kittens, whatever. They throw them out the window, out the door. And thankfully right now I have one cat. She's 2 years old now, but she's the size of a kitten and has never grown. And she's an indoor outdoor cat. She stays in the barn a lot in the summertime, but in the winter I feel bad because she's so little. I let her come and go when she wants, but she annoys me. You'll hear her on my YouTube videos just meow meow in the background. She just talks to me constantly. It's cute for a while, but
Yep. Demon, one of my black cats is that way, and the other one is Finnegan, and he was the feral one, and he's all black, but he's got like this bikini bottom white patch on his stomach. It is so cute. But anyway, so he'll come and meow at me. But all of the cats are kind of garden cats. Like, they are my guardians. It's so funny. Demon actually comes out into the garden, and he will lay there and he will follow me around the garden until I'm done. And once I get done and I put I'm putting my stuff away or whatnot, he follows me right back in the house. He's more like a dog than he is a cat.
That is funny. Yeah. I was going to say my dog does that. I have a husky and she's getting older now. She's about 14, but she never leaves me alone in the garden. She's in the garden. I pick a lot of wild black raspberries and I make tinctures out of those. Yep. And she'll follow me around to all the bushes along the property line. She'll pick them off and she'll eat them herself. The blueberry bushes I have, she'll pick off my blueberry bushes and eat them as I'm picking berries. I'm like, you are the strangest dog I've ever met.
That's so funny. I have 4 huskies.
Oh,
so they're in the butt. Yeah. Mine is yours a rescue, or did you buy her? Or
I actually bought her. A friend from high school, he had a litter of them and he was trying to get rid of them. And I was like, I'll take one. And he gave me I paid like $25 a rehoming fee for it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, I'll take it. And she's been like the best husky, other than the fact that she's a Houdini, an escape artist. She's been the best dog.
Huskies are Houdinis big time. They will get out of anything and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I had in the beginning, when she was an adult, I bought her a collar. I had a collar on her when she was a puppy too, but it wasn't a problem. But when she got older and she had that collar on, she could slip out of it anytime she wanted to. And then, so I moved on from the collar to the harness. And I don't know how in the world, but she can get that harness off every time. I'm like, how?
I know. They're crazy. I'm telling you, they will get out of anything and everything. Tyrion, no, you can't go that way. You have to go the other way. Sorry.
Yep. So I quit trying to confine her. I used to have a dog kennel for her. She dug completely all the way around the bottom, was able to get around the bottom. So I had put boards up and 2x4s and stuff along the pen. Well, as soon as I had that done, she started crawling out the top. I'm like, I'm done with you.
Did your screen just go black?
Mine?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mine did. I lost both of our pictures.
I can see both of us right now.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, so I don't know.
Well, hopefully everybody else can still see.
I think everybody. So I didn't notice the glitch on. I have my phone running so I can see the screen. Oh. I have my phone running on YouTube, and I didn't see the glitch there, so I don't know. Hopefully everybody else was still okay. So then what do you have planned for your 2021?
I don't know yet. I'm like, everybody's so excited about 2021, and I'm sitting here like stirring my brain trying to think like, what am I going to do? I obviously want to do the still thing. It just depends on the financial situation, but that would be an awesome goal. I know I want to do like a series on my pain and how I manage with that and everything, and the products I use. That's kind of why I didn't go into detail about that, because I am planning on doing something to that extent. But other than that, those are like my only 2 goals right now.
Those are great goals. And like for me, I have this like, giant book full of goals all of the time. So yeah. So
it's hard. I think also when you have so many different genres that you're doing, it's kind of hard to like pinpoint ideas of which you're going to do. I think that's another thing that I need to work on is like consistency, like having certain days for like say keto baking or keto recipes,
right.
and another day that's just homesteading, and just trying to get organized like that, instead of just being sporadic, a video here, a video there, just trying to get organized.
Consistency is big. I will say, it really is it's key when it comes to stuff like this. And the problem is that like, I feel like if I am putting out a video all of the time, I feel like I don't want to get on people's nerves with it.
Right.
Kind of thing. I don't want to annoy people. But then I'm thinking, but my channel won't grow if I'm not a constant presence. So I don't know. I've just kind of let this year be, I'm coasting through YouTube, and I do have things planned for 2021 for YouTube, and but we'll see. We'll see. I do have a real problem with follow through. I really do. Like because I have all these ideas in my head, and my head is constantly just a jumble of ideas and thoughts, and like it is almost way too annoying, frankly. And that could be part of the reason why I don't sleep well at night.
Right.
So I have to write them down, and I have to, because if I don't, then I just sit there and I dwell on them. And yeah, it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
It just sends me into a total tailspin. And then that's why I have 600 lists laying everywhere, It's just crazy. So
yeah, I agree with that, coasting through YouTube this year, and trying to get disability too. Like, I don't know what the stipulations or laws or whatever are, but I don't want to mess that up either. Trying to get that and getting monetized and everything. So I really want to get monetized. I want to get to those goals, but I'm not in a hurry either.
Yeah, that's I was kind of like, I want to do it. I want to get it done. That was my goal this year. Like my goal for YouTube this year was be a much better editor. Which my editing skills, like they're night and day. They really are from where they were at. And I wanted 2020 subs and 4,040 hours because 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not even going to come close. But it is what it is.
Are you monetized?
I am not. Nope. I have I'm about 900, well, I'm about 800 and some hours away from my 4K, but I'm only sitting at 575 for subs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'm not real sure. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to get to that point. So yeah, Paul, yeah, having ADHD, I understand. I totally understand. I don't have ADHD, but I do. My mind moves 100 miles a second. Honestly, I'm like, oh no!
My husband just walked in. Sorry, I'm like,
oh no, hi, husband.
He said, "Hi, husband. There's like a chat. There's a bunch of people in here."
I just wanted to tell you how I get killed. You come up here, jump on my chest.
Yeah.
I was out there playing with Brutus. Well, like this time, he knocked me back 10 feet.
Oh my goodness. We have a Great Pyrenees, and he was also I don't know what you'd call him. I guess a rescue. Girl in the neighborhood had him. He's a year old now, and she had him in a 2-bedroom trailer with 6 people, kids and adults. And he was huge. And when we first got him, he was like 9 months old, and he was huge then. So now he's a year old, and he is as big as my calf. Like, I can't even handle
Yeah.
him.
Yeah,
He-
they're huge dogs.
Yeah, so my husband was just saying, I don't know if you guys heard him, but he jumped up on his chest and pushed him back about 10 feet.
Yeah, they need that space. To keep him locked up in a small trailer with 6 people. Yeah, not a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and they were small kids too. I mean, all of the kids were under like 11. So I can't imagine. And it was funny too, because, you know, when you bring a dog home and you don't really have that much information, you never know what to expect. And so she said that she always had the dog in the trailer. Well, I was like, oh, okay, well, no big deal. You know, I'll put him out with the chickens or whatever and start training him. Well, the first day he was home, I didn't want to like totally shock him. So I brought him inside. Well, my husband brought him inside. I was laying down resting my back, and that dog come flying through the bedroom, jumped on the bed, stepped on my hip and my back. I'm crying. I'm like, that dog's too big. And I had messaged her on Facebook, and I said, what in the world? And she was like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, he sleeps in my bed with me. And I'm like, oh heck no.
No way. That's too funny. Hi, Boo. Yes. Hello. I see you. Chrissy along the river homestead. She's actually going to come on here in about an hour. I have Scotty coming on here in just a few minutes, and then Broke Urban Farmer, that is, and then Chrissy will be on after him, and then Anne Marie will be on, and then it'll be kind of free open again. I am going to have my husband talk about his airbrushing stuff. So, I mean, because it's one of the side incomes. Well, I should say it's one of the incomes for this this homestead. So, Scotty says the slow mode is killing me. I'm a fast talker. I know you are, Scotty, but I did it for this reason, because like I can't keep up with chat and, you know, and a guest. I wanted to make sure everybody could see everything. So that's why
I'm glad I'm not the only one having that problem, because I'm trying to switch back and forth and look at comments and talk.
Yeah.
I'm like, how do these people do this?
Yeah. And there's
it would help if I was on the computer and my cell phone at the same time.
It does. And honestly, there's a delay anyway between StreamYard and YouTube. So because I'm broadcasting through StreamYard onto YouTube, I have a delay anyway from the YouTube chat to this chat. And then but then when I went into YouTube Studio and, you know, finished setting this up, I put delay chat for 20 seconds. And the reason I did that is so that I could get back and forth between the guest and the chat. But I won't do it anymore, Boo. I'm sorry. It's driving people nuts, so I'm so sorry. So anywho, we want Scotty. Chrissy says, yes, Scotty's coming. I don't know. When he pops up, I'll get him on here. I guess
I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here then. So okay. I can keep up with the chat.
All right. Well,
but thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. And hopefully we can get your channel growing here for next year.
Too.
Oh, that would be great. But
all right. Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. So Scotty. Paul, that would be amazing. Thank you. I would love it to do a shout out. That would be fantastic. And drops, type slower. Yeah. Hey, you don't want to rush the goods there, Scotty. No, you know, that's awesome, Christy, because she's been doing this for 8 years. So if you guys, obviously it was keto with Jess, so make sure you check her out. Keto is it's a huge lifestyle change, just much like, any other anti-inflammatory diet. So I will say that what I do need to get into is it's kind of keto. It's kind of Whole30. I do really probably need to be on the anti-inflammatory protocol. But in fact, the GI doc said I needed to be, but I can't do it. Like, I can't give up my sugar. I can't give up my carbs, and they make me sick. I don't feel good with them, but you're on the seafood diet. Yes, I know. All right, here comes Scotty. Scotty.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I certainly can. How are you?
Okay. You were a robot for a second there.
Oh.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what my settings are doing here.
Oh, I don't know, Drops, if beer is in the keto diet.
All right. Oh, am I frozen?
You're frozen, but I can hear you just fine. And now I can't hear you.
Don't you love technology?
There you go. I can hear you, but I can't. Yeah, there we go. Oh, you're kind of moving slow too. That's too funny. I know technology is great when it works. When it works. All right.
Okay. I'm not. Oh, wait. Maybe I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, yeah. There we go. I don't know why it does that, but every time I join in on StreamYard, it's like a robot, and then it ends up correcting itself. So
cool.
Well, hello, everyone.
If y'all don't know, this is Scotty, the broke urban farmer. So
extra emphasis on the broke.
Yeah, me too. I'm broke too. We're homesteaders. We're all broke.
This is true.
We're all broke. It don't matter. All right. So Scotty has a little bit of experience with urban foraging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Scotty, how did you get into urban foraging?
So, I mean, it's very much the whole premise, and the reason I started my channel was because I believe people that are poor or in poverty should have access to food, be able to growing their own food or having a garden. If you're in an apartment, if you're in a rental, anything like that, there are always ways that you can still grow your own food and have access to food. And one of those ways is foraging, which has kind of been a focus of what I've been doing this year. So it takes a lot of learning. I'm still learning. I'm by no means an expert, but it's just amazing as I've dived into foraging. It's amazing how all of the food that is just around you.
It is.
Or medicines, depending on what you're doing. But it's like I'm relearning everything that I've known about food and medicine in this whole foraging adventure that I'm going on. And so that I mean, that's the initial start was I believe people of all income levels should have access to food, and especially those on the lower brackets. There's food all around us, and I would love to be able to educate and teach people how to find those things if times are tough and you need to figure out ways to feed your family. And so that's how I started into the foraging bit.
Yay. Do you have a particular do you have a mentor? Do you have a what do you reference most?
Let's see. I put my iPad across the room, so I'm not going to get it.
Sorry.
I use an app called Picture This. So I use that a lot. if I'm not 100% certain on what I am looking at, then I will use that app to scan it and make sure that I'm looking at what I thought I was looking at. And I use the free version of it, so
Yeah.
so I don't pay for it. So there is a way around it. You just got to be sneaky and find the little X's and all that stuff. But so I use that a lot, and then honestly, just Google. I use Google a ton. If I like how my initial start with foraging was, okay, I typed into Google Northeast Indiana foraging. And then I started to kind of go through and find things that I knew were in my area. And then from there, I created a plan. And that was the foraging video. That was my plan. I wanted to find 6 new items that I've not worked with before that are free around me. And and I use Google heavily for that. And that helped me find not only what to forage, where to forage, kind of things,
Right.
but how to use those products and those resources once I got back home. And as I've learned, I've been trying to share what I know. I've fallen a little bit behind on that series, but no, tis life.
Yeah, exactly. 2020 has just been 2020. So, fiery dumpster.
Yes. If I had my iPad, there's a girl that I follow on TikTok.
Mhm.
Nicole something. Dang, I can't. I wish I could remember. But she has quite the following on TikTok. Hundreds of thousand viewers or followers and stuff like that. And
Wow.
so I follow her, and she provides a ton of great information. She started out in the Midwest, so I was able to follow along there. I think now she's over along the East Coast, so there's information that she provides about coastal foraging and stuff. But when I posted my shagbark hickory syrup video, I tagged her in a short that I did on YouTube or on TikTok, and she
Right.
actually commented on it, and then she just made it, and she tagged me in it, and so it's been so fun talking with her about it because she had never made it before. I tagged her in my video, and then she made it, and I'm like, I've never had somebody do do that before, and that was really cool.
Sure. That makes it kind of validates,
Yeah.
what you're doing.
Yeah. Which by the way, if you have shagbark hickories anywhere near you, you need to be foraging that bark because the syrup that it makes is delicious. Oh my gosh. It tastes like this spiced, smoked marshmallow. Oh, it's so good.
Oh, so you had to stay and work quite a bit from the overnight shift. So did you get a nap? Did you get a good nap?
I did get a good nap. Yes. Working healthcare can be rough sometimes.
Yes, it is. I unfortunately remember those days as far as that goes.
Yes.
Many a day I got stuck because of weather or people called in, especially on holidays. I got stuck working pretty much every holiday. It sucked, and usually a double shift.
Yep. I was lucky today that I was able to find somebody last minute, and they came in to cover me because I was going to have to work from 8 p.m. last night till 2:30 p.m. today. And luckily, I only had to work till 10 a.m. today, so we're good.
Yeah, but that's not your normal schedule, and it's still like crazy. Like it makes you crazy, delirious almost. So
it does.
There is also an app. I think I have it on my phone too, but it's called Plant Identify or Identify Plant. I don't remember, but anyway, so I do use that once in a while.
I've used that one too. Yeah.
So what is the most common thing? What are the most common things you can forage?
Okay, so I am speaking as a Northern Indiana Midwest person.
Right.
For me in the fall, the most common things to find, or we're gonna have a ton of black walnuts. We have they're prolific. It's like the herpes of Indiana.
Yeah, it is here too. That's silver maple.
Yes.
And mulberries.
Yeah.
Mulberries.
And then acorns from in my area it's primarily from red oaks, but we get a lot of acorns. And then as far as like medicines go, we have an abundance of was it Eastern white pine?
Yeah.
Okay. And then northern red cedar. So those are the kind of the four like big ones, I suppose. If you're lucky, you'll stumble upon wild rose hips, which I did.
I know. I wanted so bad.
Yeah. And then there's so many more things. But in town, those are the ones that are easiest to find, and I don't know. It's I've been trying to reach out to my city through the parks department to, as they update landscaping and stuff, to incorporate medicinal or edible plants into their landscaping. So far they don't seem super receptive to that because they're afraid people are just going to come and pilfer the plant, and I'm like, well, I get that, but it's kind of about creating a culture over time and this becoming like a community project type of a thing. That's why I have my herb garden off the front of my house. If somebody walks by and they want a little snippet, my neighbors know that they could do that. But my neighbors are also the ones that are familiar with me anyway, are respectful, so they don't just clobber the whole plant,
Right. So, is that hi, Fiona?
Yeah, it's always Fiona. Mary's sitting over on her perch, just staring down at her peasants.
Well, I have Demon over here, and Baby and Tyrion are curled up in a heart ball together here. Romeo's on the end which is our oldest husky, is on the end of the couch. I'm surrounded, so I get it.
Yeah.
You know what kind of a zoo I have in my house because they're in my face all the time on market. Yeah. So is there okay, so like with the shag hickory, can you also can you forage and process the leaves, or is it just the bark?
I'm unfamiliar actually with the leaves. But I do know, and I haven't done it, but the bark after you've it's so useful after you have boiled and processed it to make the syrup. If I remember correctly, there's some sort of like poultice that you can use or like grind it up and make out of it. Also save all that and feed it back to your garden.
Right.
If nothing else. But I'm unsure about the leaves.
Antibacterial properties in it.
Yes. Yeah. I would I just saw Chrissy.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm working to all of our cats.
Yes. And normally Fiona will actually like perk up when Chrissy says it. She doesn't do it when I do it, but when Chrissy does it.
Demon will too. It's something I think it's the tone of her voice when she does it.
Yeah.
That's too funny. David said he tried a plant identification thing and they wanted like $39 a month. There are free apps out there, dude. Seriously. Download a free app. Unfortunately, I don't know about Apple. Their Apple Store, it seems like Apple Store, you have to buy everything. I have Android, so I have a ton of free stuff. But I noticed my daughter has an Apple. She's got an iPhone. Hey, boys, that's enough. My daughter has an iPhone, and she's like, everything that she downloads seems like she has to pay for. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because of those apps, but I don't have an Apple, so.
Yeah, I'm on Apple, and that picture this. I can't remember what I said now. App, like it'll try to get you to pay like an absurd amount of money, but usually you can either press a little X and it'll close that screen, or there'll be like a little like almost see-through continue button that they're trying to hide and conceal, and you can get past it. It will try to limit you on how many photos you can take, but I just delete them out of the saved library and then it lets me take more. So I've not run into an issue with that one so far.
Yeah, they've been I don't know. There's ways around everything, really.
Mm-hmm.
So you just got to look for them. So, you said you've got white pine is native for you.
Yeah.
So do you ever use white pine needle?
I haven't made that next video yet, to experiment and learn with the white pine, but I think I'm going to be making a pine infused oil to extract the essential oil or something out of the pine and put it into my carrier oil, and then I'll be able to use that to make other like salves or even you can use that to make soaps or lotions or a number of different things.
Right.
Pine you can also use in a tea as well. You just cut the needles up finer, and you're able to put those in teas. And I just, like I said, I haven't got to that particular one yet. But yeah, from what I have read about it, it's just a wonderful natural resource, and it's prolific. It's of the pines in my state and part of the country. That's the most prevalent that we've got.
I do know white pine has even the bark they have fantastic antifungal, antibacterial properties. So and I have heard of people making a tea out of the needles and just steeping it in their their tea ball, which makes me giggle when I say that every time, because you know me.
Oh gosh.
I know, right? Whoop, there with the train. Derail. So, is there so you said you were trying. Are you trying to push more like on a consistent basis with, say, city council or zoning or whatever for possible like a community foraging garden?
Yeah, so I have been working with our local extension office. It's the Purdue Extension Office, because Purdue University is a major ag university in the state of Indiana. And so we have all of our local municipalities have a Purdue Extension Office. We have an existing community garden, but it's severely underutilized right now. I think mainly because they moved their office just outside of city limits. So, and it's on the south side of town. So there's not much going on that side of town to draw people out.
Sure.
But yeah, I've been in talks with them about, about incorporating native
sure
edible plants or medicinal plants into our parks landscaping, or even our every year the city does planters downtown for decoration and make it look nice. Even adding in a couple of even herb plants or useful flowering plants in those areas would be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, God, they could do nasturtium and pansy and all kinds of stuff, geraniums. Yeah, my gosh. So do you have anyone else that is like on board with you, like really trying to push something for something like this? Because honestly, this is a really good, it would be a really great community resource. And I think if, just if you have help with getting the word out and getting it pushed, maybe, maybe they'd be more willing to do that. Because I personally think that is a good idea anyway. So
Yeah. So the director, I suppose, of the Purdue Extension office locally, he thinks it's a great idea. I have also been chatting with the mayor and a couple city councilmen as well, and they like the idea. They have raised the concerns of, the people just pilfering the plant, or, just robbing all of the resource and not sharing, essentially.
right.
But I've also brought up other urban farming issues as well. And, I've been working on trying to get chickens in town.
Yep.
And I've already talked with the mayor, and we are allowed to do in city limits water catchment, which a lot of municipalities don't necessarily allow. Luckily, we do, and we don't have any restrictions on that.
That's awesome.
So, I mean, the mayor himself, the property he owns is actually just like a block away from me, but he has an empty lot as his side yard, and his long-term goal, if we can get it approved and pushed through city council, is to convert that blank slate empty city lot into a pollinator garden that has with honeybee hives in it as well. Currently you have to have 5+ acres to have honeybees or chickens or anything like that within city limits. And so, he himself has a personal goal of creating a pollinator garden full of native and useful plants that would be a community of benefit. I mean, because it wouldn't.
Would.
Yeah. But oh my gosh, it would be amazing to have honeybees so close to my city property. I wouldn't have to worry about pollination.
No.
I get a few honeybees now. I know where the hive sits because it's part of the bee farm, the Sweet Life Honey Farm, that I help out with sometimes, and they're my family friends. They have hives just out of city limits, and it's about a mile from where I live, and so they make it to my garden. Last year was the most I had seen of them in my yard. I let my backyard, I think, used to be part of it used to be a driveway because it has a bunch of those polished pebbles all over it. But what grew up from it was a bunch of white clover, and so I just let it go until the city yells at me to mow. Like, we're gonna cite you if you don't mow. That's when I take it seriously. But I let it go, and they just were all over my backyard this year. So yeah, that's all. I think anything restorative would be amazing.
Yeah, I agree. So I actually was talking with with a friend who, she doesn't even live here in town, and she's like, she would be interested in helping me to set up a community garden and turn it into a CSA, because that is something that I'm really like, I think that it is important that our residents are able to come and get food if they need it, and fresh, healthy food. I also, so Rustic was saying something about like, that's awesome that every mayor should do that. And so I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to toot my own horn as a mayor. And I will say, I changed a lot of codes. We are allowed to have honeybees. We are allowed to have hives. Doesn't matter how many, but they have to be 200 feet off of the next property line. And we are allowed to have chickens, a reasonable amount of chickens.
What is that?
Yeah.
One chicken, two chicken. Yeah, 20 chickens. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah. So people don't understand chicken math, and I'm just going to use that to my advantage. So yeah, so I am totally on board, and I commend you for doing that and talking with your mayor and your council, because honestly, like I think it's super important that everybody has access to good, healthy food.
Oh, yeah.
And that is one of the mottos of Royal Amethyst Acres is healthy food shouldn't cost more.
Exactly. It shouldn't.
And it does. Unfortunately, we live in a society that just doesn't really value that for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So, so what other kinds of like flowers and things of that nature have you foraged, and what do you do with them?
As far as flowers go, I haven't done much foraging, but I have done strategic planting. So I have in my front garden a prolific bunch of Cracker Jack marigolds. Oh my gosh. I've got what is that? I've got Shasta daisies, which you can use. I've got dandelion, which everybody always judges me for planting dandelion. They're like, just go to your front yard. I'm like, I know.
No, no judgment here, because like I agree, because what people don't understand is dandelion is super beneficial, and it is one of the first foods that a honeybee has in the spring.
Exactly.
So it is super important to leave those dandelion alone. And there's so many things you can do with it. So yeah.
Yeah, hold on. It looks like I got a question here. Homesteading in Idaho. I know you have bees. Do you grow in herbs for their flowers as well? Yes, I do. So I don't have any bees in city because we're not allowed to. And the hives that I've been helping with and working with are all through the Sweet Life Honey Farm, which are family friends. I've known them since I was 10 years old. But the hive yard that we have set up is just outside of city limits, and so I benefit from that. Some because they go up to 3 miles in each direction to find water or food, and I'm in that mile mark, so they often will remember season to season where to find what they need. And so each year that I've done restorative gardening in my backyard, I've gotten more and more honeybees. And then in addition to that, I've also gotten more bumblebees and wasps and a lot of those other things that I don't necessarily want, but I don't put anything in my garden that's not natural. So I feel like I'm doing something right because I'm seeing all those things. Yes, I have to fight them, but that means that I'm not putting anything on my garden that is going to be damaging my soil or my plants.
Right. Or the nature around you that come and eat that. So yeah, that's awesome. Yes, Ashley's allotment, dandelion wine. I actually have a recipe for dandelion wine. And I really would like to try to make that this year. So hello, Homestead Odyssey. And also, hi, Dee Dee. Dee's in the house. She says she's listening while eating supper. So,
homesteading in Idaho. Yes, mint, onion blossoms, lemon balm, all of those are great. Chives. Up here, they go insane over chives. Let me tell you.
Yes. Also, chickens. Yes. So Drops was saying that he uses the dandelions as a good source of food for his chickens when everything else is dying off. And I agree. Dandelions chickens love dandelions. My chickens love the leaves more than anything. So they will eat the flower, but they love the leaf.
My rabbit LaFonda, her favorite snack is dandelions. Like she knows where they are in the yard, and I can't let her free run, so I have like this mobile cage that she scoots around the yard in. When she's cleared out her little area and she's ready to move, she always has her nose kind of shoving straight towards where the dandelion patches are. And and if she's in her enclosure during the summer, when I'm picking them in the yard where she can't get to, she's up on her, holding up on the fence, like, okay, I'm ready for them. Come on. So she loves the dandelions.
Kathleen, chocolate mint. I love the taste and the smell of chocolate mint. Hello, Farming Our Backyard. How are you? So yeah, I totally support this entire plan. Like, if I could do it for you, I would do it for you.
Yeah.
Well, you just gotta move to Iowa, man.
Yeah. Well, the mayor, like, he's awesome. And he's come out and said that restricting chickens, restricting foraging, and edible landscaping, and also restricting farmers markets or farmer stands, because in town, like, the code says you have to have, for it to be a farm stand and you can sell what you make, it has to be so far away from your property line. You can't do that in town, apart from actually going to the farmer's market, which is only once per week. So all those things are all barriers to poverty. All of those things can lift a person out of poverty, because, chickens, you're getting eggs.
Yep.
And you can sell the surplus, which, for me, living in a small farming town, there's actually not a ton of egg producers, apart from, like, the big.
Yeah, big ag, big ag, big poultry producers.
Yeah. And same thing with gardening and vegetables and stuff like that. Like, I have a full backyard and I could easily set up a stand in my front, yeah. Which I don't think anybody would actually complain about it. But if I wanted to make it a legitimate market business, I couldn't set it up in the front of my house, because I'm in a residential area. I'm not far enough away to let it be considered a farm stand. So, like, they're all just barriers to be able to lift people out of poverty. And so that's why I'm here. I'm doing my broke urban farmer thing, because I did last year. I did a video on, I needed to do start growing greens in the house, and so I went to Dollar Tree and I got everything that I needed to grow a winter supply of greens in my house for $5. So, like, yeah, there's a lot that can be done. It's just educating, because schools don't do that. I was even in the ag program in my school, and they don't really teach you how to. They taught us landscaping. That's what they did, and traditional landscaping plants and stuff like that. But that was it. I didn't learn really anything as far as producing and growing my own food.
Yeah, it's even in ag classes in school, they are really pushing the big ag agenda instead of, what it takes to actually run a good, healthy farm or homestead or farmstead, whatever. And they're not teaching you how to grow for even just individual, but they're teaching you how to grow on a mass scale, and it's monocropping. And it's like, that's just not going to be conducive to sustainability down the road. So I don't understand.
Well, I've lost you.
Oh, I still have you.
Oh.
Are you? You look confused, Scotty.
Okay. Are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me? No.
I hear.
I hear you just fine. What is going on?
It's so weird. I don't know why it does that. Maybe it's my internet.
I don't know. It could be my internet too. I have no idea.
Comcast, they blow. You pay for the expensive internet, the fast, and it still is horrible.
Yeah, ours is the same. Windstream. So do you think, hopefully you can hear this, do you think that we need to move back to doing things like
Oh, okay.
Victory
I'm good.
Park?
I've got.
You got me now?
Yeah.
So do you think it'd be a good idea to push for like community involvement in doing victory gardens again?
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. I think, if anything, one of the positives that has come out of 2020 is that we rely way too much on big systems, and that we should be, supporting our own selves.
Right.
And I get the Victory Garden is more of like a post-war or wartime type of a thing, but I mean, we could see food system collapsing as that,
Oh, yeah. I seriously think that at this point, because of the events of this year, I do see that happening.
Mhm.
We right now, I know that, well, at least what I've heard, what I've heard on the news, various news sources, is that France has halted all of their exports and imports.
Mhm.
Canada is doing the same thing, and so like the UK is like wanting to shut down essentially. So what do they think? What's going to happen when that does happen? How are people going to eat?
Mhm.
And so yeah, I absolutely believe that there can and will be a food shortage before too terribly long.
Yeah, and that is why this past spring I got my contraband chickens, because I'm like, you know what? I need to have a plan. I can't be unprepared,
Nope.
especially since I'm in a small town
Mm-hmm.
and we've got two big box stores, Walmart and Kroger, and there's only 32,000 people in my entire county. 17,000 of that is in city, and just the amount of empty shelves in my small town was absolutely terrifying. And I will say we did last a little bit longer than some of the other communities in our area, because we started to see an influx of people from out of town shopping at our stores. But yeah, sorry, you might hear my dogs going to town back there.
Chrissy says you need to go live with her, and so basically you need to stay on when she comes on.
We'll see.
Drops family says we're going to need survival gardens this time around. I agree with you.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yep. Dave would like to know if you would be interested in talking about your channel on a Sunday, or are you busy?
Me on a Sunday? Typically I'm available.
Okay.
Who was asking that? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Hot Wings Outdoor Life.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Homesteading in Idaho. We saw a large rise in community gardens this year in our area. You know what? I'm just going to throw it here.
Excuse me one second. I got to go take care of my dogs.
You're fine. We worked with multiple neighbors and created large gardens on different properties for feeding many. That is awesome. That is just awesome. I think that's the only way we're going to get through a lot of stuff. So is working together and building things like community gardens and what have you. So okay, so drops. I am not familiar with this. What is the Baltic Dry Index forecast? That's dismal. I am interested in learning more about that. Let's see here. Scotty. Okay, so Jess says she has to go. Absolutely, Jess. I hope you have a wonderful night. We'll see you. We absolutely will see you soon. You are welcome anytime, as you know. Let's see here. All right, Scotty.
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. We all have lives. My animals are currently behaving. So there you go. Do you know anything about this Baltic dry index forecast?
No.
Okay, I've asked Drops to explain that if he would be so kind. Let's see here. Dave says that he knows someone who had I'm assuming chickens to get around the acreage crap in the garage. So you seriously still are very populated where you're at.
Yeah.
My entire county is about 10,000.
Oh wow.
Entire county. And my city, quote unquote, I call it a village. It's really just a village. We are down to probably about 40 people, between 35 and 40 people. So yeah. All right. So Drops says that he's explaining the Baltic Dry Index is a shipping and trade index created by the London-based Baltic Exchange. It measures changes in the cost of transporting various raw materials such as coal and steel. Okay, cool beans. That is way cool.
Sorry. Side note: I grabbed my iPad while I was up, and I went ahead and grabbed the Forager TikToker, and I just posted her link in the chat there. Well,
all right.
Well, it might not let me because I'm not.
Are you?
I'm not a moderator, so it did not post it as a hyperlink. I
don't have you on as a moderator? Well, are you even?
Yeah, no, you didn't. You don't got me on as a moderator, but
oh, Scotty boy, just hang on.
But that's who it is, Alexis Nicole. She has like 421,000 followers, and the last video she did was the hickory bark syrup. She's kooky and she's fun, and she sings like randomly, like while she's doing stuff, like now we're harvesting the tree bark. Like she's funny. She makes it a lot of fun. So, and she comes up with some stuff that I'm like, whoa! I never in a million years would have thought to have foraged that, and like it's really cool stuff that she puts out there. So
she sounds like fun. So I'll go follow her on TikTok. Does she have a YouTube channel as well, or just TikTok?
I believe she does.
Okay. Why can't I not find you in my? There you are. Dang.
Oh, maybe she doesn't. Maybe she's just on Insta and TikTok.
Okay. Hello, Heirloom Permaculture. How are you? So Scotty, you are now a mod. I got you in there. I had to go scroll clear back up in the chat.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought I had you on as a mod, so I don't know. But anyway, I'm sorry. Now you are. Okay. All right. So then, all right. So you kind of discussed actually what you use for resources for like identification. Do you have books that you like? Do you have a plant identification book? Do you have a foraging book or anything of that nature that you reference?
I do not. But I mean, I have a wish list. There was a couple of books that I've peeked through, but I just don't own. Let me see if I can find those, because I took a picture of the book title so that I would remember them.
Hi, Deb. She made it. Her appointment was today instead. That is awesome. Well, I am glad you're here, Deb. We've got another, 4.5-ish hours for, I don't know. So, woo! I seriously cannot believe that I've been sitting on here for 7 hours and 43 minutes. I mean, seriously.
I mean, I have not been on that long, but it feels like it has been going pretty quick.
It does. It really does. I don't know.
Okay. Well, maybe they're on my phone and not my iPad. But they should have synced. I'm just not finding them now. It's because I'm looking for them, you know. But yeah, no, I haven't been using any particular books, but I've just been using the Google and the Picture This app to be able uh, to learn and to fumble my way around, learning how to forage. I
Sure.
haven't really gone into foraging of mushrooms because those scare me. As far as misidentifying one or something, I can identify morel mushrooms, and that's about all I got. Um, I tried to find chicken of the woods, but I couldn't find that.
I was wondering if you foraged mushrooms and what kinds you did.
Yeah.
Drops, are you also Papa Smurf? I'm just kind of wondering because it looks like it was then the second comment was I separate my risky channels from my garden channel now because on YouTube chat it looks like that one got deleted and then I don't know what's going on. So anywho, yes, agreed, David. Mushrooms, one mistake, it could be your last.
It could.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, you better
definitely
know what
could.
you're doing with mushrooms.
Yeah,
But honestly, that's with a lot of it. Do you have any experience with the it grows wild, it grows more in a shady area. But do you have any experience with pulmonaria? Bless you.
thanks. I do not. I'm not familiar with that. What do you use that one for?
Pulmonaria is actually like it's kind of a ground cover and it has beautiful purple flowers and you use it for respiratory issues.
Oh, very cool. I'll have to look that up and see. But no, that one. Yeah, I gave up looking on for the book now.
Heirloom Permaculture said Botany in a Day by Thomas Elpel is a good learning book. We will definitely check that one out.
Yeah. I think I had Thomas Elpel on my list. I recognize that author's name. But yeah, no, I'm not familiar with that particular plant. So I'll have to look up that. Last year I did do a video, which I can't wait for spring because I'm definitely going to go back out and forage again. But Tangle Gut, I don't know if any of you guys remember that video that I did on Tangle Gut. It's a little spring flower that grows on the sunny side of a hill in the forest.
Mm-hmm.
And it just little flowers, and because my family's hillbillies, we forage them up and we throw them in some bacon grease, and and it's very good at like eating it as like a green. It's so delicious.
I've never heard of that, so it's cool. There's so much out there that like I don't know how anybody could possibly know everything, but I think it's really important to be diligent with your area and really look because I mean there is food everywhere. Seriously,
there really is. We have wild onions and garlic that grow up here too. We have a ton of different streams, and they typically grow near those more wet areas, but like you don't think when you're moseying through nature to go, oh look, there's some garlic, and my mindset has kind of changed to start as I'm walking even on a trail or through town, I start recognizing different plants, and I'm taking mental notes on, oh, I bet you I could ask this business if I could take a couple of these, or maybe I should talk to them about not treating their plants with harsh chemicals to allow for some foraging, or just different, trying to open up different conversations.
Right. Oh, hi Dee. She says she was too busy putting food down her neck. And Deb was wondering if you had tried lamb's quarter or sourdough as fresh greens.
I have not. Lamb's quarter was on my list that I was trying to find in my my foraging video. Like I didn't bring it up, but when I was filming that, I had a short list that I was trying to find, and that was on there because I wanted to try that, and I haven't. Do you have good feedback on that, Deb?
She got it from me. Actually, when she came up on the 4th of July, she took home a whole bag full of lamb's quarter from my property because I have a ton of it. And most gardeners look at it as a weed, so I don't particularly care for the taste. I think it has kind of a bitter taste, but Deb loves it in salads. So lamb's quarter is actually, it's very versatile. It's actually really, it's a fantastic plant, but I don't particularly like to eat it.
Gotcha.
And I don't know about sourdough. I haven't really used that. I don't know anything about that. So now trying to think of what I have on my property alone. Like I've got so much, and I just I don't even know everything. That's the thing. Like I really need to start looking around and identifying things.
Yeah. This past spring, another foraging thing. See, I started foraging before I realized I started foraging. But this spring, before I went through and I mowed down everything, a wild plant that was growing on my property. It was really pretty. And so I used the picture of this app, and then I took a picture of it, and I actually posted it in a couple of gardening groups on Facebook. And it was purple dead nettle. I didn't know what it was. And they told me that it was a super beneficial plant. And so I dehydrated it, and I have them as saved in my pantry as like a tea. You add it into teas and stuff like that for different ailments and stuff. Or you can make a poultice, or there's a variety of different things.
Right. Dave, I have not heard anything about Coca-Cola being used as a pesticide. I don't have. I don't know, Scotty. Do you have any?
I do not, but I want to know who is using the nectar of the gods to just dump into the garden.
I don't drink that diet crap, but yeah. So Drops family says, started thinking about foraging back in 2005 when all the stores were closed for an ice storm and power was out. That's when I got serious about prepping. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah. That's crazy. Deb. So yes, she started the lamb's quarter. It went nice in a salad, she said. And it she does have some blanched and in the freezer to mix with spinach for artichoke dip.
Nice.
I'm like, I just looked at her, I'm like, you seriously eat that? Ew. And then I just decided, okay, fine, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna give it a try. And I don't like it. It's too bitter for me. I don't really care for it. Maybe it's because maybe I got like an older plant, or I don't really know. But yeah, she's kind of the expert on the lamb's quarter anyway. She eats it. Ooh, crazy. Yeah, Ashley, I'm sure, but I've never heard it being used as a pesticide. Yes, battery terminals and blood off freeways. Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay. So Drop says he wondered what he could eat if the food supply shut down. Kudzu magically came up. Lived in Georgia back then. Researched it and other stuff. So what is kudzu? Do you know anything about kudzu?
I do not. I've heard of it, but I haven't looked into it.
Okay. So Dave shared this link, uses for Coke in gardens. I've never even heard of that. And I like that site, that gardening know-how. So I don't know. Oh, yay, Drops. 6 dozen eggs in the fridge and no room left. That's awesome. My girls are only laying a couple a day. It's winter and it's cold, so He says Coke kills roaches.
Cleans the enamel off your teeth too.
Everything does. Everything is caustic. And Pepsi will do the same thing. So. And Deb says with the lamb's quarter, you need the small, tender leaves for salad. Large leaves.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. I might have gotten the larger leaf, and yeah, I did not care for it. However, look, Dee knows about kudzu. It's a very invasive vine that is common in the South and came here from Japan in the early 1900s. You know what? Actually, I wonder then. When we went to Georgia, I saw all this stuff just all over the place, and I'm wondering if that's what it was. I'm gonna have to look that up because.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I went ahead and started looking it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
The roots contain starch, which is traditionally used in Southeast Asia cuisine. They use it in making a drink during the summer. They can also use it to make make things like coagulate into like a jelly. And then kudzu has also been used for centuries in East Asia for herbal teas and tinctures. Let's see.
Yeah, Drops said here that it can be eaten like cabbage, and it has major health benefits, especially for high blood pressure and diabetics.
Yeah, this is saying for herbal medicine, fever, headaches, neck stiffness, perspiration, and in some cases it can help with diarrhea as well.
Wow. Drop says, yep, it's all over the place. That was kudzu. Okay, good. Yay.
So a solution to fix the plant smothering out other native life, teach everybody that they can use it. And just to go to town.
Well, Terry Lynn said that she Googled and Coke kills a slug in a slow death. Okay, that's fine with me. Stay out of my garden then.
Yeah, I have
a tray of Coke. I'm good.
Yeah, slugs are awful in my garden, which
I luckily haven't had that problem. I'm going to knock on wood because I have not had tomato hornworms. I've not had the slugs, but I also use cedar wood essential oil and mixed in water, and I spray plants down with that, and
gotcha.
I don't get any of that stuff.
If I could have ducks, Anne Marie, I would get ducks to take care of the slug problem. But going back to the foraging, actually, just a nice little segue. The rose hips that I harvested, part of the processing is to remove the tiny little hairs that are inside of the rose hip. And there's been a lot of research done, and I've saved back all those tiny hairs and stuff to use as a garden like sprinkle to prevent slugs, kind of like a same concept. That irritates them and or cuts them up a little bit, and they don't go back. So I'm gonna give that a try this year too. And that was a free forage, so
that's awesome. Anne Marie said that it's actually the kudzu is potentially highly beneficial in treating liver damage. So that's cool.
That is awesome.
But Dee says if you stand too long in one place, it'll take you over. So
yeah.
All right. So I'm setting in a hideout. You've got a convert here. She will be saving the fiber hairs from rose hips now.
Yeah. Definitely keep them because, like I said, it's supposed to be a natural way to deter slugs and or other crawly pests.
Deb, I was talking about with rose hips. Like I want rose hips. But I want wild rose hips because people are like, oh, you should just go out to your rose bushes. And I'm like, nah, not quite the same. Because the rose bushes I have are all like hybrid rose bushes and things like that. Like what I'm talking about is wild roses that create the rose hips. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm wanting. So
Yeah. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm excited to return back to those wild rose bushes this summer when they're blooming. I would love to collect some of the petals and make rose water out of wild rose hips.
Yes.
Or wild roses.
Rose petals.
Yes.
Yes. It is a fantastic antibacterial, and it's like super high still in free and antioxidants free and fantastic for the skin.
Do wild roses can you propagate like a normal rose, like take from cuttings? So
yeah, I don't know why you couldn't.
So Mandy, I'll just get some cuttings for next year and I'll hook you up.
All right, send them.
Yeah. I'll probably honestly try that for a couple on mine property too.
Yeah, you should. You absolutely should. Because see, I thought, well, it'd be really cool if I could. I want to fence in my property because the fence I have on most of my property is all old farm fence that is just, the wire stuff, and it's all broken down and this and that. And I'm like, I don't really have the money to replace that. I don't have the time or the physical stamina to create a beautiful wattle fence like I want. So it would be really cool if I could plant wild roses and bamboo and make natural fencing, and then I'm able to harvest those things. So yeah.
Yeah. Homesteading in Idaho says that they do propagate
awesome.
the wild roses, and they plant them and share. And then what they say, they grow even better if you can get to some young root stock in the spring and dig them up and transplant. Good to know. I'll definitely be checking that out.
Thank you. That is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So Squirrely Prepper, hello. All right, Chrissy Boo, are you coming in, or I don't have her down here? It is time, lady. And you can apparently she wants you to stay up here with her.
I mean, the wife's at work driving around with her doing her thing, so
yeah.
I don't see her down there in the chat for a hot minute either.
I don't either. I don't know what she's doing. She like way back up in the chat, she's like, I want you to be on there with me, but she's not on here. There she is.
Oh, there she is.
Getting it set up now. Okay.
Let's be honest. She's taking a poop.
Yeah. There she comes. Boo boo!
I was not pooping.
He was not pooping. We always subject to poop when she's here.
I poop during the day.
She has a set time, dang it.
Whoa. Okay, hold on.
Look at that beautiful Christmas hair.
All right.
Oh, you got the sexy mic. Ooh.
Hello, everyone.
It sounds so good.
Actually, Scotty, you sound just fine through your earbuds.
Hello.
I hear
it. ASMR, Scotty.
Okay, it's about to get real damn weird up in here. Just saying. Y'all, these are my people.
Hold on.
Yeah, if you want things to get weird, have the three of us in a live.
Yeah.
Weird is our middle name.
Exactly. Anne Marie says she's plugging her ears.
No, Anne Marie. Hey, Boo.
Dark side. So, Chrissy
Hello,
Boo,
Anne-Marie.
Chrissy Boo lives up in rustic traditions party time. We get a little bit cry up in here.
I'm the intermission.
She's the intermission. So Chrissy did not think that she had anything to add, that she's not an expert on anything. Nobody's an expert on anything. So,
But you got skills, girl.
She does have skills. She has skills to pay the bills. So,
you know, after hours.
Yeah, you betcha. So,
Anybody got that OnlyFans link in the bio? Like,
so even hello, Narrowway Farm. How are you? How are things going? How did you recover from your accident? So, Ashley says it's all gone weird.
It's always weird.
It is. So, look, Anne Marie says soap. You can talk about your soap for sure.
You need to wash your booty.
Drops wants to know where that link is.
Yeah. Well, when it gets really weird up in here, I'm probably gonna have to make this video private. This is
probably gonna be us making it weird, or me. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. So Chrissy does all kinds of stuff. Actually, she makes some beautiful salves and some soaps. Why am I hearing an echo?
Could be me.
I don't like it.
Is it me?
Maybe. No, I don't hear it now. So, that's right. Dee says the same thing. She's a jack of all trades.
Exactly.
I was going to say something really inappropriate to that comment.
Well, you know, it is.
Behave. This is not your channel, Chrissy.
Yeah, because we've always behaved here. So, yes, you should talk about your soaps. You should talk about your salves. So I think you should, lady. Look at her. She's like, I don't know. She's so nervous.
I don't have anything in front of me.
You're so nervous.
I am nervous. I don't have any talents.
How would I make a calendula salve? Because I'm growing calendula and I don't know how I would actually make it.
Good choice to grow, Scotty.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got the seeds from you in the seed swap.
Yay!
Yeah.
So just put your flowers in the oil of your choice. Let them soak. Mine soaked for like 6 months. Infused, I guess would be the proper term.
Okay.
And then you can just strain it out and use it. That easy.
Use the oil.
Use the oil. I got a video of it on my channel.
You do, and I can't drop links right now because I'm in StreamYard. So one of my other mods up in here needs to drop a link to that because she does a fantastic job, you guys. She really does.
Mm-hmm.
I got to be good at something.
Yeah. Hey, Anne Marie wants to know how you got into soap making.
I was just gonna put that up there.
Everybody gets dirty. I'm a dirty girl, Anne Marie.
I don't think there's any soap strong enough to get you clean, girl.
True that.
Okay, thanks. It just got weird. So how did you get into soap? Seriously, like, is it just something that you like to do to relax, or?
Yep. A few years ago went through this big phase where I was like, no toxic stuff in my house. And soap was like the easiest thing that you could make, I think. And it just, from there, it just was like a hill. Dee said 1-900, Chrissy. And you can just customize it and you know what the hell you're putting in there. So you can use whatever oil you want, whatever scent you want.
I got your number, girl. Was that creepy enough?
And there's nothing like homemade soap. I'm not kidding. It just smells so good and it's so fun to make.
It is. I can't wait to get into it. I really want to get into. I want to do the cold process.
Do it.
Yeah, I would love to do that too.
I remember Dee was so scared to do the cold process.
I mean,
yeah.
When I worked at the bee farm, I never helped make the actual soap, but I got to help in the process of removing it from molds and letting it dry and cutting it and all that jazz.
That's relaxing right there.
Yeah.
Peeling it out.
Yes. So good.
So good. So dangerous.
Drops says, I avoid soap. It was a triggering time when I was young.
I had a lot of soap in my mouth when I was young. My grandparents, that was what they did to me.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I held your hand. Hold my hand. And Dee got me into Mountain Pour soap, so it's even.
She did. Dee does great. She actually Dee made a beautiful. It was supposed to be coffee, but it smelled like leather. Like, oh my god! I was like, yes. I'm still
the coffee grounds that was in your ass crack all day long.
Yes. I'm still waiting for my Garden Gangsta soap. Chrissy Boo.
We are calling it Remind me.
Right?
I will do it.
Are we still calling it Garden Gangsta?
I don't know. It's just green soap.
I just really kind of like that name. Garden Gangsta sounds like freaking awesome.
Yeah, it's my favorite.
Yes, rustic traditions. I think that cold process is probably the best. So then, homesteading in Idaho. This year, I'm going to jump in and start making goat milk soap. I want to do that too, but I'm like not sure how to do any of that. So I figure if I just I need to do one thing at a time. One thing at a time, right, Boo?
Yes. And actually follow through.
Yeah.
We love you.
And, yeah. This right here. You have no idea.
You're way ahead of me.
No, this is like every year I write down all these goals just in one book. And I have several others. Yeah, it's crazy. I know. But if I don't write them down, I forget them, and then it just drives me crazy. So anyway, Ashley, hang on. I was late for work at the soap factory, but I still in the back door.
I hate it when something slips in my back door.
Scotty's like, oh shit, we're done.
And cue the wheeze.
Oh gosh.
It just always catches me by surprise. I'm not ready. Hi, Jan.
Hi, Jan. How are you?
Welcome back at the wrong time.
Come on, because you here, girl.
It's my fault.
Gosh.
Oh my god. I was gonna ask you stuff and I freaking remember.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You know, I was gonna try and conduct a little interview.
Okay. We're ready.
Oh, sorry.
Interview me.
Interview you. Oh, yeah, okay. Here. Do I need to do that too? Like the Brady Bunch? All right. So, what made you decide that you needed to make your soap and your tinctures and your oils and all of that stuff?
Fuck, I don't know.
That's an acceptable answer. Okay, then. All right. So obviously, you know that this year's been crazy-tastic. So what has been your biggest hurdle? this year? Like, what has been the most devastating thing to have happen to you? And then what has been your best?
Okay, so 2020 has not really been that terrible for us. Up until our landlord dropped the bomb, like, you got to move out. So
I was telling her to read between the lines.
Yes.
So thinking that you have to find a new place to live in like 2 months is really scary.
Yeah, it is.
And it really makes you realize, like, wow, I'm in my 30s. I need to get my shit together. And thankfully, so far, everything is working out to buy our place where we are now. And we've signed the contract. Our landlord signed the contract. We agreed on the price. It's now in all of the lawyers' hands and the finance company. So I'm just here waiting for them to tell me what they need from me so that we can own this place and get serious.
Right.
That is great news.
That is
So,
amazing news.
That's been the biggest, that is the most stressful thing that has happened from 2020. And we did look at houses. We put offers in on probably a handful, but the market right now is just so insane. We were giving them more than they were asking and still getting outbid. And like Chris and I were together 24/7. We get along pretty good, but we fought every goddamn house we looked at.
I know. I remember
It was so
that.
stressful. I'm like, I have to dye my hair because there's a lot of grays up there. A ghost.
It was that Cooper or Hunter?
That was Hunter.
Because I couldn't tell. All I could see was a golden go behind him. And he opened the door, and I'm like, oh.
Yep. He's like, gotta go. This bitch is nuts.
I had enough of your shit, lady.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Drop says, that's it, young lady. Go get a bar soap.
It's back there.
Deb says, raising hand above my head. It's too late for the boots. Save the watch. It's too deep. Oh my God, you guys. So, I'll wait for all the foreclosures in the spring. Oh,
right.
That is it's a scary thought though, isn't it? To think that that we're going to be at that point.
I got out of being a real estate or realtor because the same trends that were leading up to the 2008 real estate collapse. Sorry, it sounded like one of my dogs was about to tear down my bathroom door.
Like aliens?
But the same trends in lending are happening again. They are lenders are lending riskier and riskier transactions, and that is what led to the inflation of housing, the cost of the houses. So like I just didn't want to end up being caught up in that. So I definitely agree that the houses are overvalued right now. And unfortunately they are valuing or lending to much riskier. And what I mean by riskier, I'm not necessarily meaning people that are that are just going to stiff the banks, but what they'll do is they'll take two people that have a solid job and say, "Oh, you qualify for $500,000."
Yep.
And then hook them into this mortgage and have them convinced that they can afford to this much when they could afford maybe half of that, and realistic. But, you give a person a big number and show them these big houses, that's where they're going to go. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Exactly.
Not me. Give me the little tiny house.
Yeah. My house, my wife and I got for $13,200 on foreclosure. And it was it was livable. Obviously, it was not pretty, but we had to, it was clean. We were able to move in and start working on it.
You're going to kill me. My house with 3 acres of land on contract, $8,000.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm paying way more than that for this house. Like times 10.
So
No, more
You're
than
paying
10.
for that Riverview. Mm.
yes, you
Yeah.
are, girl. But
I
it's beautiful.
think it's definitely worth what we're paying, especially now. I mean, we were looking at houses that had half an acre that were the same price as this house. And yes, this house is old and it's under 1,000 square feet, but it's just Chris and I most of the time. So we don't need a big ass house.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah, ours is 934 square feet.
Yep, ours is not much more.
It was weird because when we literally kind of fell into this house because when we walked up to the drive to look at this, the monarchs were they were all coming out and whatnot, and they love our pine trees, but we walked up here and it was just super super peaceful, and then all of a sudden all these monarchs just come out of the trees, and I'm like, this is it. Like, this feels like home. And then when we got to actually come in and look at it, we're like, oh God, this needs a ton of work, which it does. It still does, but it just felt like home. It felt homey. And it's only 934 square feet, and we raised our 3 children in it, through their teens. So, but it's ours and it's home. So there is something to be said for wherever you're out. If it feels like it's home, then it's worth whatever you are willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
Oh, Missy slipped in here. I didn't even notice her.
She must have slipped in the back door, Scotty.
Maybe your back door. I don't know.
Deb, yes, I know I live in the middle of nowhere, Iowa, and I like that. Hence, our business name is Middle of Nowhere Studio. Paid $6,000 for a 4-bedroom. Couldn't afford all the repairs, so I ended up letting the state take it for tax. Oh, Missy, that is craptastic. I'm so sorry. That's not what I was looking for. David said FEMA is what really screwed me. My mortgage was doubled when they redid the flood insurance requirements. I was stuck, and then this year they condemned the house. Oh, dude, I'm so
crazy.
No, there is nothing wrong with fixing up a house. I seriously think you're going to make it a home. Honey, you can make noise. It's okay. Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, honey.
No, you're not turning on the TV, but Tony's like trying to sneak into the cookie.
No X-rated movies, Tony.
Do you hear that? Christy says no X-rated movies, Tony. You're not my real mom. You can't tell me how to live my life.
True. You got me there.
So anyway, so what are your plans for your homestead then this year, Boo?
What isn't our plans?
Okay,
Hopefully we'll own it within the next few months. Number one goal would probably be, we got the garden finished this year, so probably fencing in the front yard for the dogs. I mean, it's nothing like major, but I just want grass in my front yard. The damn dogs.
I know. My front yard looks like a freaking battle zone.
Yes.
4 huskies, and I've got huge holes that are as wide as I am. So
it's from this asshole back here. You can't see him. Where is he? Oh my God, how far?
He's like, I don't want to be on camera, damn it.
But he's cute though.
He is doopy doopy.
But he's so cute. Look at him.
Can I pet that dog? Can I?
Can I pet the dog?
Oops.
Can I pet the dog? There. Rustic Tradition says, I want less grass and a big garden. Yeah.
Yep, that's what I'm doing.
But my dogs like the grass too. I like having grass in my yard too. So I have a huge garden though. It's 6,000 square feet.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Now, hopefully this year, let's everybody cross your fingers that this year's going to be a good year for me in the garden.
Same though. Same.
Right. Chrissy, you had a pretty good garden this year.
It was good. I mean, the end got a little crazy with the whole house and not knowing where we were going to live. So I kind of let it go towards the end. And we did deal with squash bugs with the cucumbers. Those fuckers can die. I hate them. But
what do you look
it
for?
Was a pretty good year. I got a lot of flowers and I got a lot of herbs and tomatoes. That was really it.
Oh, we have dogs and cats laying together on the couch, and Tony's like, over there is Romeo and Tyrion on one couch, which Romeo's our oldest husky, and Tyrion is our oldest cat. And then we have Garth, one of the huskies, and Baby. What the hell's going on in this house? Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it's just absolutely crazy here. See if I can move it and show you. See? Cats and dogs living together.
Aww.
Nuts.
Our cat loves our dogs. Loves them.
Our dogs are usually trying to eat our cats. So, like,
well, I'm glad that they're not tonight.
Yeah, they're all being calm and cool and collected and quiet and behaved. So not
like us.
I know, right? That's all right. Homesteading in Idaho. In spring of 2020, I ripped up more grass and turned it into a garden. Each year, I rip out more grass for garden, flower beds, herb beds, berry beds, fruit beds. Yes, fruit trees.
Yeah.
Yay!
I keep doing the same thing, and my wife, this year she yelled at me. She's like, "I don't want my whole yard ripped up, and I want grass." I'm like, "Why, are you going out to mow it?" And she's like, "No, but I want that." I'm like, "No." Like, okay, you want the grass, you can go mow it.
Yeah, you go mow it, lady.
Exactly. Like, oh, goodness.
I like our grass because there are a ton of dandelions and clover mixed in it, so I like our grass. Our North 40 is what we call it. Is full of dandelion and unfortunately has bull thistle in it too, and that's not really fantastic because that hurts to step on. But we have a ton of clover. We have red and white clover, so yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
See, the grassy areas of my property don't really have those things. It's the areas that have been torn up and then have let come back to life. Those are the areas that have the dandelions and the clover and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So the area in the backyard that used to be a parking pad, and that's where all the goodies are now growing. And the dogs prefer that area too.
Yeah.
To be in versus the actual grass patches. Chrissy, none of that. None of that.
Wake up, Mom!
5:30 is too early to be waking up.
David, Mandy. I'm coming to visit on the way going to New York to help with haying. All right. Let's see here. Homesteading in Idaho. Thankfully, where'd you go? Dang it, it's moving. There we go. Thankfully, my husband jumped on board for more food and pretty beds and less grass. Awesome. Sort of going for the cottage look with a variety of everything. I actually have beds. My garden, everything is planned. Like, I got it down on graph paper.
Look at that. Nice.
So, what are you planning on growing then this year, lady and gent?
Ooh, I haven't even gone through I haven't even got to that point yet.
Do you know how far away it is before I start season?
Now, a sooner project I'll be working on is I'm working on getting my growing space moved upstairs because the old office area is now empty and cleared out, and I want to just do it all up there. I want to start microgreens.
Oh, nice.
And doing a microgreen thing. So that's and then obviously I'll also do my salad green trays again as well.
Where do you want to Boo?
I know.
Anne Marie.
I plan on growing hair.
You gotta watch my TikTok I just did like an hour ago.
I want to grow hair.
Sorry,
yeah, I want to grow thicker hair. My hair is thinning as I age. I hate that. Absolutely hate it. My ex mowed blueberry bushes with a riding mower. Oh, oh, David, I would be hot.
Oof.
That would make me mad.
Yeah, see, my wife gets mad that I tear something up, like the lawn up, until she sees the end product. Like my entire front lawn and in front of my windows back behind me here is all herb garden now. But when I tore it up and it was just a big dirt patch, she came home from work because I didn't tell her I was doing it. She's like, "What is this?" I'm like, "You'll see." And now I have it edged with recycled brick, and it looks pretty nice. And I've got lavenders and my comfrey and my rosemary, which my rosemary is surviving the winter so far, and I don't know how. And
I'm having kind of the same thing. Like I have a little rosemary plant in a pot that I didn't bring in, and it's still green.
Yeah, no, mine got a decent size. It's like up to my knee. Like,
wow.
I'm like, okay, you do you, boo. If you come back, I'll be so happy.
I also have spicy oregano still trying to grow in this cold and crap and snow. I'm like, nice. What is going on?
Nice. I've got some carrots and beets in the back root veggie garden that still popped up late in the season, and they're still growing and doing really good. I'm like, I didn't expect y'all to make it because y'all look pretty bad when I cleaned out this bed earlier, but
yeah,
they're coming in.
Yeah, I know rosemary is pretty hardy, but here in Iowa, it really does not like the winters. So it's usually not grown as a perennial here. It's usually an annual.
Exactly. And that's what I was expecting. But I did plant it close to my house. So I wonder if it's just getting some of that residual heat from the home. Maybe.
Could be from foundation. Yeah. Boo, are you going to fall asleep on me there?
I'm here.
Me and Mandy just start talking again for another
I'm like, I don't
hour,
have any
and Chrissy.
I have an Anne Marie.
I have an Anne Marie. So what are you going to I mean, have you were saying I was going to go over like some of my seed books and stuff, and you said that you're like, have you seen how many damn seeds I have? I don't need any damn seed books. I don't need any seed catalog. So what do you have that you like are really adamant about growing this year? This next year?
I don't know. I can't even think about growing. I would like to grow corn every year. An animal gets it. But each year it's like further along, and it gives me like a little glimmer of hope. I'm like, yes, corn is looking good. And it was getting kernels. And then the goddamn chipmunks came in and stripped it all. It was a mess. And I was like, fuck it. I'm not growing corn ever again, because I have my corn in a 4x4 bed, and I just feel that I could utilize that 4x4 space for something better than corn, because I've tried for 4 years to grow corn and I just can't do it.
Maybe you can grow like glass corn or Indian corn.
Will they eat that?
I don't know. I mean, they may not. I don't know. I don't have a chipmunk problem. I have a woodchuck problem here and moles.
Well, we got the fence for that. It keeps the deer, the woodchuck, the rabbits out. But we have field fencing, and then 2 feet we have just the chicken wire, and it's like the 1-inch chicken wire, and the chipmunks can still get through it. And they get in my garden when I'm in there, and they just stare at me, and I'm like, I am fucking watching you, asshole. I hate chipmunks. I don't care how goddamn cute they are.
See, my dogs are have established dominance in the city neighborhood. And so stray cats and squirrels and chipmunks and groundhogs, because there's one venturing out back by my shed, they do not enter my garden space, my backyard, because there are too many of their dead brethren in the backyard. And they're like, nope, not today. My dogs are vicious.
Maybe I need to borrow them and put them in the garden area.
I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
I honestly, like, our dogs will kill anything and everything, but I guess everything knows to stay out in my garden and away from my dogs.
Except for that rabbit the other morning.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not sure which one of them did it, but it wasn't the dogs. It was one of the cats.
That was like fresh too.
That
Oh,
was.
yeah, it was. Yeah, it was right. Like, it was just prime for, like, I probably could have skinned it and filleted it.
They were like, "Here, Mom, I brought you dinner. Eat."
They did. I don't know why they thought I needed a dead rabbit, but they bring me stupid gifts like that all the time. And what was funny was so that was Christmas morning. And then Christmas night, or in the afternoon, we got back home and there were 2 dead mice laying there. They brought me 2 dead mice.
Do.
Like, yeah, exactly. Do.
Dead.
Where did Jan go?
I don't know.
I don't know.
She had fellowship tonight though, so she said she might be pretty tired.
Oh, that's right, she did.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if my cats are telling me that, lady, you need to feed me better, or
This is what we want.
Well, it sounds like they're eating pretty damn good.
yeah, the rabbit, the heart was ripped out. I mean, like, the organs were ripped out and chewed on. Like, you rotten things. They were not very good.
14-foot tall corn. Damn. That's bigger than me.
Yeah, he's out in is he in Massachusetts or Maryland? He's in Massachusetts, yeah. Will it grow? Our field corn gets pretty damn tall. It's probably close to that.
Yeah.
Probably 10, 12 anyway. So.
Mandy, did you see what Missy said?
No, hang on. Daughter says the cat brought you rabbit because they think you can't hunt for yourself. Probably. And then, well, Deb said that they love you, so bringing home food is their way of taking care of you. So I don't freaking know.
It was a holiday. They was giving you a special treat.
I guess. Like, here, Mom, Merry Christmas, Happy Solstice.
Yep, there you go.
Did you guys do anything special for them for Christmas? I know that Chrissy had her mom spend the night, so she got to open presents with the kids in the morning, huh?
It actually wasn't terrible. It was enjoyable. I can't believe I just said that, but it was nice. The girls really, really liked having her here. They just kind of hung out as a family. We rode around and looked at Christmas lights and then came home and made cookies for Santa last minute. And then my little one did not want to go to sleep. I'm like, bitch, Santa is tired. You need to go to sleep.
Scotty, what did you do?
I was petty posting on Facebook because Christmas Day, my wife and I were supposed to be able to have the day together. We both work healthcare, so it's very rare when we both get the day off. And Christmas Day, we just both happened to be able to have that day off. And that morning, my wife's one of her staff said, "Oh, I'm having a mental breakdown. I can't do this, blah, blah, blah." And so she had to go into work. Well, I'm friends with that coworker, that staff on Facebook. So I was all like, "Oh, just sitting at home all by myself."
But you had Chinese though.
And then later I posted, "Since my wife's at work, I'm by myself. Here's my Chinese dinner." I was so petty. I don't even care. I almost tagged her in it. And been like, "Look," but I didn't. I'm not that level.
So you were decking the halls with boughs of hori?
Yep. Fa ra 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 ra.
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Oh my god, that is a Christmas story. Yep. Oh, you got a girlfriend?
I watch a lot of movies.
I know, but you got to watch that one, girl. That is like the Christmas movie.
It is. You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid, with a Red Ryder BB gun.
I know that part.
Well,
And he,
that's
like,
what.
licks the pole.
So at the end of it, they had to go eat Chinese. So the Chinese restaurant people sang them "Deck the Halls," and typical. What do I want to say? Insensitive. I don't know, insensitivity. I don't know. Like what would you call that, Scotty? Stereotyping.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. My local Chinese restaurant had a 2-hour carry-out wait, and there was a line out the door. Granted, it wasn't that hard to have a line out the door because people were standing 6 feet apart, but I just moseyed up to the end of the line. I'm like, "Are you here for carry-out or dine-in?" And they were like, "Carry-out," and I just did that all the way up, and everybody was there for carry-out. So I'm like, I'd like a table, and I got sat down right away, and I got my food. I was happy.
Drops. Is it midnight yet? No. Not quite. Not my time yet.
A few more hours.
Yeah.
No. 3 hours and 20 minutes and 10 seconds. I'm getting there, though. I'm getting there.
Yeah. I know. I say this every time I jump onto somebody's
You're
live.
taking your
I
hand.
really need to get back into my lives.
Demon.
Mary.
He's
Mary.
like, no.
Is she a squirrel, Scotty?
Mary. She
Mary, do you know?
She factually just turned around on her perch to show her butt at me and looked the other way. She's such a butt. But Fiona came running over. She's my baby girl.
I love Fiona and Demon.
Do you hear her purr box? Oh, no. She stopped. My bad.
Demon, what are you doing, dude?
Do you hear my purr box?
Missy, I thought you were at work, girlfriend. You have a bratty. Aw, hi, Fiona.
I'm in headphones, ladies. Thank you.
So Misty says she has a bratty Boston Terrier on her lap. I thought you were at work, girlfriend. You have Demon's twin sister. Her name is Panther. Oh. His twin brother Finnegan is right over there on the other couch on the arm. He was the feral one, and then all of a sudden he's like super domesticated now and loves human attention. Don't you, buddy?
You guys have cool names for your black cats. My black cat is Jessie.
The black cat that I used to have when I was a kid, it was my first cat. His name was Lucky, and it was because somehow he was born inside the heat vent in our house, and I heard him, and so I got my dad and my stepmom to fish him out, and we ran him to the vet, and he was pretty sick, but he was lucky to have made it through. So my cat Lucky. And
that's why his name was Lucky.
Yeah. Fiona is the devil incarnate. Are you guys do you know the movie Scary Movie?
Yes.
The comedy one?
Yes.
Okay. It's the black cat, and she is the black cat in Scary Movie, where it's like, fighting Sydney and she's all like, and he's like kicking the litter up at her face to blind her and boxing her, and yeah, we're convinced that we're gonna wake up and Fiona's going to be like hovering over us. It'll happen. She'd be the cat that would happen to.
See, I think that would be either Demon or Finn here. Like, they're ornery. What are you doing, dude? And I don't know why, but Like, I got to figure out something. I got to figure out why my cats, 2 of my cats have. Dude, I don't want your butt in my face. Boys, we're not fighting. Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't like Finn at all. But anyway, 2 of my cats have like the most rank breath. Like literally smells like a dump. It's terrible. And I don't know what to do for it. So if anybody has any ideas, let me know. And I am not brushing the damn teeth.
Give them some mint.
They don't like it.
They don't like it, even if you mix it in with catnip?
Nope. They don't like it. And they won't eat the catnip. They just rub in it.
I don't know.
All right.
I
Sorry,
like kitty breath, so I don't know.
Well, this kitty breath you would not like. I promise you.
Do they have like a bad tooth or something?
I don't know. I don't know if it's because of that or if maybe because they're trying to eat, mice and that kind of stuff. I really don't know.
It's possible.
But I can't get their mouths open enough where I can really get a good look.
What, you mean they don't just surrender and let you do that?
Yeah, right? I know.
Don't they have certain treats for like teeth and breath?
They do, but they will not eat cat treats at all. I know.
What the hell? I don't know.
My cats are assholes, I'm telling you. Deb, Die Hard is supposed to be a Christmas movie too. Everybody classifies it as a Christmas movie because of, Christmas at
Never seen
Christmas
it.
at the Tower. It's a Bruce Willis movie from like the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Finn, ow, Finn.
I apparently live under a rock when it comes to movies.
But Alexander Hamilton.
Oh, God.
You can blame my daughter for that. I didn't want anything to do with Hamilton.
I'm not a fan.
Catchy.
Like, I'm not a fan of the music. I don't know why.
It will grow on you. I promise. I hated
grows
it.
on you. Yeah.
Well,
And
I love
it's all you'll listen to.
musicals, and I love Broadway, but like my youngest daughter, I should say, Victoria, tried to get me into it, and I'm like, I just don't like it. I'm sorry.
I love musicals. Any of them.
Mandy, you should check out Hades Town. What'd
you fight me for, you jerk?
It's a musical about the underworld and Hades and Persephone and like all of them.
80s Town?
Hades. Like Hades.
Oh.
Hades. Hades Town.
I thought you said 80s. I'm like, yeah, that's a party.
80s Town would be fun too.
I like Hairspray.
Well, good morning, Baltimore. That's for you, Chrissy.
Okay.
Fun fact, I actually met John Waters. They were filming a movie. I was in high school. Me and my friend went. Shit, what was the movie called? A Dirty Shame. It had Selma Blair, Johnny Knoxville, John Waters, and some other lady. And we waited outside of Johnny Knoxville's trailer. We made friends with his bodyguard. And when he came back to the trailer, he hooked us up and we got to meet Johnny Knoxville and John Waters. And it was just amazing.
That's awesome.
That is cool.
It is a fucked up movie. If you have never seen it, yes, it is a weird movie.
We used to watch Bam Margera and his
He's freaking nuts.
He is a weirdo, man. And I don't even know, like, what the hell was his show's name? I don't remember.
Shit.
And then they had
Jackass? That one?
No, that was Johnny Knoxville.
On that.
But he was in it, right?
He was part of it. But then Bam Margera actually went off and did his own show, his own series. And
yeah, like his whole family and stuff.
Yeah. And like he used to do some mean stuff to his parents.
Oh yeah.
My God. Like he brought an alligator or crocodile and left it in the kitchen for his mother to find. A live one, mind you. And it's hissing at her, and she's like, ah! So yeah, I mean, he did crap like that all the time. He would go in the middle of the night into his parents' bedroom and like jump on their bed and bang on pots and pans and beat the crap out of his dad. And I'm just like, dude, he was mean. Drop, yeah. Load up the shopping cart, push you down the hill. Anne Marie says she loses us all when we talk movies. She hasn't watched TV or movies in forever.
See, I'm not alone.
Oh. I could almost recite every word of every Harry Potter movie. So
yeah,
I've never seen Harry Potter
we are no longer friends.
or read the books.
I didn't read the books either.
You're
I
dead
barely
to me.
watched the movies.
I'm so sorry.
Dead to me.
No, I'm not a big fan of Harry Potter either. Sorry.
I don't get it.
I wasn't a big fan of Lord of the Rings either. I know, right?
Never seen it.
I have
I've never even seen it.
on my leg, I have a tattoo. My first tattoo with the Lord of the Rings quote. From the ashes, a fire shall be woken. A light from the shadows shall spring. And then I've got Harry Potter's face on my ankle.
You don't want to see my tattoos, Scotty.
And then I also have a black flame candle from Hocus Pocus on my leg.
See, now that I can get behind.
Yep, same.
I love Hocus Pocus.
That's because we witchy.
And a little bitchy.
You mean a lot?
And Drop says this is better than Wally World. Whee!
We are better than Wally World.
We are, man.
I'm in my pajamas and I'm not wearing a bra, so I mean it's kind of the same thing.
I agree with Drops. Lord of the Rings is a classic. It's unforgivable that you don't like it.
I'm sorry. It's not that I don't like it. It's just like yeah, okay.
They're so long, the movies.
Yeah, that's the thing. I can't.
There's 80 of them.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's an escape. You have to be able to escape into it. And if you can't do that, then it is going to be way too long. But that's why Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings and all of those are just I'm able to fully immerse myself in the whole experience, even if I'm sitting in my living room.
Well, what do I have to do to feel the experience, Scotty?
You want to feel the experience?
Should I get a cape, a wand?
I have a cape and a wand. Shut up. But it's not Harry Potter.
I have a wand too, but it takes the batteries.
Ashley has a Lord of the Rings tattoo on her butt.
Nice. Oh boy.
Nice. Is it a ring?
Is it 5 golden rings?
I don't know. Are you sure it's on your butt or is it on your head, Ash? He was talking about how his head was glowing earlier.
My fun sacks stand up on their own. Fun sacks.
All right then.
Mine are deflated, so.
I love Star Wars too.
See, Tony. Oh, you would love what? Did you see the pictures that what Tony got for Christmas?
No, I didn't see them. Did you post them?
God. So he got the Black Series Darth Vader helmet. The one that makes all the noise and all that. Yeah, the kids got him that for Christmas.
That's awesome.
So there are pictures on Facebook, and I'm just sitting there like, really? And Tony's like, it is Darth Vader mask.
Yeah. Yeah, I do love Star Wars as well. But Harry Potter is my true fan, addiction. And it was because I started reading the books when I was in 3rd grade. and I was able to relate to him because I was the same age as Harry at the time, you know. So as the books came out, I was able to relate to it, and a couple of the books came out on my birthday. So that,
Are you Harry Potter, Scotty? So serious.
I am in Gryffindor house.
I don't know what that is.
Oh,
Bless her heart.
Bless your heart.
bless your heart. But when the last Harry Potter movie came out in theaters, I was at the Wizarding World of Harry Potter at Universal Studios opening night. Like, I was there.
I love how much you love Harry Potter.
I may have also gotten banned from a nightclub in Orlando dressed as a Harry Potter character.
Can we take pictures of that?
They took a picture. They took a mugshot of me and my garb. They posted it on their do not enter wall.
What the hell did you do?
Did you have clothes on?
Yes.
Why would they ban you?
Or was it just a cape and a wand, and that's why you're banned?
A wand.
Yeah.
No.
Wait, I just got that, perverts.
No, in Florida, you can be 18 and go into the clubs. And so me and all my friends, when we were working at Disney, we went out to clubs together. On Halloween, I was several drinks in, and I needed to use the restroom. So I handed my friend, I'm like, here, hold my drink. I need to go to the bathroom. I handed it to a minor.
Look at that, Scotty.
Mary Jane and Anne Marie.
So you handed it to a minor and didn't know it, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't realize it. When I came back out, the security guards were all like, ooh, 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 ooh. And then my friend was like sobbing. So there's two hot mess pictures of us in this club in Orlando. So fun times.
Yeah, David, when Tony comes to sit down with me here in a little bit, I'll have him pull out the Darth Vader helmet for you so you can see it in all of its glory. He just walked back through, huh?
Does he wear it in the bedroom, just the helmet?
If I let him, he would.
I know what we're talking about.
I know what we're talking about, he says. So David wants to see it, and I told him. Yes, no, it's not an aphrodisiac. Nice try, though.
Hey, Mandy, drop
Show
us
us
to know
your
what a
helmet.
wand is. You want to explain?
What's a wand? Oh, I don't know. Are you going to put it on too? Yeah, you should put it on.
Leviosa.
All right. You have to move the cats, but
I think you can change the layout, can't you?
yeah, hang on.
I feel like he should be breathing like him.
He does.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's good.
Gotta take that aside.
What the hell is that?
That is the actual Darth Vader mask. The inner side of it. This is just the hood.
Button again.
If I come visit and you wear that shit around the house, I'm gonna leave.
Oh my gosh, that is awesome.
Yeah, he loves it. Now he has to have the Boba Fett and the what is it?
All of them.
Well, I know, but there's yeah, I know, but which storm was it? First edition Stormtrooper or whatever?
Yeah, the real Stormtrooper.
Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, see, the wife knows some stuff about Star Wars. I just don't care for it.
I'm with you.
I'm a
Why is
nightmare.
Patty so small?
Nightmare Before Christmas, y'all. That's what I like.
Just focus on your sports ball.
Is there a lightsaber involved? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I was not ready for that transition.
No, there is no lightsaber involved. However, we do have one, and it is on the wall, and it's a light What?
It's a mini lightsaber.
It's a mini lightsaber. I'm so sorry.
Don't talk about Tony like that. Don't tell him he has a mini lightsaber.
It's cold in the room.
I'm sure it's a huge lightsaber, Mandy.
Micro saber.
A micro saber.
You might as well just come sit next to me.
Well, I was gonna, but your cat.
We'll move the cat.
Anne Marie says she wants a lightsaber. Do you now? Do you want a lightsaber, Anne Marie?
Anne Marie, you can come on anytime if you want to be on screen with us, or however you want to do it.
Oh, now we're done talking about Star Wars.
Can we just take a second and see what Ashley said?
What?
Hang on. Which one is
Oh.
the similar helmet with a mouse gag?
You just made me blush, and I don't ever get embarrassed.
You cheeky bum looker.
It's like we're the same person, Ashley. No.
Oh my God. I'm telling you what. He is absolutely well, he's from the UK. So there you go.
Oh, are they freaky over there? So
Well, they're a little different. Right, Ashley?
I'll go subscribe to him, especially after that comment.
Oh, right?
It's
so funny.
Blame Tony. He started it with a lightsaber.
Mandy started it. I just corrected it.
No, you said does he have a lightsaber too?
It was not me.
It was a comment. She was just reading
I'm
the comment.
Sure.
You are not pure.
Bitch,
Oh, please. Bitch, please.
I'm as pure as they come.
Uh-huh. Whatever.
You see that lightsaber link I sent you? He said.
I want to trust it. Probably porn.
All right, here comes Anne.
Trust it.
Here comes Anne Marie. Hello, darling. Look, you're in the tiny house.
Hi.
It's worse
Hello.
because the sound is horrible here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Oh, look, there's Debbie.
I can't. You sound like all mechanical.
I do?
Yeah, I don't know if it's me.
Oh, now you sound normal to me, Emery. You were all crackly and computery.
Everything sounds normal to me so far.
Yeah, same.
Let me see if I can figure out something on the audio. No, automatically adjust audio, it says.
There you go.
You sound
Oh,
good.
you know why? Because it's the wrong speaker. Hold on.
Romeo
What
has
do y'all
just
say
moved
in
on my favorite blanket. Jerk.
Do you see my kitty cat back here?
Yeah, I said Debbie walked behind you, and I was like, Debbie.
That's my little pussy. She's cute.
Let me try that instead and see if it works.
Chrissy, you're gonna
Because I
get.
can't hear you guys. It's like all started bad. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been fine this whole time.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can't hear. I don't know why.
Chrissy quit
Weird.
mouthing.
A four-way.
Chrissy, such an ass.
But she expects it from me. A four-way.
Ooh.
That's the first.
Well, we have room, I think, for up to 10.
Oh my gosh, 10 or 6?
Wait, I don't have any
They haven't
dollar
done
bills,
this for a
Scotty.
long time.
I just read 10 earlier today or yesterday when I was setting it up. I was like, what? Holy cow.
Yeah, I think it is 10.
That's a lot of people talking at once.
Right?
That'd be a whole lot.
Oh. Whoa.
Oh,
Whoa.
and she pieced out.
She's like, oh.
That's too much. I can't handle all of this.
I have my questions ready to go for Miss Anne Marie. Oh, there she is again. Hello.
Maybe. Hello. Let's try it again. Okay, what's the first question? Hopefully I like pass the test.
Yes. All right. So, what is the appeal of living in a tiny home and building your own, by the way?
Cheap.
So how
cheap?
Is it really though?
Yeah, how cheap is it? Like, I mean, is it really economical, or is it pretty comparable to like buying an RV and driving around with it?
Well, no, trust me. Okay, so I've been living in an RV for the last 2.5 years.
Yes.
I do not want to live in an RV for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I don't like it.
And this is like twice the size of the RV. Oh my, okay. I thought I was losing it again. Anyhow, so by the time I get done with the tiny home, I'll be about 25,000 into it, but it'll be completely paid off.
Oh wow.
Did I leave?
That's
yeah.
not too bad.
So I missed you. I think it's my internet out here.
I said it's not really. That's not too bad for a price for a whole house. You know.
No, it's not. The shed, and it's not that tiny. It's 400 square feet, but the shed itself was 12,000 because I had it custom built with soffit vents and stuff like that. I had it built to building code to live in, so it's not just a shed, but yeah.
So are you able to make this tiny home? Is it on a foundation, or are you able to make it mobile?
I could make it it's on skids, so I could move it if I needed to. So
because we just got one. What?
I said it would cost a fortune to move it, but I can move it if I needed to. Yeah.
Okay, so when you get this all finished, are you going to be on grid, off grid, solar, wind? How are you gonna for utilities and such?
Well, I'm on grid now, so I'm in the tiny house right now, and I'm on grid. We're on a well, and then my internet is a little mobile. What do you call it?
Like a boost pack?
A mobile
hotspot.
It's a
like hotspot.
MiFi.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a MiFi. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. It's unlimited, so I like it.
So, what have you enjoyed most about building it?
That cut out.
What have you enjoyed the most about the building process?
Designing it, like getting to pick how I wanted things and where I wanted outlets. Like my outlets are up higher on the wall around my desk and around my bed, so they're not like super low. I don't have to pull furniture out and go looking for an outlet. I was able to put them where so the designing part was really fun. It was scary, but it was fun. And I probably changed the floor plan in here like 16 times before I actually started building on it. But I like how I did it. So I just can't wait till it's done.
So what's been the worst?
The worst part about building it?
Yeah.
Building it. So like today, I don't know, can you see that scaffolding behind me? I had to climb up on that and back down off of it so many times that my back right now is so jacked up just from climbing up and down that stupid thing all day. So yeah, the physical part of I'm not 20 anymore, and
right.
I get to remember that every day that I'm working on it. Nope, I am not. But yeah, just the physical labor part. I mean, the drywall was easy. But yeah, I'd say the part I never want to do again is the insulation, putting in the insulation or insulation. Yeah, I don't want to ever have to mess with the insulation again. So once that part's done, I have a couple more spots I got to fill in with it. And
And-
then once that's done, I'm super happy.
Anne Marie, have you painted already? Your drywall?
Have I painted?
Yeah.
No, that's green board.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell but it looked like you had like nice gray wall or something from over here. And I was like, dang.
I know that would be so cool if it was already done, huh? No, that's green board. Let's see, that's right there is the front door. And then all this behind me, that wall is the kitchen. So that's all done in green board. And the inside of the bathroom will be done in this. And let's see. See that tongue and groove up there?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going to be on my bathroom walls.
So for us newbie people that don't do a lot of building,
I thought I blew it again.
what for
Okay.
us new
Do I have a
people?
signal?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're okay. I know this is a.
We can hear you. Can you not hear us?
No sounds coming through. I'm just getting some robotic stuff.
Interesting.
Okay, now I can hear you. What was the question?
Yeah. So for us newbies that haven't done a lot of construction, explain the purpose of using green board versus drywall. And she's gone. I'm assuming it's because it's sealed better from moisture and all that jazz, but I just figured that would be something helpful to talk about.
We'll see if we can get her back here.
Okay. I'm gonna bow out gracefully.
Are you
Thank
going to bed, Boo?
I'm gonna go bond with Chris.
Okay.
Thank you
Sorry.
for having me. I love you all.
She's gonna go play with the lightsaber.
I'm back.
Oh,
Let me in. Okay, I'm on the internet, so
I love you.
You gotta look straight up, Chrissy.
Good night. I'm waving to her.
You gotta look straight up.
Scotty's straight above you.
Oh my gosh, Ashley. I just
Did you
saw
see my
Ashley.
sweatshirt?
Yeah, actually, this was funny.
Oh my God. I love you, Boo.
Okay,
I don't really hate people. Okay, I love you. Good night.
Good night. She doesn't really hate people. I know.
Except when they slip in the back door. Sorry.
Yeah. So,
Okay, so
Scotty was asking you the purpose of the green board and what's the difference?
green board is less mold. It's more mold resistant, so less likely to get mold on it. So you usually put that in your kitchen, bathroom, anywhere where there's going to be damp walls.
Yeah.
She slipped out before anyone could get in her bathroom.
Amy goes, "Oh my God, you're still here." Yes, Amy, I'm going until midnight my time. I told you I'm doing a 12-hour live today. And Ashley, really, dude. She says, "Ooh, I love tongue and groove. Just ask my girlfriend." You're naughty. You are so naughty.
It's too funny.
Christy said she slipped out before anyone could get in her back door. God. Amy thought, you seriously thought this was a joke. Oh my God. Yeah, no. So, all right. So what other kinds of, what are you doing?
Putting you in frame.
Oh, what other kinds of materials are you using? Are they traditional building stuff, or are you using recycled stuff? What exactly are you using to build with?
Some stuff is recycled. Some stuff is recycled. I have a loft up here, and around the loft, instead of a banister, I'm using old, like really super old milk crates and old dairy crates and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The really used rustic ones. So I'm using that as a banister all the way around. And then like the flooring in the loft is all recycled. I got it from some lady that was tearing it out. Some of the kitchen cabinets that I have were stuff that was torn out from another house, and people have listed it for free. My sink was a used sink that I just picked up. So I'm trying to reuse as much as possible. But when it comes to, like the wall boards and stuff like that, I'm just getting new. I'm trying to watch these comments and chat too, and you guys are horrible.
I know, right? I don't think I talk and it gets me in shit, Ashley says. Chrissy, no, I have not.
Chrissy wants to take
over 9 hours and I haven't peed yet.
Oh my God.
And Amy says I need to watch out because there's a nerd over my shoulder.
She didn't see the Darth Vader helmet.
Oh yeah. You weren't here for the Darth Vader helmet, were you? Of course, she saw it on Facebook though. So, anywho, that's right. I did marry that nerd.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right. So, how are you making money for your build?
How am I making money for my build?
Are you financing it? Are you working like off the? No.
Well, yes and no. So I'm disabled and I'm on a limited income. So I saved and I saved. That's why I lived in the trailer for 2 years. I cashed out my 401k. I know they say don't do that, but what the heck, I did. And so that's how I initially got the startup for it. And then I'm just mainly paying for it as I go. Worked for my mom for the last 6 months, taking care of her, and was able to suck aside about $9,000 that I could put into the build now. So that was actually really good. But
yeah, that's awesome.
So that was God.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks that you had, I'm sorry you lost your mom this year. That was just a crappy situation altogether. But yes, Amy, I'm sober.
It was bad, but it was good because I got to spend every day with her for the last 6 months and we laughed a lot. So if I wouldn't trade that for the world.
No.
So yeah, that part was good, but putting everything on hold here for 6 months was really hard to do.
Sure. So now it's hard. How hard has it been to get back into the swing of things of, building stuff?
Oh no, I was ready to jump in and do the building like right away. It's everything else out here that's kind of like when you go from, when we first moved out here, we had no water, we had no electricity, we had no nothing. And so we had to like slowly acquire it and still are not at 100% on everything. And then went to my mom's house and it was an apartment and she had a heater and she had, hot water and you could take showers and it was just like living in a regular house again. And then coming back, it was like, oh my gosh, I want to get this house done because I want a hot shower and darn it. And my bangs grew out. Yeah, I'm no longer whacked.
You're no longer whacked. We couldn't whack you.
No, but back in March, just before my mom got really sick, back in March, my car had broke down. I had $4,000 worth of repairs on my car to do. And I was just really kind of getting down in the dumps right after this, virus crap. And then, so everything worked out the way it was supposed to, there was money to pay, to fix the car. I even put $1,000 stereo in that stupid car and then still have money left over to build. So it all worked out. That's why they always say, don't doubt,
Yeah.
Something always comes through. So
that's right.
So yeah, it worked out for the best.
Christy says that will be great memories for you, Anne Marie, with your mom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's gonna be awesome.
In fact, we brought her ashes home 2 days ago, and I started crying. And then I started going back through the old Marcos, and it's all Marcos with my family of her giggling and laughing because she's running over my feet or running me into a wall and hitting me in between the wall and her scooter or whatever, and her just laughing so hard that she couldn't even talk. And so when I saw, when they were bringing my mom home, the ashes home, I was able to go back through those those Marcos and laugh instead of cry because
Yes.
Lots of good memories. So
Yes.
Yep.
Those are good memories.
And the thing is, I never, ever, ever have to cook canned spinach again in my life. I hate the smell of it. It makes me gag. When I was 5 years old, my mom took me to, on my 5th birthday, my mom took me to the San Diego Zoo and I saw an elephant for the first time. And then we came home and she tried to serve me canned spinach.
Ew.
And I told her it looked like elephant snot and I wasn't going to eat it. Well, my mom loves canned spinach. And so when I moved in with her, you know, one of the things that she would ask for all the time was a side of snot.
Ew.
I never have to make a side of snot again.
That's just too funny. So Amy asked if I was still sober, and she says I'm not. I'll check back later and see if you're still here. Bye. Okay, Amy. Oh my God. She's
Yeah,
really
for now.
Chrissy said when her grandmother passed, she was with her mother, uncle, and a few family members. And that's what they did, was laugh and tell silly stories because she didn't want them to be sad. And that's, yeah.
Yep.
I tried to do that too, but I find it really hard to not wallow in
Wait a minute, hold on. Chrissy, we don't want to know when you're getting off.
I told you she was going to go play with the lightsaber, but somebody slipped in her back door.
Oh my God. All right. So,
yeah, you try to get it back with that.
What legal issues have you had to face with building? Have you had to have permits? Have you had to have like lawyers involved and all of that stuff to build?
No. And I got to be careful what I get into here because of my situation, but each county, each city is going to be totally different. And each situation is going to be totally different. So just got to be careful what I say, but I live on, my tiny home is placed on property that is owned by my sister and her son and her ex-husband. And so I had to deal with all three of those, and we'll see how it goes.
I was more or less saying
I can always move it.
Yeah.
What's that?
I didn't mean that you needed to go into detail about that. I was just wondering if you needed, like, if you had to have special permits from the county or the state or any of that stuff to build, and or to where to place it, I guess, on the property, any property.
Yeah. Every county is going to be totally different. So you have to have a site plan for the property, and then they come out and they check the septic and they make sure that your land is going to soak up the leach field area. And we're dealing with that here because it's not just my tiny house. It's my sister's building a 3,900 square foot house, and then my nephew is building an 1,800 square foot house. And so they have to site map the entire 15 acres instead of just my little area. So
but
it's, and then we also have fine. And then we also have this thing in our area called the pocket gophers.
Okay.
And so each piece of land, anytime that you're building in this area, you have to get a pocket gopher survey done, and the land has to be surveyed to make sure that there's no endangered pocket gophers on the land and like all that good stuff. So there was a lot of hoops that we had to jump through even to start my sister's building. So yeah. So if I ever move this tiny house, I'll be moving it to a place that's got a whole lot less restrictions and ordinances. But,
so then obviously you're not off the grid, but so what are you doing then for sewage? So are you using rain catchment? Are you using traditional plumbing? and hooking up to like a city source or something?
Traditional plumbing on the inside. As far as the water source, we have a well here, but whether or not I can tap into that well with that third idiot that owns the land. So whether or not I can tap into that well is up to him. And then we have 2 septic systems that are on the land. And so whether or not I could do a gray water septic or I have to tap into one of those other 2 is, again, totally up to him. So we have to wait and figure out what he says goes, I guess.
Right.
But
so are you using, because I know you were using you're going to go with a Nature's Head composting toilet. Are you still going with that then? Or
yeah, so there's no black water sewage here at all.
Okay.
Mine will be a composting toilet of sorts. Right now we're using the bucket system, but my goal is to purchase a Nature's Head and put that in, just because it'll be easier than having to lug a bucket outside to dump it. So.
Right. So what are you going to run your appliances then? What kind of appliances are you going to have? And then how are you running, I guess their source of fuel or electricity, or what are you going to do with that?
So the stove and the hot water is propane.
Okay.
And then everything else is electric. The only heat source I have is a little portable fireplace, infrared fireplace.
Right.
For now. And they do a little wood burning stove, but for now it's just going to be super well insulated and a little fireplace, a little plug-in fireplace.
Drop says we're all bad. He likes that. That was too funny. And Ashley is saying that he and Christy could be related. He has a blind cousin in America. He keeps saying he wants to see him.
Oh my God. And Hot Wings, my next project is going to be a van conversion. So
Deb says, don't come to Nebraska. They'll permit and inspect you to death. Throw it over the neighbor's fence. Just throw your waste over the neighbor's fence. Oh my God. So are you trying to then, or are you going to try and produce as much food as you can on your land? And how much space do you have to grow or keep animals, whatever, for food source?
We have 15 acres, but most of it's wooded, and we're going to leave it wooded. They want to leave the back half of it, so we've got cleared about 5 acres, and just grow enough food for us. There's only going to be 3 of us here, so it'll just be enough food for garden for us. We have chickens and we have ducks and bunnies, and we're just. I don't know. Right now, we don't want to add animals until the houses are built.
Right. Do you have any plans then to raise like larger livestock for food, for meat source? No.
We don't have the room for it here. And all of our neighbors do that. So we just go to the meat market and buy their food.
No, whatever works for you. So
yeah,
then
my main goal is to, I think we talked about that a little bit before, but my main goal is to shop local only.
Right.
For all my food sources, and just basically break that chain. So I'm in a farming community, so I've got all that stuff all around me that there's no need to have it shipped from anywhere else. And so that's my main goal for 2021, is to become dependent only on my local area for food and anything else that I need, and not go outside of the area.
So what are going to be the biggest advantages of living in a tiny home, and what will be your biggest drawbacks?
Biggest advantage is, again, it comes down to money. I don't have rent, house payment, none of that stuff. I've done all that before in my life, and there's none of that. I won't be throw money away on rent or anything else anymore. And the drawback, I don't know. I mean, it costs less to heat it and light it, and you know, all that stuff. I don't know of a drawback yet. But then again, I've been in the trailer for 2.5 years, so like to me, this is like double the size, you know. So I don't know of any drawback. I mean, other than storage, you know, but we have 2 other buildings on the property here, so my saws and all that stuff can be stored over there, and I'll go use them when I need them. I don't need them inside my house. So
Christy says Anne Marie is gold, right, girl? So then if you had to start all over again, or you could start all over again, what would you do differently or the same?
Build in Idaho. So when I first set out to do, I didn't set out and say, oh, I'm going to go build a tiny house. When I first came out here to the property, our landlord was selling the house, and my sister already had this property that was paid for. And so we decided to come out here and go into the trailers. And my idea was to fix up that trailer, stay in the trailer, and use that as like a home base. And then I was going to do a van conversion and just go travel the US. The weekend before we moved in here to the property, my mom had a stroke. And so then I decided I wanted to stay around, you know, because we didn't know how much longer she was going to live. And so I wanted to stay here close by her. And so after living in the trailer for just a few months, I went, oh no, this isn't going to work. And so then I started looking at shed conversions. So then I started doing this, but my goal is this will be home base, and I'd love to just go travel the US. I've been most places in the US, and I want to go do it again without my kids this time. So
sure. Homesteading in
don't
Idaho.
say Idaho.
Yeah, don't say Idaho. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you know what? I've kind of heard that homesteading. I want to check into the different areas, but I think it depends on the county.
Yeah.
Wow, really?
Yeah, Arizona is crazy for building. Like the permits are crazy, insane, stupid. So biggest advantage of a tiny home is nope, kids, you can't move back in.
Exactly. So I went from an 1,800 square foot house to 1,000 square foot house up in the mountains near Yosemite, and then went back to and that's how we got all the kids to move out. Now we had 8 kids between the 2 of us, so all the kids suddenly had to move out because they couldn't fit in a little cabin. And then I moved back into an 1,800 square foot house, and then I moved up here to Washington. And yeah, I don't want to go back to a big house because nope, nobody can move in.
It's a lot.
They can crash on the couch.
But I mean, our house isn't that big, and it's a lot of work. So I can't imagine having a much bigger house.
Yeah, I mean, this one, when I went to go put gutters on it, it was like $200. The guy charged me $200, put the gutters up. He was done an hour later, done and over with. Right. So everything is cheaper. And my sister's, no matter what she goes to do on it, it's $20,000 for the electric. It's $20,000 for the water. It's $20,000 for the sheetrock. So yeah, tiny is much better.
My God.
Oh, you're on the other side of Washington State, Drops. I heard about that Spokane place.
Yeah.
I've never been over this side of the state.
How many? I guess how many other homesteaders do you know? I mean, there seems to be a lot of them popping up out of Washington, Oregon area. So I'm wondering if like how many of them do you know?
Most of them. I mean, the local ones here, like we have our own local homesteaders Facebook group and stuff. And I know most of the homesteaders here. We have a homesteaders fair that's like right down the street from us, each year, usually. So I know a lot of those people, and we do a lot of bartering and trading and stuff. But I know a couple more people that are on YouTube that are homesteaders, but I don't know. I haven't really watched YouTube in 6 months because I was taking care of mom. So
yeah, you were
so I'm
busy
kind
with
of at, in fact, when I went to go to your channel today, it said I wasn't subscribed, but I was subscribed last week. So I had to subscribe to it and write a chat. So I don't know. Maybe I'm logged into the wrong account. I don't know, but whatever.
Weird. I don't know.
It dropped me off a lot of channels. What's
Yeah.
that?
YouTube has been super crazy with that stuff, that kind of stuff. Hours are not getting, minutes and hours are not being recorded properly or tallied, whatever. And subscribers, like I'll gain like 10 or 12 subscribers and then I'll lose like 15. So it's so weird. I don't know.
6 months ago in July, I was at like 30 away from 1,000. And then I came back and looked at it today and I'm like 70 away from 1,000. But it took me off of a lot of the channels that I was following too, because I haven't even logged in to watch anything on YouTube. So,
well, maybe
so now I have to go back through and make sure.
Yeah.
What's that?
Maybe that's the case, is that maybe if you're not active enough, they just take even though you've given somebody a subscription, maybe if you're not active enough, they just take it away. I don't know. So homesteading in Idaho, the last couple months I have found YouTube has removed me from pages and I have to go back to subscribe again. Yep. Yeah. I think
it's you're not watching.
Yeah. I've had that happen a couple of times too. So again, I just think that it depends on how active you are, I think, with watching those particular channels. So what advice would you or could you give to someone who actually wants to build a tiny home? What is the best piece of advice you could give somebody?
Oh, go smaller. The smaller you go, the cheaper it is. And you can always add on later. So go smaller. If I had to do this over again, I would have probably gone another 6 feet smaller and probably saved another $5,000 in materials. So, and then saved on the cost of the actual shed itself. So I'd say, yeah, go smaller. And don't buy one with a deck already. You know how they do the decks on them, on the sheds. So build your own deck. It's cheaper.
Really? It's just because it's cheaper, or is there like structurally, is it better to do it that way?
Okay, so when you're buying a shed to convert it, if you buy a let's say you buy a 14 by 28 like mine, with a deck, 4 feet of that 28 feet is outdoor. It's not interior. So you're still paying the same price, but you don't get the interior thing. For me to put a 28 foot, I'm going to put a 28 foot deck on the outside of this. It'll be 8 feet wide and it'll cost me like $1,200 in materials. So it's cheaper for me to just build the deck myself, even a covered deck, than it is to buy the shed that was, even bigger.
Right. Yeah. Homesteading says she sees so many.
Yeah, they lose the square footage on the inside.
Yeah. So I don't watch, like, I don't know. I do watch this channel, Tiny Home Tours. I like that one. I've actually watched quite a few of these kinds of YouTube channels. Like, I don't know. I have a great interest in it for whatever reason. I don't know why. But so that's a good channel to watch too. So have you been filming the last few days since you've been?
Nope.
No.
So I got back home like December 14th, something like that. Because we had to take care of emptying mom's apartment and stuff. So I've only been back home, a week and a half. Yeah. And I was in a hurry to get the drywall up and and nobody wants to watch somebody hang drywall. I mean, it's,
surprised.
you know,
You would be
there's
surprised.
1,000 videos out there. So when I get to the other stuff that I'm going to do, the finish look on the drywall, then I'll start videoing again. And maybe I'll video some of this, putting up the tongue and groove on the ceiling. But, you know, you just watch people put a board up and then you put the next board up. It's really boring stuff. So I may do a live. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just
People watch it though, dude.
so raw and emotional. What's that?
People watch that. I'm not even
didn't
kidding. They will watch it.
Yeah, well, they will, but it's still kind of boring. To me, it's boring. I don't want to put out boring content. And I haven't gone live since I've been back just because I'm still too emotional. I'm afraid that I'll like break down and do the ugly cry on video. So, so yeah, I haven't done much of anything. And then you were talking about the tiny house, you know, watching the tiny house videos. I don't watch too many tiny house builds because they're so narrow. They're usually only 8 feet wide on the tiny houses. And that's not what I'm doing here. Mine's 14 feet wide. So there's a lot of stuff that they do for storage or whatever that they're trying to save every single space that I don't have to do here. Mine is a shed conversion. So it's still a tiny house, but it's a shed conversion.
Right. Well, but you have an existing structure to work with. And so
yep.
I might make it a little bit, I don't know, probably a little easier, maybe.
Well, and I knew that after living in the trailer that I did not want to live in 8 feet wide or 10 foot wide space. Not with a dog, you know, a Labrador and 3 cats and
yeah,
whatever other animals running around. So, yeah.
What? Okay, so drops of.
Yeah, I've watched Better Together conversion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I was just saying that Drops was saying that they watched a conversion or a come up. I've seen people throw up a tiny home in Cheney, Washington, as I went by in my way to Spokane to shop. Is that how you say? Is it Spokane or is it Spokane?
Spokane.
Okay.
And the guy right around the corner from me in the last 6 months has built a tiny house on wheels, you know, that you can like tow all over the place. I'm like literally, he's like 7 houses away from me. And so I noticed that when I came back, I was like, wow, where'd that come from? He's building it right out there in his driveway. And so it's kind of cool.
Yeah, homesteading in Idaho, Better Together, they documented that, like they started that like a year and a half or 2 years ago, something like that. Yeah.
They're doing a second shed. Are they actually building it or are they paying somebody to do it for them? You see, I stopped watching them mainly because they were just doing updates afterwards. They weren't showing the actual work, and that's what I like to watch. So,
okay, hang on here. They have a Facebook page, Shed to House, that is really awesome. There's also Shed to Cabin on Facebook.
Yeah. And I follow most of those, Shed to House, Shed to Cabin. There's another guy that started one and had to sell it. It's the Shedstead. And his was pretty cool because he knew nothing about building. So it was kind of fun to watch him. But I hate hanging drywall. I never want to put this stuff up again.
David, I already have my own space because and I'll talk about this later too, but our son is actually moving to Cedar Rapids, so we're going to be empty nesters again, and so I'll get my space back. So okay, they had the shed built for them and are finishing it themselves. Okay, that makes a lot of sense though.
Yeah, rustic traditions. That's because of what I've found is that the areas that have hurricanes and tornadoes don't want to be, they don't want to allow the shed houses, the shed conversions.
Yeah. There is actually a community. I just watched. There's a small city that is. They finally got the zoning board on board with them, and so basically they're building like all these tiny houses down there. So I'm not real sure. I can't remember where it's at, but it's somewhere in Florida. I thought that was pretty cool. They just made this little community, and they're trying to make more pop-up communities like that.
Yeah, they're doing one out here too. I just saw, I kind of glanced at the newspaper and saw it. By the way, my Aunt Sharon is on here, and she says out in Missouri it's Spokane.
Yep. That's why I thought it was Spokane and not Spokane. So
hi, Aunt Sharon.
Hi, Aunt Sharon. So
that's my mom's sister. So yeah.
Aw. Okay. So
get it
then,
zoned as
how do you actually go about insuring a tiny home? Like, are there different parameters for insurance and all that stuff?
Well, it depends. See, I worked for State Farm for 22 years. So when you call them up, if you say, hey, I have a house, I have a shed that I'm converting to a house, they're just going to click. They're going to hang up and go away. So what I had to do is tell them that I bought what was the word I used? A prefab home. And it was because all the upgrades that I did on this were built to code. So it's a prefab home. And then, yeah, they have no problem with it. So you have to learn, you have to know how to talk to them. But yeah.
You need to learn the lingo, the jargon.
Yep, exactly. So I knew when I called them how I had to go about getting it insured. And it does have a regular, it's actually insured for $85,000 because if they had to build everything and they had to pay somebody else to do it, I guess that's what it would cost. And if something happens to this one, I'm not rebuilding it myself. Somebody else is going to do it.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I'm too old.
So, what resources do you do a lot of Googling? Do you use books? Do you for even like electrical stuff or any of that stuff? Like, what is your go-to for knowledge?
Oh gosh, for the information on it.
Yeah.
Part of it is watching my aunt do her floors, and now I'm dropping stuff off my desk. This will put you to sleep in a heartbeat. I did not understand anything in this book at all. No, there was parts of it that I've got a couple books like that. What is this one? I think it's the Home Depot home repair thing or whatever, which kind of helps for repair, but it doesn't help for designing and building it yourself. Right. Most of it is just knowledge from doing it over the years. I used to run a handyman business, so my ex-husband and I dug out 12 yards of we dug out a basement in our house and built what I called my craft room because it was full of crap. But there's a craft room downstairs, and it was huge. It was like I want to say 40 foot wide and probably 20 foot deep. And so a lot of it is just helping him, learning as he went. We completely remodeled our house, the 1,800 square foot house. Just learning bits and pieces that as I go. The wood stuff, I am totally fine with. The drywall, I can do all that stuff. When it gets to wiring and plumbing, I know how to do plumbing, fixing plumbing and stuff. Mm-hmm. I don't know how to do the vents for the drain pipes. So that I'm learning. The electrical, I just hired somebody to come in and do it. Like I can do the finish electric, but running all the wires and trying to figure out those breaker boxes, no. I could have, no. Didn't want to chance it. For the amps that you're going to be running the circuit, all that stuff. Nope. That was like way over my head. Could not figure it out. Paid a guy. He came in and did it in like 3 hours. It would have taken me 3 months to figure it out. So, yeah. And I'll probably wind up doing that with drain system for the plumbing because I don't want to climb up underneath the house anyhow. So
Drops says, hang on, where's it at? There we go. You need to know the wire size for the amps you are running off the circuit. Basically, you better use a, I don't know, 10 AWG wire for 20 amps. I don't know what that is, dude. But you can get away with 12 for 15 amps. So I know that the smaller the amperage.
Yeah, we ran mainly 12 gauge wire and 14 gauge wire. And the 14 gauge is just for the lights, which are all LED. And then, but all the outlets, I think I've got 5 circuits here and they're all 20 amp, 12 gauge.
He said DC is totally different for wire size. Huh. Yeah,
DC
I don't know
is
any of that stuff.
DC is like automotive.
The DC. Yeah, I was to say, isn't that what I have in the trailer? But yeah. I'll need to learn that stuff when I do the van.
Yeah, there you go. So when are you thinking that you're going to do the van conversion?
As soon as the house is done. And the van conversion to begin with, my platform for a bed, and I'll go hit the road. But yeah, no, it just, like I said, the reason why I wasn't traveling before is because my mom was here and I wanted to be near her. So now I can go travel whenever I want. And as soon as this weather clears up, I want to hit the road. And as soon as the weather clears up and they open, things back up again.
Right. So where are you going to go first?
The first trip is going to be taking my mom's ashes to California, different places in California, Bass Lake, and then down to Texas where my dad's buried. And I don't know, then I might drive across and visit my aunt in New Mexico and then head up to Arkansas and Tennessee. And I know so many people back there through YouTube, and not only through YouTube, but also through Dave's Garden, which was a site that I followed for the past 20 years. And so I have people on there that I've known for 20 years and never got to meet them. And so I'd love to just go hit the road and go see all my friends. But
so you're making a stop in Iowa.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I'll make it to Iowa eventually.
Yeah, Dave. Yeah, she did say crap. She called it her crap room.
Crap room, yes. Let's see. Somebody else said something. The shutting down for a third of the year. I've also heard that in order to travel, you're going to have a proof of vaccine. And if that's the case, I'll just stay home.
Yeah, I hear you. The local agoraphobia clinic had an outdoor picnic. No one turned up. Actually, you are full of it, aren't you? Drops. I agree. The next 4 months are going to be shit. They really are.
But that's okay, because that'll be like April, and then it'll be like spring, and the roads will be clear. Yeah, if we're not in a civil war. But I got my new pew pew I'll take along with me. So
your pew pew.
You and my dog.
Yep.
So yeah.
So then
that's the plan is. Oh, go ahead.
No, well, I was going to ask, so how are you planning then? Are you going to finish a van conversion first and then take off, or are you just going to throw a bed in it and say, screw it, I'm gone?
Yep, I think the first trip is going to be throw a bed, build a platform and throw the bed in the back. I have the bed from the trailer that I could put in there and just hit the road and, jug of water and a propane burner or whatever for cooking, and I'll just go. So that's the plan. And a toilet or a bucket,
A bucket, yep. He thinks I'm crazy.
That'll be the plan.
He thinks I'm crazy, but I
What's
mean,
that?
the system works.
It does, but gosh, dumping it's no fun. So
No, it's not. It's not. But yeah. So Drops said go
I'm
back
gonna check that out. Drop.
index forecast. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out too because I'm interested to see. Now another homesteader that I know deals with steel. So obviously they have their finger pretty firmly on that pulse. So I'll have to talk to them about it too. So they have a family business that they deal with steel. So anywho, all right. So then do you have any other plans for 2021?
I'm gonna grow hair. See, I'm telling you, if all I decide to do next year is grow hair, anything else that happens is a plus. But if I make all these big plans and then none of them happen because of COVID or whatever, then I'm screwed. So I'll just focus on growing hair and finishing the tiny house, and anything else is a plus. I have not been out to my garden since I moved back home. I'm kind of scared to see what the garden looks like, but it is what it is.
Well, you did straw bale gardening last year, didn't you?
Yes. Well, I did straw bale gardening 2 years ago. Then last year, stupid me took out all the old straw and put in new straw. Well, the old straw was already composted down, so that was kind of stupid to take it out. But last year, we got it set up so there's bricks all around the straw bales. So now hopefully those composted all down because I never got a chance to plant last year.
Oh.
Hopefully those all composted down and I could just go out there and, add some soil and add some bunny compost and plant in them this year. But because I haven't looked, so they might be covered in blackberry vines for all I know.
So when you did the straw bale gardening, was it pretty successful for you?
Oh, yes. I have some friends in California that are master gardeners, and they said, "Oh, you'll never be able to grow in straw. That's so stupid." And they were just harping on me when I first put out that first video. At the end of the year, they're like, "Oh my wow!" So, yeah, it was pretty successful as far as that was my first year growing in the Pacific Northwest instead of California. And
Right.
in California, we have this thing called sunshine. That's something that we don't have up here.
Yeah.
So I'm still learning the gardening for this area, but once I get it started, eventually we'll have the vegetable garden, we'll have a tea garden. We plan to have an herb garden area. So eventually we'll have several garden areas, but for right now we're just doing the basic minimum that we can do because we're focused on building. Smallpox shot.
Yeah. What? My neighbor has a master's degree in agriculture, and he told me he was jelly of my garden versus his. That's awesome. I'll have my knives.
Homesteading in Idaho. We already have a compost pile started, so I'll just go add some of that on there, and that's the plan anyhow.
Hey, Mike, how are ya? So Mike Turner, he's on break at work, and hey, he actually lives out in Kentucky. Us Iowans were sticking together, man. Yeah, Drops, you've had a lot of experience then. I know I've just done the gardening with my grandfather, and farming with my other grandfather when I was real young. And until we moved up here, I attempted to have other gardens at various houses that we lived in, but this is the first place that we've been able to have, I've got a large expanse of land that I can grow on. So, unfortunately for, since I started this endeavor, I haven't been too terribly fruitful at it. So
weeds grow really well.
Yeah, the weeds grow really well. They grow back very well.
I'll take weeds over blackberry vines any day.
Well,
but that's what we get, weeds.
I did put raspberries into the ground. I've got several. I've got I've got 3, I think. Red raspberries. I've got 2 golden raspberries, and then I've got a blackberry that was given to me that I put in the ground. And I'm hoping that this next year will be good for that, and I get some fruit off of that. Last year I got some pretty decent fruit off of the red raspberries, but it took like 3 or 4 years for them to produce anything. And yeah, so usually that stuff just pops up and takes off and takes over everything, but it hasn't been the case here.
We have like 15 acres of blackberries, so I'm so over blackberries. I did plant some blueberry bushes, and those are doing well. But also right across the river from us is a huge blueberry farm. So like, why did I bother? Because I could just go pick up blueberries anytime I want them.
I want to grow blueberries, but Chrissy and Tony here keep telling me one thing at a time. Not me. I got to jump in, and I want to.
No, you do it all. Learn it all at once.
See?
Yeah. That's all I do, Steph. I just like jump in.
Ooh, yes.
I'm just reading these comments.
I wonder if I can. That would be awesome. Crossing the golden raspberries with the reds, and they make a tasty pink blushberry. That would be cool. I might have to see if I can't do that.
Well, see, and I should amend my comment, Drops. My blueberries were doing good back in July before I left. So I haven't gone to look at them yet, but they may be blackberries now.
David is always complaining about California. Arizona has sunshine and too many damn people that moved here from California.
Yeah. You know what? They moved up here to Washington too. Oh, wait, I was one of them. So was my sister. Everyone's trying to get out of California.
I think a lot of people are trying to flee California right now too.
Yeah. Well, no, that's been going on for years. But yeah.
And I don't understand. Well, I mean, I understand why, but I don't understand why people wanted to go out there in the first place. I mean,
some of us were stuck being born there, but yeah, it took me 50 years to get out of that state, and I won't ever go back. I don't even want to go back to visit, but I have to. My kids are down there.
Ashley says he worked at the Royal Horticultural Society. Hey, it's been 10 hours. Cut me some slack. That's cool. That is cool. It is 10 o'clock.
Yep. It's time for me to go so he can jump on, right?
What's that?
No, you're fine.
I said, isn't it time for me to go so he can jump on?
Well, he can just sit here with me.
Oh, okay.
Because so we actually started, we got this year, let's see, in November, we got delivered a 14 by 40 shed. And it is getting turned into a
shed to
studio, an art studio.
I'm so coming to your house.
Yeah.
Do you know how many crafting I do? Nobody's even seen the crafting I do because I've been out here on the land. All my crafts are, I could so use a studio.
I know.
I've been working
shop.
Last 7 years in a 14 by 7 space with no windows.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a massive upgrade.
It is a huge upgrade. So he's going to end up, he has, you walk into it, we'll have a reception type area. computer desk and that, and then a big open space where he can actually sit and airbrush or draw if he wants to, just draw. And then he's going to have a prepping booth. So he's been working on. Actually, you need to explain this. It's your thing.
You're doing good. Keep talking.
No, you should explain it.
What's your question?
I think you said 14 by 40, right?
Yep.
14 by 40?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like double the size of mine.
Yeah, and it's got loft, like a lot of loft space in it. It was crazy.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah, they did shave back some of the loft space so that they could put in. We do have some storage over the front, and then they added the loft space towards the back, so we could put the ducting and all that stuff up there.
That's not usable space.
Yeah.
Hey, is that Sherry or Daryl? Did I lose my sound? You froze, Mandy.
There we go. Yeah, it did this to me earlier. Yes, hi Sherry.
The computer to death already.
Yes, I am. We're still hanging in. I got 2 hours to go. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. So.
Oh, it's Daryl.
Oh, it's Daryl. Well, hi Daryl. Hi, Dad.
Funny, Daryl.
So yeah, it's 14 by 40 drops. Yeah, it's a big shed. It is a very big shed. So it's crazy. It's crazy.
It was going to be 2 shipping containers with the centers cut out. They didn't have 2 45-footers, so it was a 40-foot long shed.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. So he's got. I do have video of when it was dropped off. I do have some video of the guys working in there. Oh my God, the comedy, it's crazy. But so I just kind of video here and there, and then I'll put everything together when it gets finished. But he's super excited because he has a Star Wars haul.
Yeah, I got a Star Wars haul.
Now, I'm going to be hitting you for videos on that. I want videos of all of it. Just put a camera out there and put it on what's that thing called? Where, you do the pictures.
Time lapse.
Oh my gosh, I'm brain dead. Yeah, time lapse. Just put a time lapse out there.
Yeah. I
like watching that.
I don't have the equipment to do it, really. So.
And the electricity's not on in the building yet?
No. So we actually had, I had to call the power company and make sure. Well, first of all, we petitioned the council just to make sure that we were doing everything legally. Do we need a permit? Blah blah blah, because it is in our city codes now.
That might be the first time in Dana history that somebody asked for permission to build something.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's crazy.
Now, is this at your house?
Yes.
Nice.
Yep.
So it's just like 5 steps to his office?
Almost. I don't know.
It's a little farther away than what my studio is now.
Okay, so it's 25 steps. It's just right across our drive in our lot. It's so we petitioned and got permission from the council to be able to we were going to do the shipping containers, and they're like, yeah, hey, no big deal, because it's going to be a studio space. We're actually going to be running our business out of it as well, but it's more or less, it's not that we're actually doing a commercial business. So he's doing his art and then he'll sell it to somebody if they want to buy it, kind of thing. And then, so yeah, I had to call the electric company, because that's not something that we could put off grid. They came out and we got an estimate. It's going to cost probably about $1,000 to run electric from the pole over to the shed. It has to have an outdoor panel and meter and the whole 9 yards. It's kind of crazy. and they're charging an extra $300 ish to in order to trench because of the frost. So yeah.
Yeah, my trench was 3 feet down, 150 feet from the pole, and I paid $1,500 just to get it to the house. So yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yep.
So then let's see, now where are we at? I still have to call and find out about internet and running the internet out there because it needs its own line. The router or the extender is not picking, it doesn't pick up signal out there for Wi-Fi.
No, because it's 25 steps away.
Yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be a game changer for him. It really is. So he's excited. He's super excited. I'm just like, yeah, okay. Like, yay. I'm just doing what I need to do.
I brought her out to show her the Star Wars hall. No interest.
I'm not into Star Wars. He's like,
it's a Star Wars hall, Mandy.
Yeah, okay.
It's like walking down the corridors of Death Star.
No. I don't get it, but whatever. So that was the funniest thing though. I wasn't feeling well that day, and he comes in, he's like,
I thought I'd give her a pick me up.
He's like, can you come out? You want to come out and look at this? I mean, this is really cool. And I'm like, all right, fine. I walked out there and I wasn't feeling well. And he's like, I have a Star Wars wall or a Star Wars hall. And I looked at him and I go, are you freaking kidding me right now? You seriously drugged me out of the house feeling like crap to show me that you have a Star Wars hall? Are you serious?
I don't know what it takes to impress this lady anymore.
No.
It was important. It was a moment. You had to like enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
You're much more giving than I am in that moment then. So we actually have plans. I think he's going to continue to do the work on the Corvette club stuff, and that's honestly what's been bringing income in. That's what paid for the new engine and transmission in the Suburban. So
some more headliner jobs just came in today.
So yeah, he's got a full plate. So I'm gonna probably end up having to switch gears too, and I'm gonna have to help him out there probably with prep work and finish work. So, which I know how to do.
You'll be my employee and I rule.
Yes, video of that. I'm demanding video.
I might have to. He does actually have a channel, Middle of Nowhere Studio, but we have 2 videos up on it, nothing major, and
only because I had to make them.
Yeah. And it was just because he had to make them for product review is all it was. Right. But I'm like, you need to be actually videoing all of this. And then, I can edit it. That's not a problem. And then we could just put it up on the channel. But
maybe in the
time lapse.
Yep. He says maybe in the new space.
Well, the old space was dumpy.
It was. It is. I mean, but it served its purpose, and so this is a major upgrade. So I'll probably have to do a video of a before, what he worked in before, and then the new shed, the new studio. So
super studio.
He's been calling it a super studio for a while now.
Hey, yeah, that's like super big compared to mine. It's like I said, it's double the size of my house. So,
yeah. Well,
I'm in total. What?
We are actually we're looking at possibly, well, for sure, we're going to do a grand opening, like party type thing. It'll probably be late spring. So yeah, we're We're just going to throw a big old party, and we're going to be able to showcase the shed or the studio. And we'll do like, I'm thinking about doing like pulled pork sandwiches kind of thing, you know, just simple stuff. And then fire pit and outdoor movie and, you know, that kind of stuff. So we'll have a grand opening party.
Okay, wait, when is this? Because I could like time this so that it's when I hit the road.
Yeah. Well, it would probably, we're looking at like May or June.
Oh, sweet. See, I could totally time that right.
If we get into too early in May, it'll still be a little bit too cold. You know, well, and yeah, it's hard telling in Iowa because, you know, wait 5 minutes. If you don't like the weather, it'll change.
It could be in the 80s in May.
Yeah, it could be in the 80s in May. I don't know. But usually, you know, first part of June, we're pretty set almost to summer temps, you know, and stuff like that. So it'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun. Dave says, Tony, we need to geek out on Star Wars.
I can get the Darth Vader helmet out again. It's going to be in the studio.
Yeah, it will be in the studio. A lot of stuff is going out in the studio. Let's see, what else were we going to do with that thing this summer? I don't remember. We were talking about doing, he kind of wanted
classes.
to do like classes in it. So doing airbrushing classes or painting or drawing or whatever. And we used to do this thing where we would go to various different places, usually once a month, and it was called a drink and draw. So basically we would just get together with a whole bunch of friends and we'd sit, and I would color in an adult coloring book because I can't draw. And they would all sit around and draw, and then we would drink. So we thought maybe that'd be kind of fun to hopefully get people migrated up here to come see us and do drink and draws in the new studio.
Super studio.
So
my voice is still really hoarse.
It is a little bit.
It's all that airbag powder.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Cindy, I'm going to jump off here.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on.
I'll still be in the chat, but I'm going to close out the other because then I can hear you better when I'm not on here.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you for coming on.
I suppose there's probably lean up.
Well, we can also pull this back up just a little bit. My butt is kind of hurting because I'm sitting on the edge of the couch and not on the cushion. You have to put your feet up. So, what?
Foot's cramping up.
Yeah. So on Christmas Eve day, Tony was taking a part over to a friend, a customer that he had painted, and got into a very bad car accident.
Somebody decided they didn't want to stop at a stop sign.
On a highway.
Instant deceleration.
Yeah. So, and the thing is that the person that was the other car, they have driven that road time and time and time again. They knew the rumble strips were there, and they knew the stop sign was there. And
they were intentionally blowing the stop sign. They've probably done it a million times.
Yep. A lot of people do out there, and he blew the stop sign, and Tony hit him. So, passenger was not wearing her seatbelt, which was a scary thought, but she did okay.
Yeah, she's lucky I swerved.
Yeah, she is very lucky.
I hit her right in the door.
Yeah, so that was crazy. That was really crazy. I did take him over to the ER. It was so weird because his phone died before he left town, and he decided he wasn't going to come back home and get a car charger. But
we lived in an era where we didn't have phones.
I know.
So I figured I'd be all right without a phone for half hour or so.
So also understand that when they say the statistic is that most accidents happen within 5 miles of your home, this accident happened at about 4.1 miles. Yeah. So from our home. So that does hold true.
She paid him to run the stop sign. Trying to off me for Christmas.
No. Yeah, because I can afford to pay for a freaking funeral. And burial, no. Good. Ugh. So anyway, a guy that actually pulled up onto the scene, he went to check on Tony, and Tony's like, yeah, is there any way you could come, drive into Dana to, and let my wife and my, son know that I've been in an accident. He's like, my phone died, it's dead. And he's like, yeah, sure. So the guy drove into town, not knowing, us, and knocks on the door, and I happen to be on the phone with my dad. So that was quite the Christmas present. But
she was pissed at me. Like, I was talking to my dad. Jerk.
Not
what she said, word for word.
Yeah, absolutely, Drops. You get very complacent when you drive the same path over and over and over and over again. You get very complacent.
Well, there's a lot of people that run that stop sign
They
that
do.
use that road every day because there's not a lot of traffic.
No.
So I guarantee that guy was running the stop sign. He looked. He didn't instantly see me. It might have been in his A-pillar. I don't know. Or he didn't really look, and he just was going to blow the stop sign because he started to slow down, and then he went.
Yeah. So the guy came in and got me and my son. We went out, and I ended up taking him over to the ER because he was having a lot of pain. And
still hurts.
Yeah. Luckily, nothing is broken. Nothing is, horribly damaged. Both vehicles are a total loss. But
everybody walked away.
Everybody walked away. That was that absolutely was the best part of it. And I don't know. So I told him, I said, I won't complain so much about not liking Christmas because at least I got to keep you, this year.
And then she complained about having to take me to the ER.
Whatever.
Right after she said that.
So full of crap. Oh my God. Hi, Chrissy. How are you? Okay, Dave, you head out if you need to. And my former stepmom works in rehab. She said they are in an outbreak status now. Oh, fun times. Awesome. So now I spent actually very little time last night. I was really surprised, but I was helping Connor do an apartment search. He has accepted a position in Cedar Rapids at Collins Aerospace, or Rockwell Collins. They're the same thing. And then it was so funny because today, like almost immediately, first thing this morning, he got an email back from one of the apartments that we looked at.
He got flooded while he was at work. Everybody called him back and tried to message him back.
So it sounds like he is going to be getting an apartment. And because of where he's going to be working, they give preference to those employees. So sounds like he's going to have an apartment. We just got to come up with the deposits now, and they're not going to be too terribly steep right now. So thankfully,
because of the favorable status.
Yep.
Status.
And then what did he get for a rental car?
I think it's like a Versa or something. It's weird looking.
Nissan Versa. Yes, those things are ugly. I don't like them.
It's weird looking.
So Progressive is who he insures through. He insured his other car through it. And they are basically fronting all of the money and all this stuff for the accident, and they'll just take it up with the other people's insurance company. So he had roadside assistance and rental car on his policy. And so he was able to get a rental car, and he has use of it for up to $42 a day for up to 30 days. So he's got a little bit of time to find some new wheels, and he's been looking. So that's too funny. A roller skate with a roof, right, Deb?
He called it a soccer mom car.
Night, Daryl. Give Sherry loves for me. I used to have an electronics repair shop. I pulled over to look at the map, and a guy took a right turn at the corner and hit the back of my van. It was the tank and dented the bumper and totaled his Bronco. Yeah, he loved his. He had a 40 Conaline.
I love my van. I miss it still.
The transmission went out, and it was $1,500 to get this stupid thing. So we're like,
for a $400 van.
Yeah, like, oh no. Amy, oh hi.
Feeling good, Amy?
Yeah. So anyway, so Connor now he's driving a Nissan Versa or something.
And he's proud of himself because he's 21 with a rental car.
Yeah. And you have to be 25 to get a rental car. At least I know for the state of Iowa. I don't know if it's like that nationwide, but I know for the state of Iowa, you have to be 25 in order to get a rental car without a cosigner. So he's pretty pumped. He's thinking he's pretty pimping now.
King of a soccer mom car.
Amy, so was this a 12-hour challenge? Yes, I am, and I'm literally an hour and 34 minutes. Something like that. I don't know. Almost an hour and a half away before it's done. I'm going to do it. I'm so proud of me. You should be too. Yeah, so we're going to end up being empty nesters here in a couple weeks. And actually, what is today? Today's the 28th. So his last day here, or last day at his current employer, is on the 6th of January. So his plan is to move that weekend, the 9th, and then he starts his new job on the 11th. So yeah.
I'm fairly certain he can fit everything in his own car.
I don't really win anything, Amy, but you know, it's just fun to pretend that I win something.
Respect.
That's right. Respect. Mad props. I can't tell you how many pedestrian claims I took over 22 years. Oh, I'll bet. Kathleen even says, hang in the girl, you can do it. Woo! Amy says it was sad for a minute, but then it was fantastic to be an empty nester. Yeah, I know.
We were empty nesters for a couple months. Then Corona hit and everybody moved back home.
Yep. So
yeah. Now we're gonna get to be sad all over again.
Yeah. I don't think I'll be quite as sad. What I'm sad about is that he's moving so far away. I know it's only 2.5 hours, but it's still 2.5 hours. So it'll be kind of like when he went to college. But he'll be in his own apartment. So that's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of weird to me. So right? I cracked it, and no nature breaks either, is what Ashley said. Right?
There's still time.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's what, 4 a.m. there, Ashley, isn't it? The hell, man. Amy says it's just a long day of sitting on the couch and not peeing just to talk to strangers on YouTube. I know, right? But it's fun. No, I don't need to take the house keys away. We actually we're kind of helicopter parents, you know, as far as that goes. We enjoy having our kids home. Yeah, they drive us crazy. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they drive us crazy, but we would rather them be here driving us crazy.
Yes.
So I don't know. We love our kids, like, and we actually enjoy being around our kids and being with our kids. So
They probably don't.
yeah, they probably don't. They're like, oh my God, Mom.
One more
It's
goddamn lecture.
It's more dad than mom. I promise. It's 4:30 a.m. over in the UK.
Damn, go to bed.
Crazy man. Drop says, no, nobody's here. Go away. Amy says, Tony, go paint something, you creep. It's too late. He can't.
I painted for a while today, but my thumb started hurting pretty bad.
You're
So,
you're codependent. You love being around them. They want nothing to do with you. Right? I know.
Pretty much.
Speaking of which, how come Victoria didn't come in? Because Victoria moved into her own apartment. Yep. So she lives about 20 minutes away.
She abandoned us too.
Yep. Kennedy moved 10 minutes away. Victoria moved about 20 to 25 minutes away. And now Connor's going to be moving 2.5 hours away.
Just always got a one up.
Yeah. But. Oh, Kathleen, that sucks. Yeah. Her oldest daughter is a 13-hour drive from them.
Oh.
And she just wanted she just wishes her grandbabies were closer.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. And I know that in the future, you know, Connor really wants to go work at the national laboratories. And that's in New Mexico. So I'm like, I don't know if I want you to go that far away. So, did Candy Bar get a GD headlight? Yes, she did. It's on order now.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Attempt number 3.
Yeah, attempt number 3 at the right part, because nobody seems to know what in the hell they're doing.
Well, if she would have sent it back the first time, they would have fixed it.
True dat.
If she would have sent it back the second time, they would have fixed it.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, she just didn't she didn't send them back. But the second time was through eBay. And eBay's a pain in the butt.
But
I
it
don't
was
care
still
what
a
anybody
business.
says.
It wasn't like a local seller.
Oh. She said I can take her banner down now. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Here, go check out my Teespring merch. Buy a shirt. I can be like so I annoyed the shit out of Amy and Chrissy. I'm like, you got to come watch this channel. And Amy ended up buying me a damn shirt from him just so he'd show up. Let's see here. Driving time, my kids are like 42-hour drive or like a 7-hour flight. Yeah, your kids are clear in what, Virginia? So yeah, and you're in Arizona. So smart kids get dependent away from family. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like I think the kids are far enough away for them that they can still come home and they can still hang out with mom and dad when they want to and that kind of stuff. But we pretty much just leave them alone. You know, we have so much of our own stuff going on that honestly, like we text the kids or call the kids, you know, pretty much about every day we just group message. But I mean, other than that, like we don't see everybody every day except for right now, Connor, and we won't see him.
But we get together on Friday nights for the Mandalorian.
Yeah. And then, you know, Kennedy, I mean, we're taking her to and from work and that kind of stuff. And I homeschool Moon Pie. So, you know, that makes a difference too. But for the most part, like our kids are actually pretty independent. They really are. I know, Amy. Skinny boy Randy. Yeah. I just I wasn't going to say it out loud, but kids really don't get it until they hit their mid-20s. Yeah. I don't even know if we still got it.
No.
Oh, that's awesome, David. So David has made $5.79 so far off of his book sales on Amazon. That's awesome. Every 5 minutes you text them. Actually, no. You'd be surprised. He probably does more than I do, honestly.
Maybe.
Whatever.
I like my kids.
I know, I do too. I love our kids. I like to be with them, but I like my solitude as well sometimes. So
Yeah, but I spend most of my time alone. I'm out in my studio all day long.
that is true. That is true. Kathleen says her 2 stepkids are like 2 to 3 days drive away in Eugene, Oregon. Ooh. Yeah, see, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. But you won't get paid until February for that, David? That's crazy. 60-day delay. Hit enter 12 times. Had to click the arrow to post. What? Amy, are you still drunk? Are you still drinking? I haven't had a drop of alcohol. So I've had coffee, which I have like maybe that much left in there. And my Coke is maybe half gone. That's all I've drank today.
Because she's sipping, because she knows it's a long time till she can go to the bathroom.
No, I mean, I can get up and go at any point in time. No, I don't have to go. I don't know. I still have a nurse's bladder. So mine are close in a neighboring city. One grandson moved to Boulder, Colorado just because. He's just 21 and single and trying to find himself. Colorado seems like a pretty good place to try to find yourself, Deb. Yeah, David did a book through, and I don't have the link. Yeah, there you go. I'm going to say, David, you're going to have to post your link to your Amazon book because I can't do it from StreamYard. Tony, David says you look bored.
Just tired.
Amy says she's still drinking, getting a refill. That's why she doesn't have to pee. Right, because I haven't drank so much. Drops. I'm still drinking, I think. Let me check. Nope, not still drinking. Clap on, clap off while the lights come on. Oh my God, you guys. Just got to keep me laughing for the next hour and 25 minutes. See, what else was I going to talk about?
I don't know. You're supposed to ask me questions. Orange.
Orange. What is your favorite color?
Star Wars.
Okay, I will ask. You want me to ask you these general questions? That's fine. I can.
Oh, I get general questions.
Well,
you haven't known me long enough to ask me specific questions. I get general questions.
Okay. No, that's not true.
27.
You are not 27. You wish in your dreams you were 27. You were 27 20 years ago.
I'm fluent in 30 languages.
He's a liar. No.
I have 7 PhDs.
And we live like this, really?
I'm humble.
David said Tony looks like this isn't fun for him. No, it's not.
I'm on camera. I hate being on camera. I paint things so people don't look at me.
I posted. I hope you. No. I wanted you to share it. It's fine. Shit, I'm tired.
Who's tired?
David.
Oh.
Did you get the big seed book? It's like a Christmas catalog. I did. Of course I did. Yeah. I pre-ordered this bad boy. And I got it for $9.95 instead of $12.95. So yes, I did. I'll talk about that in a minute. So, how did you get your business name?
My wife.
Which is true. What is your business name?
Middle of Nowhere Studio.
This is going to be so boring, you guys. I'm sorry. Tony's like 95 in dog years, and he said.
Dude, I feel even older than that. That's not an insult. I feel old.
Oh, Deb, that's awesome. She just went and bought David's book.
Oh.
Hey! Oh, I meant Baker. It was free. Oh, yeah, no, I do. This is Baker Creek's. But this is the whole seed catalog. So this is the big one. It has
Not just
every
part of
seed.
it, the whole seed catalog.
They have every seed that they have is cataloged in that. So yeah. Okay, so what made you decide to be a full-time artist?
What made me decide to be a full-time artist? What made me
Yes.
decide to be a full-time artist?
He's being a jerk. This is why I wasn't asking him questions, because he's just a butthead.
Because there's nothing I could really do. That's the only thing I was good at.
Yeah, Amy, you've got the free version of the Baker Creek catalog. This is the paid one. So, and I pre-ordered it in like September and paid for it. It was like $9.95. And then when it came out in November, or when it went on sale, or come out for sale, it was $12.95. So,
Amy, this is my time. You accost her on your time. This was my time.
he just talked like Nick Wilde from Zootopia.
Which one was Nick Wilde? Was that Jason Bateman? Because if so, cool.
Okay then. So seriously, what was your breaking point? Why did you decide that being a full-time artist was a good idea?
Because I failed at everything else, so I figured if I was going to fail at something, at least it was something I enjoyed doing.
Okay.
That's the real answer.
Okay. So what has been your biggest hurdle? What has been your biggest challenge?
Money. That's one word answer. It's just money. Don't make enough. Don't have enough to spend.
So, all right. So then, what is your goal for 2021? For your artwork, or for the business, or whatever?
I want to get back into the comic convention circuit while still doing the stuff I'm doing now. I want to go back to broadening my horizons.
Kind of wondering though, with the whole shutdown.
I have the speculation that once the shutdown gets lifted, there's going to be a boom for people wanting to go do stuff. Whether or not people are going to have money because of the shutdown, that's the question.
Right.
But I think people are dying to get out and go live again.
Kathleen, Baker Creek is my weakness. Yeah, it's one of my weaknesses. I will show you all of my catalogs that I've just received, except for one. I can't find. I'm not sure what I did with that one. All right. So, where do you see your business in 5 years? What direction do you want to go with it?
I just want to paint.
Just want to paint.
Yeah, I just want to make art. I want to keep doing what I'm doing. I just want to be more financially stable.
Okay. So if somebody were to say, hey, I want to do this, what skills are an absolute must that they would need in order for them to start doing what you're doing?
The only skill you need is passion. That's it. You just got to keep being dumb enough to keep moving forward. Keep trying.
I've
given you 3 serious answers in a row.
So to keep developing the skill.
Keep pushing forward.
Okay. Do you have a mentor, or is there somebody that you absolutely want to emulate but still be yourself?
Just lots of artists I like. I don't know if I have one particular mentor, but it's lots of artists that I would love to have their skills. But I don't really do what they do.
Well, what is it that they do that you...
Well, like Drew Struzan, he used to do all the famous posters to Star Wars Raiders of the Lost Ark. Corey St. Clair's Airbrush God.
Mm-hmm. What do you use for inspiration? For creating what you're creating, what do you use for inspiration? Where do you get your inspiration from?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
It's just something that pops up.
I'll see something like, oh, I think that'd be fun to paint that. It started from Star Wars.
Started from Star Wars.
I don't think I was creative until I saw that movie.
Hi, Soul Stealer. You're back. How are you? Hope you're feeling better. You said you're feeling sick. I'm sorry. And I'm one of those people who needs a bigger house to hold my books. Kindle has saved me from having oaths through my house. Okay, then. Paths through your house. Deb says that. Ashley says 1 hour, 20 minutes to go. Drops. Mentor. Is that the guy with a bull's head and horns moving his eyes side to side? Let's see.
Guarding the maze.
Oh, Amy says, I need to commission Anthony Ray for Raiders of the Lost Ark piece for David's birthday.
Ooh. I like Indy. That's what Connor's name was supposed to be, but somebody, I'm not sure who, didn't think it was cool, even though it was perfect.
I was not naming my son after a state.
Indiana Sims. It's perfect.
No. Anyway, Drop says, I got a great idea. Get him stoned. All right. I already asked that question. Okay. What has been your biggest failure in 2020? And what is your biggest success?
Okay, I know everybody else had a shitty 2020. I have had a great 2020. I've been most states in the country now.
Mm-hmm.
I've done more work than I had in the entire 10 years that I've been doing this. Only setback is the space that I'm stuck in for this slight moment. I can't do as much as I'm capable of doing. That's my only setback. My success is this has been a great year for me. Tomorrow I'll die of COVID, and then I'll be wrong. You can put that on my tombstone. He was wrong.
Anne Marie says, my son's name is Dakota. Is it North or South Dakota? Dakota is a common name. Indiana is not really a common
Indiana's
name.
a cool name. Everybody would know exactly what that is. Indiana Sims. You were wrong. I was right.
No. Anywho. Drops said he had a great 2020 too. That's awesome. What was the best part of 2020 for you?
Do you feel guilty about having a successful 2020? I almost feel guilty about it because everybody else had it so bad.
Let's see here. All right. What is the most important advice that you can give to somebody when starting a business?
Just be dumb enough to do it.
Just do it.
Just be dumb enough to do it. Everybody's going to say no. Just do it.
Okay.
If you fail, at least you fail on your own.
Right. So if you could start all over, what would you do first? And what would you do differently?
I'd have done this a lot younger.
Yeah.
Everything you start, you pay your dues. I would have paid my dues when I was younger. That's what I'd do different.
So we can...
Is that all the general questions?
Yeah. What do you want? What would
No,
you like?
no, I don't want any more general questions.
No. So if people were to seek you out for friendship, advice, and or mentoring, where could they find you?
Same place everybody else has found, all social media.
So Facebook, Instagram.
I'm a chatty Kathy.
This is why you don't have so many questions.
It hurts. Is this how you treat A-level celebrities on your show? Apparently you don't realize I have people in Indonesia that follow me, Mandy.
Woo.
Indonesia.
He also does have a YouTube channel, but we only have 2 videos up there. And it is also middle of nowhere studio. He's such a butthead sometimes. See, that's the problem. He's very short and to the point usually with his answers, very curt, like doesn't, draw it out. I don't. I'm going to give you the whole damn explanation.
She'll give you time of day, temperature, weather, the movement of the wind, and then dramatic pauses. If all the extra information isn't enough, long dramatic pauses.
Yes.
She can't just say, I went to Casey's and got a slice of pizza. That's how I would say it. Mandy'd be like, well, I got in the vehicle, I adjusted the seat, and then I noticed the vent was blowing right in my face. So I adjusted the vent so that it was no longer blowing in my face and irritating me because it dries my eyes out. And I don't like having my eyes being dried out by the vent. Am I wrong?
I laugh because it is so true.
So, anybody may be in awe for a very long YouTube thing about how long she can sit and talk. I knew she could do this. The bathroom breaks, I was kind of concerned about. Although she'd need to get something to eat because she hasn't eaten all day.
Yes, I did. I made a grilled cheese sandwich before I started my live. I had a grilled cheese sandwich.
But the talking for this, not a problem. Not a problem.
So Ashley was named after a British lord, Ashley Cooper. Google it; it's true. He said. Okay. Deb, yes, you do know a lot of authors. You do have a lot of friends that are authors, and I know you support every one of them the best you can and as you can. So that's awesome. All right. So Drops says nothing changed for me except I have to wear a mask in stores, and in the winter it keeps my nose warm.
Yeah, see, nothing really changed for me either because I'm still hiding out by myself all day long, and we live in a small town.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just wearing masks when you go out to stores, but everything else is exactly the same.
Kathleen said 20. Yeah, no kidding. I was going to say, you better knock on wood, buddy. Kathleen says 2020 was a complete shit show for myself and my family. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I feel guilty that my year's been so great.
No. He shouldn't feel guilty for that he's had a good year.
I feel guilty about it.
Because we had this discussion, and you shouldn't feel guilty for having a good year. Whereas I see it as, yeah, I've had some really great points in the year, but it just seems like, I think maybe because most of my friends and family just really didn't have a good 2020, and I feel bad for them, and so I tend to take that on, and I shouldn't, but I do. So I think that's.
I feel guilty that I was pissed at the guy for running the stop sign. I was mad at him.
I know, but all right. Amy says I had a great 2020, and for those that didn't lose their jobs or have actual struggles but still complain about the year, I feel like they just drag their shit from year to year and take no personal responsibility for anything. Yeah, I think there's truth to that, Amy.
But Amy's tipsy right now.
That is true. But Amy is, I will just tell you, Amy, I can admire for one thing, and that is if it doesn't make her happy, doesn't bring her happiness, she walks away from it, which is awesome. And I can't. Like I take on everybody else's feelings and baggage, I think. I don't know why I absorb that.
Not mine. She was mad at me for taking the ER.
What? He's so full of shit. Whatever.
She made me feel that big for needing to go get x-rays. It's horrible.
No.
And she threatened to punch me. That's a fact. She threatened to punch me in the ribcage where the seatbelt bruised me. You threatened to punch me last night in the ribcage.
Why?
I was just trying to get close to you.
He was trying to get all up in my shit, and I said, no, leave me alone.
I was trying to be a loving husband.
He was not. He was trying to bug the crap out of me.
Trying to snuggle up to you, and you respond with violence.
Please. Oh, hi, Kate. She says, I'm so proud of you for still going with us. Oh, and David said, that's because I'm so damn short that I have to adjust the seat to reach the pedals. Yes, I do. Actually, it's funny because I don't have to adjust the seat any more than, like, my girls are both taller than me.
But not by much.
But I don't have to adjust the seat unless I adjust it backwards because they sit up like this, I guess.
Kennedy sits on the steering
She
wheel.
does. It's ridiculous.
She'll only do that until the airbag goes off.
Anne Marie says, the only bad part about 2020 for me was losing my mom. The rest was business as usual. Amy, oh, Tony, we know how long-winded she is.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, that's the pot calling the kettle black, Missy.
You are right there, lady. And you speak faster than she does.
Amy speaks like 100 miles a minute.
It's pretty impressive, actually.
She does. She speaks so fast. It's just like, slow down. Lay off the speed.
The story will have changed four different subjects by the time you realize what the first one was. She's already well past it.
Oh, Jan says, hi, I'm back again. Hi, Tony.
Hi.
All right, so he was trying to hand you the soap. He was trying to do something, but I wasn't having it. I'm like, leave me alone. He seriously was just bugging me. I don't even remember. He was being a jerk somehow. I'm like, I will punch you in the damn ribs.
I was feeling vulnerable to life, and I needed someone there to comfort me.
Full of shit.
And how did you comfort me, Mandy? Threatening to punch me in the ribcage.
Whatever. Is there a kitty on your shirt? Yes. See? Meow. Yes, that is a kitty cat. Let's see here. Deb says she's still trying to get her short stories done. She has no clue on how to get them out there. I think, yeah, doing the whole self-publishing through Amazon, a lot of people have gone that route.
You ever check on a book editor or a book editor?
Publishing house?
Publishing agent.
They're expensive.
Yeah.
Yay! I'm glad you got your card, Kate. Yay! All right. Oh, yeah. Jan, you didn't get my card, did you? Or have you received my card? What the heck? Because yours went out like on the 18th. So, anywho. All right. Yeah, David. You have to check. Yeah, check your mail. The postal service has been stupid slow. Just saying.
Well, my wife also procrastinates a little bit. And it might have been right there at the wire. I think he's got sent.
No, the first round of cards. No, they were sent out on the 18th. So yeah. Yes, it does look like kind of like Demon. It actually does look more like Demon because Demon's got yellow eyes and Finn has green. So Ashley says, Tony, I've been here for hours waiting for Mandy to tell me a link. It's a female thing on and on and on and on. What link do you want, dude? You're so funny. Aw, I love you, Amy. She says, thanks. I realized I'm not responsible for anyone else's happiness but my own, and those that don't bring anything positive to my life are not meant to be in it. That is true. And I can totally respect that. I don't know why I have to. I don't know why I do that. I don't know why I cling on to that crap. So, yes, Kathleen, I got your card. Actually, so I picked it up out of the box on Christmas Eve, actually. So, or no, Christmas Day. It came on Christmas Eve, and I picked up the mail on Christmas Day. So, because I hadn't checked the box for several days, actually.
There were so many double entendres in what every sentence you just said.
Yeah, I know.
And I let them all go because I'm mature.
Yeah.
I didn't say that's what she said one single time.
David said agents take 7 to 15%, and you only get about 7% for traditional publishing. So what are you getting then from Amazon, though? Amy, oh yeah, my stories are long-winded and legendary.
Does it say legendary?
She did. She goes,
Did
wait
she?
for it, legendary.
Noise.
I want the hush up link so I can pass it to Tony.
What?
The hush up link. No, you got another hour of this shit. Sorry. I got 1 hour and 2 minutes left. Then I'll shut up.
We should have one of those party poppers you can pull right before you kill the bee.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, they are, and I have to be brave enough to submit them. Yes, you should. All right. You want to talk seed catalogs?
Okay. Then I'm going to take my leave.
All right.
Enjoy. Bye, everybody.
So.
I'll set the climber on the dog.
Okay, you do that. Have fun. Let me move down on the couch. And my God, my pillows are all jacked up now.
You're welcome.
Thanks. You're an adult. Will you
Go make myself some food and use the restroom? Yes.
on my desk? There should be another seed catalog called Territorial Seed. So, okay. Obviously, I pre-ordered this one. I love this one, and I don't. I hate paying.
Yes, there is.
Will you please bring it to me? Don't be a shit. Just
too
be nice.
much.
You love me.
Too much.
Love me.
Too much.
So I have the whole seed catalog, and I don't really like to pay for, for seed catalogs. I just really don't. But what Baker Creek does is with the whole seed catalog, they put every single seed that they have in their cataloging system in this catalog. And there are some things in here that are not. There's a lot of things in here that are not in the free version that I can order. And unless you know exactly what you're looking for online, then you can't really even order it from online. So oh yay, Amy, she got her card on the 26th. 7 cards that day. Awesome. I'm going to call it a night. Make sure you short my stock price. Okay. Good night, Drops. Thank you for being here for so long today. I so appreciate it. Let me look up here. Okay. Amy says, my cousin is an independent author publisher. It costs more than using a house. Really? Oh my God. And Kate, today was supposed to be my last day of work, but I'm terrible, so I'm working tomorrow too. Kate, I'm telling you, when you work healthcare, it's terrible. It's just the way we do. Like, I don't know. We feel guilty. Someone by Kindle, I get 70% plus when they read the book, I get paid per page they read. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised I'm not hoarse yet too, but it has been, honestly, it's been fantastic because I've had so many people coming up on the stream with me, and that has been like, it's been nice to be able to converse back and forth and not just talk to an empty screen. Like, somebody can actually talk back to me. And I was hoping, and what I was hoping for, I think I'm accomplishing. So, and that was to not only complete the challenge, the 12-hour challenge, but then it was also to kind of showcase people and their channels and their homesteads or their business or whatever it is that they like to do, like their passion. So that is honestly, I think that's what has kept me going, because I am tired. I really am, but I'm not giving up with an hour left. I'm just not going to do it. I refuse. I will go horse first. I will fall asleep first. I don't care. am not getting off this damn thing until I hit midnight. Okay, so I'm hoarse and I wasn't on that long, David. When you're children, you had to tell them no. It is the same thing with yourself. You have to do what is best for you. That is true, Deb. That is so true. Yeah, he's already gone. Sorry, Amy. I got 5 of the free seed catalogs, 1 in my name and the others were other people's names with my address. What? Sorry. I don't chase anyone in life. If they are meant to be in my life, then I shouldn't have to chase them. Exactly. I actually, that is one of the biggest lessons I have learned this year. And I have found that people seem to be super, they are either all on board for being in my life and being a part of my life, or they're just, you know, they're backup singers kind of thing, you know, like they don't do anything. And so yeah. I have actually moved a lot of toxic people out of my life this year. I really truly have, and I'm still continuing to do that, and I'm still gonna have to. This is part of the reason why I've backed off so much on social media. I do the you know, like I don't do a whole lot of information on like on Facebook. I've been, instead of like posting personal, you know, a lot of personal stuff or anything like that, I've been trying to do more like inspirational things where I'm putting up you know, quotes that are more empowering to, especially to women. Excuse me. I do share milestones, that kind of stuff. And I try really hard to share on all of the social media platforms that I'm on. I'm not even kidding you. I literally am on 99% of them to kind of broadcast out and try to build a brand. And Amy has warned me time and time again, just focus on one thing, stop. And yeah, and she is right. And so that is part of the reason why I've backed off so much on social media and, you know, talking to so many people, because I am finding that there are so many fake people out there, and I don't like that. I don't like them. Either be who you are or get out of my life, because I don't need you. I don't need the drama. I don't need the crap. So drops. I think I'll write a book. My life is a slug. Okay, Jan, good night. I love you, and I mean it. That's what she says to me. I do love you. Thank you for being there for me today, and as always on Marco. So, are you actually going to plant things after the last frost? Yes. I actually will be starting seed in February. I did plant all but like 2 flats, I think, of my seedlings. I got them all in the ground. The problem was that I put them in the ground Mother's Day weekend, like you're supposed to, like, you know, like we're supposed to. And we got a hard frost. We got a freeze, and it killed everything. I literally had like 3 rows of tomatoes. I had to try to replant from seed. Yeah, it was such a pain. So I've actually had a lot of other setbacks this year. So, and I'm trying to take those things in stride and I'm trying to learn from those things. So, Deb, yes, toxic family. I've had to cut out a lot of toxic family this year. Yes, Kate, we are included in the huge snowstorm that is coming. So now my phone died, so I've had it plugged in and I haven't turned it back on. I think we are going into actually I wrote it down. So our winter storm warning will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And we are supposed to get quite a lot of snow, and blizzard-like conditions again. So, did you guys get it up there? All the snow, well, the blizzard conditions. We didn't have a ton of snow. It was just that it was whiteout conditions because of the wind. So that's what they classify as blizzard. So blizzard warning. All right. See, now he's got me singing Indiana Jones. Jackass. Drops. I don't do drama. If people have drama, I leave. Yes. You're a backup singer, Dave. Whatever. You pay me. I pay you not to sing. Yep, Amy, I agree. No drama needed, and that's hard for somebody who is who is very empathic. And you know that I take on everybody's feelings, and I shouldn't, but I do, and that's just who I am. That's who I've always been. So I try really hard not to. Now I've been backing away from things that are not serving me well. But it's a slow process. It's not something I can just, do. For me, it's a slow process, but I am doing it. If certain people come by my channel that are negative, I will say hello and leave it at that. Yep. I have so-called friends on Facebook. Yeah, fake book. They look at my page, look at my YouTube, but don't text or call. So new year, new start for me, no fakers. Rock on. That's why I don't use Facebook much anymore. Yep, this year, no more fakers in my life. Yeah, I'm trying to move on and keep the people that are important to me in my Paragon Ridge. Yes, I am still on. Yes, I am. It is 11:09 p.m. my time, and which you're in Oklahoma, so you have the same time. So I have been on for 11 hours, 9 minutes, and 39 seconds. Yep, 12 hours, baby, 12 hours. Let's see here. Mandy and I talked a lot before I got the van on the phone. I was so excited. Yes, I know you were, and you should be. This is a big step in a positive direction for you, David. This is going to hopefully be a fresh start for you. Let's see. Kate says we are seeing 10 a.m. tomorrow to early Thursday morning. Emergency report went out on the pagers. Yeah. I'm not on the departments anymore. I'm not on the fire department anymore, so I don't obviously have that, and I don't have a scanner. I probably should get one, honestly, but I don't have one. So, yep, I'm doing my 12-hour challenge today. About 5 to 8 inches of snowfall, Kathleen. Yeah, I think we're probably right at that. I think they were saying up to 12 inches here. So, but for whatever reason, Highway 30 and Highway 20 are like, it's the shit corridor for weather, I'm telling you. I rewatched the Robertsons on Mandy's live. I had no clue she was still on. Yes! That's too funny. Here I am. Holy cow, let's go. Woo! I know, like I can't believe it. Oh, it's 11:11. Make a wish. Only 9 p.m. my time, but I'm falling asleep, girl. Keep at it. I'm headed to my nice warm bed. All right. Good night, Anne-Marie. Thank you for coming on and being a guest and answering my silly questions. Yeah, I had no rain last year. Actually needed to water crops. Yeah, it was bad. We did not have a lot of rain last year or this past year, and it was just not good. So I had so many setbacks, and I mean, I was hemorrhaging literally from February to August. I was hemorrhaging. So, and then in August I got a hysterectomy done. So yeah, I didn't have energy. I didn't have time. I didn't feel good. And so, yeah, I just really didn't want to do anything in the garden. I wanted to, but I couldn't keep at it. Like I couldn't keep up with anything. So heading to bed. Have a good night. Okay. Good night, Kate. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas. I've been on with you nearly the whole time. I know you have, Dave. That's awesome. Amy, we're having the most rain of 2020 and wind. Our blizzard. Yeah, but mountains are getting dumped on. That's crazy. So who has been here since the start of this marathon? I think Dave. I mean, he left for a little bit to go shower. And then he came onto the live. I honestly don't know. Like, people have been in and out, and that's magnificent for me. I love it. So, Amy, I'm so proud of you, Mandy Murray. You're learning to say no when it doesn't serve you or your heart. I'm trying, babe. I'm trying so hard. My weatherman says we will probably get the 6 inches of snow predicted. Your area is supposed to get 6 to 9. You will have to warm up the plows a long time before digging out. Yeah, I don't, we actually hired out this year again for the city. So yeah. Drops caught the 3-hour mark. Yes. All right. So what catalogs do you guys do? Like, what are your favorite seed companies, seed catalogs to order from? I try and get as many as I can, and I really, and it's not because you know, I'm going to order from all of them, but I'd like to look through to see what they have available, and if their prices are, you know, comparable to another seed company. I also really like to have I like to support our local, like, we have a local seed company, not local, but an Iowa seed company. And that is Seed Savers Exchange. And I do really like their product, I think, and I try to order from them first. And then I have been ordering, actually, just online from Mary's Heirloom Seeds. She is out in California. She is a gem of a person. She really just, like, I love this woman. She's so sweet. She's so kind. And I ordered in October or November, and I didn't order any seeds for December, but so when I get paid again, I'm going to put in a seed order with Mary, and I'm probably going to put in a seed order with either Seed Savers Exchange or with Baker Creek to start. It's not going to be a huge order. I'm just trying to do like a few things here and there and trying to build up my stock again. So, True Leaf Market. I've never heard of them. I will have to look them up. Let me write that down too, because I don't want to forget this. You know, I will forget stuff. So True Leaf Market. I do also like, I think they're out of Oregon, actually. Strictly Medicinal. They are fantastic. They have a lot of different, more unusual, less traditional seeds. They are seeds and roots and plant starts and things, because they do specialize more so in more medicinal stuff, and that's where I really like to order my, you know, the actual medicinal stuff. So let's see here. I have my phone running the live when I showered. My abscess burst when I was in bed, and the dog sleeps in the bed also. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hi, MB. How are you? MB Heritage Farms, into his house. Kathleen, are you talking about a Seed Savers Exchange? I think you absolutely should. Just get online and order it. It's a free catalog. And if you get on their website and you become a, there's like levels of membership even. And the higher the yearly membership that you pay, the more selection you have. Like, you have, why are you standing there doing that? Seriously? So he's being ridiculous. Anyway, they have levels of membership, and so the higher the level of membership, the more variety you get into their seed vault. So that's really cool. More access, I should say. That sounds gross, Ashley. Yeah, it is a little bit. MB Heritage. Just in YouTube jail for a week. That is crazy. That is so crazy. You need to, I don't know. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. Censorship, people. Fake book is one of those censorship. I think Instagram's getting there too. Twitter is iffy. Yeah, so I've been spending a lot of time on MeWe for social media. And then I post like little things here and there on Facebook, share out my YouTube stuff, that kind of stuff, you know, my business stuff. But that's about it. So, all right. MI Gardener. Yeah. So I ordered from MI Gardener for 2 years, and I did not have luck with a lot of the seeds. It could have just been, it could have just been me. I don't know. A lot of the seed, well, probably half of my seed didn't germinate. And that really kind of bothered me. So I don't dislike MI Gardener. I just don't really use them. They seem like very nice people. I don't use them as often probably as I should. But they do have a great, they do the 99-cent seed packs, and those are fantastic. So, I absolutely encourage, order from whoever you are comfortable with, whomever you've had success with in growing seed. So that's okay. MB Heritage. We should be back live on Sunday at 9 Eastern. We've missed everyone. Aw, yay! I get my seeds from King Seeds in UK. Yeah, we can't. Oh, excuse me. I don't know if you can order. Like, can you order from American companies, Ashley? I didn't know if you could or not. Mary's is not far from me at all, but she is a huge Trumple thin. What? So I can no longer support her. What are you talking? Oh, Trumple thin skin. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody's political views are different, and they are their own. I mean, but she as a person actually is super nice. I talk with her, and I don't talk politics with her. So, messed up card. I want to get you a gift card for spring planting, but can't figure out where. We should chat. Your birthday is soonish. It is. My birthday is February 19th. So, yeah, I would love that. I absolutely would love that. Okay, I got to get to my seed catalog. So, Seed Savers Exchange. That's one. It's an Iowa company, and I really like them. I got this. I've had these before, but I've never ordered from them, and it's called Brex. This is their fall 2020 edition catalog. They have got some really cute stuff in here. I'm really getting into the looks of hibiscus. I really like that. And Baker Creek has some beautiful poppies, like some beautiful gray and purple poppies. Like, they are just so pretty. So and I'm going to try and grow poppies this year. I've got a lot. I just need to do that. Peonies are another one I want to try. My big thing is that I really want to do a lot of I want to do a lot of medicinal herbs this year. So I can't order from USA, import restrictions. See, that's what I thought. That's stinky. Darn it. Okay, let's see here. I got to go back up here real quick. You guys kind of ran on me. Okay. Paragon Ridge. I had great MI Gardener seeds myself. They just doubled in price this year. $2 a pack now. Yeah, I think everything has gone up just immensely. It's crazy. The price of everything has skyrocketed. It really has. We'll be doing the tomatoes in the grow bags again, but probably just the sweet potatoes and not the white ones next time. I will get plants. I did not have good luck trying to start the seeds. Sweet potato are one of those things that you really do kind of need. They are hard to start from seed. They really are. And some people have great luck with that, but it's better to start from a shoot, frankly, a root. So my neighbor had same problems with seeds. He took me up on my offer for seeds this year after his didn't germinate. Oh, way cool. They grew 2 inches and then died. Yeah. My potatoes this year. So no, last year I didn't. This year I didn't grow potatoes. The year before I grew 50 pounds, a 50-pound bag of Purple Viking, a 50-pound bag of yellow russet, and then a 50-pound bag of a white potato, white variety. I didn't get hardly anything. None of my Purple Viking produced at all, which was really disappointing because I really wanted to try them. So True Leaf Market has great seeds, always been great for germination. Awesome. All right. Oh, your birthday is March 8th. Sweet. Did you get a chance to see the seed share video I posted with your seeds? I did. I think I left a comment on it. I did at least for the seed box. So yes. And you had commented on my packaging, and I so thank you. I appreciate that. July 9th, Ashley, nice. Amy's is the 4th of July. So I'm putting in a lure order as a channel I follow said there is handmade lure company out in California called Cardoza Lures. So like them on Facebook and going to see what they offer. We have a friend who also does custom lures, and so and you can find him. I think. Hey, hun, does Paul have a Facebook page for his tackle stuff? His lures, fishing lures. Yes, it's called Different Baits, BAITS. So check him out. He is a personal friend of ours. Tony grew up with him. So he is a hell of a nice guy. So check him out. And you can get him on Facebook. Let's see here. Did you check with Monty over in the UK? His channel is My Family Garden. Great guy and nice family. He can hook you up. Ooh, I'll have to check that out too. Did you see the Goth Garden from Baker Creek? The Goth Garden from Baker Creek. Is it in here? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I've only thumbed through the Baker Creek catalog a few times and quickly. So anyway, so there's those. Also, I got Johnny's selected seeds. They seem to be pretty reasonable in price. They're pretty comparable. I ordered a few things from them like 3 years ago, and they did okay. They did fine. They are a little bit, I guess, a little more pricey than some of the other seed companies out there, but this is another plant or another seed company I really do like. High Mowing Organic Seeds. They too are a kind of a mom and pop style business, but they are all organic seed. So, and then I have Territorial Seed Company. And I don't think I've ever ordered from these guys. I get their catalog and then I'm never able, I think I end up getting all of my seed before I end up ordering from them. So I really do. They have some beautiful pink muley grass in here that I just think is so pretty. I know a lot of people are like, ooh, why would you grow that? Well, because it's pretty and I like pink. Pink is my favorite color. So anywho, so those are the seed catalogs that I have thus far. And those are probably the ones I'm going to order from this year at least. And then Mary's heirloom. Oh, itchy, 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 itchy. Sorry. All right. I'll visit Monty and his family before I will my brother. Check with Dino and see. You're too funny. Watch Monty a lot. He's also my Facebook. Great bloke and lovely family. Aw. You grew slips last year, Deb, and they didn't do well. Let's see here. What else? Where are we at? Which part of the UK? Northern England. Does he do YouTube? No, and really, we are not that close. I don't like his wife. All right. Good night, David. Yay, Deb's birthday's in 3 weeks. So, 32 minutes left. 32 minutes. Ah! Can we get through it? Can we get through it? I was gonna do a like a Vision 2020 recap and video and put it out, and then I was gonna do a collaboration video for goals for 2021, but I kind of decided against all of that because just simply because things have gotten crazy, and people, I don't know, people didn't really seem to be on board with wanting to do it. So I think, so that's why I haven't done that. And yeah. Hi, Missy, you're back. Your wedding is in 3 weeks. I know. And why are you not ready? The 18th and the 13th. Oh, cool. So, yeah, I'm not, I think tomorrow, I think we have to take Kennedy to work tomorrow, so that'll be fun. Dave hates the word wedding. 32 minutes, then a cup of tea. Yes. Ashley, I cannot believe you are still awake. Oh my gosh. That's craziness. I'm just going to grow again next year. Yeah. No dress, just wanted a venue instead of his apartment. Yes, I agree. Having a venue is a little bit more intimate, a little more, I guess, meaningful. But I've known people that have gotten married in their own homes, so not a big deal. Aw, thanks, Dave. That's cool. We ended up having to have a big wedding. Well, not big, but fairly large wedding. We were just going to go to the JP, but my mother-in-law was like, no, you're having a wedding. Like, so we ended up having a wedding, and it was beautiful and whatnot. I just could have saved so much more money. But I spent 20 years with my wife, best time of my life, even though she passed. I know you. How long ago did she pass? Lots of leaves, which I ate as greens, but only 4 small tubers the size of my thumb. I watered them a lot too. That's weird. So Missy's getting married on the 23rd. Yay! Can you demand to me an IG or text me? I am so out of what? I don't know what you're wanting, what exactly you're trying to say, Dave. I don't know if I can. You want me to remind you? I can remind you. I think that's what you're trying to say. Remind you in Instagram or text. Okay. Have a good night. Get some rest. we're getting down to the wire. I didn't want a wedding dress, but my partner insisted. Ashley, I hope you didn't wear a wedding dress, but I guess if you did, you know, hey, that's all on you. Yeah, it's kind of what I figured, Missy, was to remind them. Okay, so it was 4 years ago. So yeah, Tony and I have been together for 30 years. So we've been together since I was 14 and he was 17. So we've had a lot of ups and downs. We really have. I mean, what marriage or relationship doesn't have a lot of ups and downs? But I wouldn't trade any of them for the world, because I think that we have, I think, an extremely strong marriage and relationship, and we have built an amazing family. And so, who are you again? Yeah. See, he's just got to be a smart ass. I don't understand why. I'm trying to be all sweet and nice, and he's gonna be a smart ass.
I tried to be all sweet and nice last night. Tried to punch me in the ribs.
Lies. All out freaking lies. He's yelling at me from the bedroom. Yeah. So he's listening to me while laying in bed instead of, you know, being out here conversing.
Do your YouTubes.
You do your YouTubes, jerk. I shaved my legs. It looked hot. Oh my God, Ashley, are you delirious at this point, or what is the deal, man? I officiated a very nice wedding in a city park after 3 inches of snow and 8-degree weather. Oh, hail to the no. Yeah, right, drops. Whatever. He's lucky he's not a battered spouse. Let me just say that. Oh, I didn't hear anything from the peanut gallery in there.
New phone, who dis?
Yeah, new phone, who dis? Aren't you funny? Yeah. So, the joke that we like to, that I seriously, one day he said something. He's like, I don't know. He said something smart ass, and I just looked at him and I was very serious. And I go, why do you make me hit you? And, you know, I mean, obviously I was joking, but
Yeah.
he is so far from a battered spouse. Let me just say. But
do I flinch?
Well, everybody should flinch. You should be afraid of me.
There's the
answer. Amy, doing the YouTubes with the friends. That leg shaving ended in 5 years in my marriage. I didn't care. Loved her anyways. Aw. Yeah, I need to shave my legs. I personally don't like it. Like, it drives me nuts for me to, you know, not shave my legs or my arms. Like, I mean, I shave the hair on my arms. Like, I don't like body hair on me. It drives me crazy. Because I always see them like I'm just a hairy monkey. So, but I'm losing. So I'm able to grow plenty of hair on my legs and my arms, but I'm losing it all up on top of my head, as you can see. I have thinning hair, which sucks. It sucks as a woman, let me just say. So, it won't be too long. I'm going to be wearing wigs. Or I'm just going to shave it and be done. Just shave my head, shave my arms, my legs, shave it all. I don't know. I don't know what it is about body hair on me. I don't like it. So probably a little bit TMI. See, I'm getting a little loopy here. Oh my God. So let me get that off. Alrighty. Okay. 22 minutes or 23 minutes. What are we going to talk about? If your clothes are snagging on your hair, you should probably shave, right? Yes. Agreed, Amy. Wish I could go to bed, have terrible heartburn, even with meds. Oh, I have horrid heartburn. And when I stopped taking the prescription Dexilant, it came back and it got worse. What the heck? My hair is like all sorts of jacked up. So yeah. Do you have issues with ulcers or what, Missy? It was very beautiful and much preferred to the 103-degree day 6 months later. Yeah. 22 minutes. It's all good. You got a good spouse. Treasure the time you have left. Right? Exactly. Okay.
No, he was reminding you of that.
Oh, reminding me of that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Missy, yeah, I had reflux really bad. So Ashley, it's the final countdown. It's the final countdown. Bring back a little bit of Europe from, the 80s. I actually had a friend tell me, like, when I talk to you, like, and I hear a song by the band Europe, it reminds me of you. And I'm like, oh my God, that's terrible. Seriously, at 30 years married, we are kind of old. Instead of worrying about the Sasquatch legs, I worry if he worries about me shaving them. Yeah, I call it a winter coat, right? No, I just can't stand it. I don't like it. I hate it. People ask me why I'm getting married so soon, but we are very close. You do what makes you happy. That's all that matters. If you're happy with the decision and you're serious about it and he's happy and serious about it and the two of you want to make it work regardless, then by all means, do it. Do not let somebody else dictate how you live your life. I will say also that, like, I had this, I've shared this quote, basically that you do not need to be validated by anyone else. You do you and what makes you happy. You don't need somebody else's acceptance or validation, except for the person that you love. So that's the only person that's important as far as making sure that your feelings are valid. So it's on my playlist. Big hair, tight jeans, right? 2 cups of water, 1/4 cup of apple cider vinegar, 2 slices of root ginger, and some raw honey. Boil it and drink the tea. Yes. I haven't heard that recipe in a long time. I always forget about it. It's not Deb, it's Missy, it's Wiccan chickens. It's not Dave. How soon is soon? When did you, okay, yeah, Missy, so when did you guys meet? Pantyhose and tights were invented to keep women's legs warm in the winter. I think that started in the 70s. Yeah, well, there were stockings though way back when. Like there were nylon stockings way back when. So, and I can't remember when because women back in even the Victorian ages wore them. So, oh, when they started shaving their legs. Okay, I gotcha. Been together since June, getting married the 23rd. Yes. So, by the time you get married, you'll have been together for about 7 months. And there are some people who, after 3 months, decide they want to get married. So I hope, I hope for lifelong happiness for you guys. I do. Some people do click right away. They really do. So you do you. Does it make you happy? If it makes you happy. I'm getting stupid. Oh my gosh. So in an attempt even to get organized, I have calendars printed off for all of next year. I have several sets of calendars printed off and saved. And I'm hoping to get myself organized. We shall see. I didn't do too bad this year. But mostly it was like tracking stats and things like that for YouTube and my social media and all that stuff. And what I'm trying to do is I want to actually set up a filming schedule and try very hard to stick to that schedule. But I need to make sure that I'm putting in like topics for filming versus just saying film on this day. Well, what am I going to film? So that's kind of what I'm. I got married after 6 weeks. Hey, that's good for you. That's right, Amy. That's true. He's 24 years older. Wow. I did not realize he was that much older than you, Missy. That's crazy. It doesn't matter when you get over 40. No, it really doesn't. It makes you happy, then why the hell you look so sad? Yes. Oh, 16 minutes, guys. 16 minutes. I'm seriously counting down. I'm actually to a point where I think I do have to go to the bathroom. I think I do have to pee. I seriously have not since this morning. Isn't that crazy? I know, Amy, right? That's why I'm saying I think I need to put out a filming schedule to try to stick to it. I need topics. And that's kind of been my thing, like throughout the year. Again, with a whole bunch of setbacks and whatnot, a whole bunch of stuff going on. But I think I've been giving you info for a year, but whatever. Okay. But I'm talking about like very specific topics, things to do, DIY stuff, crafting, that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So more gardening and homesteading related. But so we were having this discussion earlier this evening. So I think that it's really good for you to, regardless of what niche or genre that you are in, I really think that it is smart of you to diversify yourself just a little bit, your channel, because, in order to bring in new viewers and subscribers and things like that. And so, that's why I do things like I watch other travel channels, like RV channels and things of that nature. And we all kind of can interact with each other and support each other on each other's channels. And it just kind of gives you like a little bit of a broader audience. And so I think we had a whole content calendar and you didn't stick to it. What? I didn't have a calendar. You sent me topics like blog topics. That's what I remember anyway. I don't know. Wouldn't wear me out, but I'm taking. The rooster is here. Uh-oh. I need a young 30-year-old woman. I wear them out after a couple of weeks. Okay, I see what you're saying. This year, I'm hoping is different. Again, when you go, 4 or 5 months hemorrhaging, you don't have the energy to do a whole lot of anything. So One of my clients is starting an RV channel. I have plans for a business with that and homesteaders. Oh, cool. Quality of time is more important than the length of time. I know a couple who were together for 10 years. They were divorced 2 years after getting married. You do what makes you happy. Yes. I want to see you succeed and provide information to people that are unaware of how simple planting and growing are. Your scale may be much larger than theirs, but you can all learn from each other. Right. Yes. I agree. I agree. I think actually before I turn my office back into my craft room, I need to put my plant racks, my seed starting racks back in there and use it also as a growing room to start seeds and things like that. So, so I do want to film that and whatnot. I do want to do that. So time for night. Love you. Love this 12-hour challenge. It's inspiring. Oh, thank you. Good night. I hope that you have a good sleep. I don't do divorce. Yeah, I know, right? You. I didn't want to do prison. Yeah. Sometimes divorce is necessary. It really is. But that's where I think knowing is half the battle. So it's 3/4 of the battle, frankly. I'm not really a fan of the whole divorce idea either, but I think that absolutely if it is not serving you, if you have nothing in your relationship, then it serves zero purpose for you to stay together. So, in cases of violence, obviously domestic violence and, abuses and things like that. So which part? Yeah. Which part is you? And honestly, some people are just, some couples are actually better together without being married, and some aren't. So my mom was kind of, she was like that for the longest time. So she's been married to my stepdad for 20 years, I think. They've been together for 20 years. So, yeah. I get it, but I'm not abusive and was a good husband. I don't doubt that. I have no reason to doubt that. Been happily divorced for 38 years. Again, though, see, Deb, for you, it's better for you. So, it's just better for you personally, better for your well-being. So, the wearing women out part. Oh my God, you guys, 9 minutes. Closing in. I have to say that I am pretty worn out. You could probably tell because I'm rambling and saying nothing of importance at this point. So, good night, Kathleen. My ex-wife held a knife to my throat, and that is what ended our marriage. Yeah, that would end a marriage real quick for me too. So, yes, I get you. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. I mean, there's no reason for that stuff. I tease Tony all the time, and I might like punch him in the arm or whatever, poke him in the ribs, but obviously I would not intentionally do anything to cause major bodily harm to him. Lies. He says lies from the bedroom. You wouldn't be that way with me though either. So nice try though. I love the threat. The threat is the threat is more fun. The threatening, because we're just teasing each other. So you think? You think? Is that what you like? Is that what you're talking about? Are you sure? What made this 12-hour come about? Okay, the backstory on this. So, Chrissy from Along the River Homestead was laughing at me. She's like, "Oh my God, a 6-hour live? Are you kidding me?" So, she was teasing me. She goes, "Well, why don't you just do like an all-day thing?" And I'm like, "Really?" And she was laughing about it, and she was just kind of half-hearted about it, like, you know, just really giving me a hard time about it. And I'm like, okay, fine, challenge accepted. I will do an all day. How about 12 hours? And she's like, "Oh my God, are you serious? Are you going to do this?" I'm like, "Yeah, you challenged me. I'm doing it. It's on." So that is how this challenge came about. Haha, Drops says, I can go break your arm. So there. Lies, he says. And no comment. New phone, who it is? He says that a lot. So yeah, that is how this 12-hour live challenge came about. It was just I'm like, fine, you know what? I really kind of wanted to do it even just to prove it to myself that I could do it if I really wanted to do it. So that is why we came about with a 12-hour live. And I thought honestly it would be kind of fun. So, oh, I'm sorry, Scotty. Hi. Guess what, Scotty? 6 minutes left. That is perfectly okay. Unfortunately, yeah. Working healthcare and being in management in healthcare sucks. Well, depending on what facet of healthcare you work in, I guess. So, I know, right? Yay! He's just tired. Get into bed, woman, so you can put your cold feet on my legs. Yeah, my feet are really cold right now. We have wooden floors, and our house just sits on a limestone foundation, so it's just cold.